Ever wondered how Python turns raw data into smart predictions? Well, welcome to Applied Python for Data Science and Machine Learning. In this course, we are going to start simple and build step by step. The goal is not just to learn Python syntax, but to understand how Python is actually used in real data science and machine learning work. You will move from writing basic code to analyzing data and finally building machine learning models that solves real world problems. Everything you learn here is practical, even hands-on, connected to real-world use cases. Now here's the agenda of our today's session. First, we'll start with Python basics and understand how Python works. Then we will move into data structures and control flow like lists, conditions, and loops. Next, we'll work with functions and strings to write cleaner and reusable code. Then we will move into data structures and control flow like lists, conditions, and loops. Next, we will work with function and strings to write cleaner and reusable code. After that, we will learn how to handle errors and understand object-oriented programming. Then we will step into data. Now, before we get started, here's a short quiz to test your understanding. Python is mainly used in this course when your options are A. Designing websites, analyze data and build models, create animations, or store files.
Let's look into the overall person of the batch. So if you see, uh, programming background, 34% of them say I have some knowledge, but I'm not an active programmer. And majority of them are having an active programming experience, and 11% are having no exposure to the programming at all. Years of relevant experience, right? So in this domain of AI and machine learning. So over here, I see help in career growth is this acquiring skills and getting certified in this domain. Then I asked you about what is your, then we have HR, finance being the next major chunk, and the least being from the HR and marketing. Coming on to the, which of the following topics you are not familiar with? Majority of them are linear algebra that will get covered in the NumPy. None of the above. Okay, that's a major chunk. Then calculus, data types, linear algebra, matrices and all. And then, yes, today's session approach, I would like to start with the fundamental concepts to build a solid foundation in the topic before moving to the advanced is what is the recommendation by 90% of the people. And you can see, right, looking at this, what do we realize? We will have to go ahead with the majority of the people. And that's exactly where I would like to put it in place of all of you that we will get started from the fundamentals only. Okay, now coming on to the integrated development environment that you are going to use. So we will be using Google Collaboratory. I'm sure you might have heard about it. If not, of course, I'm there to help you out. The IDE that we are going to use is Google Collaboratory. Features of that, it is free and it compulsorily needs internet and it is easiest to install. Okay. Now, this is what, and if anyone is comfortable with any other IDE, I am okay. If you are comfortable with any other IDE, I am okay. So IDE is nothing but the integrated development environment in which you will be coding. So this is what will be used by you. However, there are other IDEs as well. One is you can go for Anaconda distribution, which does have Jupyter Notebook because Google Colab is also having Jupyter Notebook. It is just that this will be offline, this will be online. You can also go for Visual Studio Code. This also has Jupyter Notebook. This also has Jupyter Notebook. All of these are purely offline and there are many other tools available. In fact, if you ask me, this is what I use. But whatever code I'll be executing here, it will work here as well. And the vice versa is also true. So there is no problem at all. So you need not worry about, okay, you're doing over here and I'm doing over here. So I'm worried whether it will run, not run, how to write it in Google Colab. If there is anything like that, I will let you know. That you need not worry about. So this is the IDE what you use. This is the IDE which I will be using. All of these IDEs are offline, and this IDE is online. In fact, there is another IDE that you can use, which is Kaggle kernel. So this is also by Google. But the most powerful and a good point to start is this. With Google Colab, let me tell you, if you are using Google Colab, what all codes can you execute on this? You can execute your Python code. You can execute your advanced Python code. In your course, your machine learning codes can be executed on Google Colab. Your deep learning codes can be executed. Your computer vision codes can be executed. Your natural language processing codes can be executed. If you dive into generative AI, it's not there completely in the course, but that will also be possible to be executed. If you want to make any kind of API calls while creating the AI agents, that can also be executed. So it is like a full package which can help you to do everything right from the start till the end. So I recommend using Google Colab. When you create projects and all, at that time, this IDE is better. So developers usually use this in the company environment, but for data science, Colab is one of the best IDE I would say to go ahead with. Coming on to the Jupyter Labs, can you use that? Yes. But in my experience, you should not use that. Labs are provided for the people who are very new to programming Python, who don't want to do the installation and all those things. Jupyter Labs exist, in my opinion, from my experience, I have seen it lagging at times. So I don't want the journey to be having some hiccups. Collab is going to be seamless, and hence I recommend doing that. As simple as that. Right. So Collab will be one-stop solution for all of you. However, if you want to go for Jupyter Lab, you can, but you may not have that seamless experience. Right. So that's what comes out from the experience. So what will I do now is I'm going to create a folder where new folder for you, programming refresher. So obviously, uh, we'll be having total 3 days of session. Today is day 1, day 2, and day 3. You will be having these resources uploaded on the Simplilearn portal as well. But this is for our quick reference, right? You can refer it from the Simplilearn portal as well. So first thing is setting the right context. You will have all the resources uploaded in the Simplilearn section, no doubt about that. But I would request you all to save this link as well. As you can see, this is going to be your entire course resources for the programming refresher session. Day 1, 2, 3, 4. Right now, all of these folders are empty. But every day once I'm done, I'll be uploading it here. Plus, you will also get this on your EngageX portal, right? So here also you'll find it, but that is going to be for my quick reference. And if you want to use it for your quick reference as well, you can definitely use it. So that's one thing. Now coming on to your installation, right? So let's understand. I could see some of them are having some questions related to the installation of Google Colab. I will quickly explain you how do you install Google Colab, and then we get started with our uh, content to be covered. In your Google Drive, right? First of all, in your Google Drive, I want you to sign in with your Google account. Right now, you can see I'm getting signed in with help of one of the Google account, but you also have to get it signed in. And after you're signed in, you have to get into My Drive. After you're signed in, you please get into My Drive and then observe the process. I'm going to do it very quick. Click on New, More, and I have Google Colab installed because I am signed in over here. You may not have it installed after signing in as well. So you will go to the Google Marketplace, just like in our phone where we go to the Play Store. You get into the Google Marketplace and you will search for Collaboratory. I'm doing it right now. It's just a job of 10 seconds. In the search here, you can search for Collaboratory. You can search for Collaboratory. That's your first link. Click on this app. I see the option uninstall. You will see the option for install. Then while installing it, we say allow, continue, give it the permission, and in 10 seconds, it is done. How do you confirm that it is done? You should be able to see this uninstall button. If you see this uninstall button, you are done. So not able to locate when I click my drive. You might not be signed in. And if you are signed in, then as I instructed you, I'll show this process once again. Everyone, I'm going to show this once again, one last time. Pay attention. First of all, you should be signed in. That's compulsory. Second, you got to click on new, more, and at the bottom, connect more apps. This is the place where you have to search for collaboratory. That is what you should have it as installed. 20 people have successfully installed. And if anyone is using VS Code, I'm okay with it. But it's just that don't come to me with your personal questions that I'm facing this issue, I'm facing that issue, because that is specific to your system. Google Colab will be universal for everyone. So if anything is running on my system, it will run on your system as well. I cannot dive in the live session in I'm getting an installation error in the VS Code. Can you help me? Well, those all things we cannot discuss because the time is very crucial over here and we have to learn, right? We have to not invest time in debugging. For debugging, you can always have the TA call for installation of VS Code or something with your LSM. He or she will help you out with those kind of issues. Okay, so I assume the installation is done. Now coming on to the usages, last 1 minute. How will you create a notebook? You will go in your Google Drive. You will go now in the new button as usual in the more, and you should be able to see over here Google Collaboratory. You can just click on Google Collaboratory and a notebook will open. Once it opens, once it opens, and you say something like this, and you click on this play button. If the output comes, you are good. Let me call this as my first notebook. I'll share with you this code so that you need not copy paste. And once you do that, you will be getting the output. And if you are getting this output, then you are all aligned. Get into new, more, and Google Colab, right? That will open up the software. You can give any name over here and then you have to give in this code and click on this play button and you should get this output. All these notebooks are automatically saved, Nishant. You can see over here, it is saved into your drive only. Not able to paste, type it. I don't think so. Copy pasting should be an issue. It should work. So your notebook will be saved in your My Drive section, wherever you are creating. So right now I saved my notebook here as my first notebook, right? So if I go and just refresh it, you can see the same name. Okay, so that is done. One important thing before I finally get started, everyone, as and when your Google Colab is open, I want you to go over here in this settings button. In this settings button here, you have to click on AI assistants and ensure that these two are ticked. I repeat, you got to click on this, and tick this. So I repeat, step 1, step 2, and step 3. I want you to turn on this. What is the advantage of this? I'll tell you. These all are, this is the final setting.
Okay.
Now, the advantage of doing this is pretty simple. Here, if I say program to find factorial of a number, I'm writing a comment over here, program to find the factorial of a number, depending on your internet speed, it will suggest you, as you can see, it is suggesting, I did not type, and that is because of the Gemini in action. So because you turned it on, you will be getting such kind of help. So how do you accept it? You accept it by pressing the tab key, and it will keep on suggesting the later part as well, but that depends on the internet speed. You can see in my case also, in spite of having a very good internet speed, it is not suggesting me. It happens, and sometimes it suggests very fast. I say f is equal to 1, and you see it's still not suggesting me, and still not suggesting me, and all of a sudden it started suggesting. You see that? I can accept it with the help of a tab key, and then when I click on the run button here, it is asking me enter a number. So I want, let's say, factorial of 5. I press 5 inside this box and I press enter. Factorial of 5 is 120. I run it once again. I want factorial of 3. So I type 3 and I press enter. Factorial of 3 is 6. Or you can also copy paste this in a new code cell, and you can click over here on the generate, and it can do anything. Click on this and just say enter. It will have the code and I can run this code. So I want the factorial of 10. This is the value of it. If you have any issues, you can also click over here in the Gemini. It is like the chat GPT only. I'm sure everyone knows it. And I'm pasting the same thing, program to find the factorial of a number. It will give you the code over here. And then you can conveniently copy this. In the same way, if you have any problem with the code, you can definitely come over here and ask. So it can help you to figure out the errors or even optimize version of this. So if I say, this is the one, that's the code which it gave us. I'm just running it, asking me to enter a factorial of a non-negative number. Let's say I want to find out factorial of -5. Factorial of negative number does not exist. It says it's 1. Maybe that is because of the logic. I say, can you optimize this code? And I'm pasting that code. Can you optimize this code? And I'm giving. So this is nothing but like ChatGPT only, and it is doing some optimization. Here is your optimized code. I'll just copy it. I'll just copy it. And I'll put it. And I'm saying I want the factorial of 5. Answer remains the same, but this is an optimized version. Now, why is this optimized? In fact, that is also written over here. Why is it optimized? You can ask it, right? So moral of the story is, you have Gemini. You have the option to generate code here itself quickly, or you also get suggestions which you can accept using what key? How do you accept the suggestions? Which key do you use for accepting the suggestions? Tab key. Super. So, tab key. We are done with this. So now you are all set to use Google Collaboratory, right? You are all set to use Google Collaboratory. Perfect. Thank you very much for reverting. And then I'm deleting this notebook because that was just to show you. That was a dummy notebook. One of you requested me for the link. Uh, for the one last time, I'm sharing it with you all. That's the link. What usually I do is, and I would recommend you all to do the same thing. Please open up your WhatsApp on your system and save this link somewhere, just like this, right? So you can say version sir, Python, refresher, course, resources, link. And please go and star mark this message so that you don't come to me requesting every time for the link. Okay. So that's important. Every time you are not going to ask me, can you share the link? Plus your resources will be available on the EngageX portal. So you'll find it over here as well, but this is just for the quick access. So you need not go to everyday material and fetch the resources. So this will be all at one place for you. Now, the IDE which I am using is Jupyter Notebook in the Visual Studio Code. This is how the VS Code looks like. Now, I am going to code in VS Code. Your Visual Studio Code looks something like this. I'm also going to create a notebook only, and this notebook will seamlessly work in your environment as well. So I am creating a notebook number 1, which is called as Python Basics. All the notebooks will have the default extension as .ipynb. PY stands for Python, NB stands for notebook, I stands for interactive. I will also be getting the same output. Everything looks the same. Absolutely no need to worry. And the same notebook, when I share it in the Google Drive, will be accessible to you. Like, for example, this is the notebook. And if I go and upload this, so, so all of this is available on your Simplilearn portal. Don't request me that, can you share this and that? You have everything available. These are the primary topics that we have to cover in the stipulated time of 9 hours. Okay. No, for 12 hours, 12 hours. 4 4-hour sessions. We have 3 sessions, 12 hours. We get started with introduction of Python. Then we get introduced to software, which is all basics. I will focus more on the implementation side. I'm not going to speak theory in the classes. Theory you can conveniently learn. Focus is hand holding on programming. Then, so from the programming side, you see program structure, syntax, all of these things. Introduction to Python, Python installation, IDE. Then first Python program. Then you talk about data types, operators, strings, file handling, error handling. I can follow any order I want. Conditional statements, loops. Now, obviously, you will be like, I'm not understanding each and every topic. I'm very new to Python. I'm just showcasing you that these all are the things that we are going to study. As and when I go ahead, you will understand. So that you don't worry about that, what order are we going to cover, what is correct for me, how should I go ahead with the things and all. I will take complete control of all those things. What is expected from your side is just attention. What is expected from your side is just attention. Attention is all you need. That's it. We don't need anything else. Functions, scope of the variables. I don't know why generators are even required, but that's there. Filter map reduce. And then at the end, you have this personal expense tracker project and the task manager project with the user authentication. Closing this and getting started with the tasks. Now these things are all set. We are good to get started. First of all, Python. Even I have GitHub Copilot. If you see me getting suggestions like this, and that too super fast, is because I am having GitHub Copilot installed. So, but GitHub Copilot in VS Code is paid. They charge 800 rupees per month for having this. You can see the Copilot is running over here. So they charge 800 rupees per month. You are getting that free of cost in Google Colab, right? So that is another reason I would recommend you to go ahead with Google Colab. Okay. Then, so what is Python? Well, as we all know, Python is a high level language. High level in the sense, coding in Python is as good as writing English. Yes, coding in Python is as good as writing normal English. It is an interpreted language. Interpreted means, I'll show you when I start with the program. In a program, Python is like, there are two ways you can think of a program. If in a program there are 100 lines, If an error comes, let's say at this line, right? So while running the program, it runs everything till here and an error comes. Python will immediately stop the execution and say that that's the error. Solve this. It will not see the other line. Interpreter on the other hand, sorry, this is the interpreter. Compiler on the other hand will go through the entire program, and let's say it finds error here and here. It will list down that, hey, there is an error on this line, there is an error on this line, rectify it. So compiler sees the entire program at once and lists down all the errors. Interpreter will immediately exit when it finds the first error. You will see that in Python. So it's an interpreter language. It was created by Guido van Rossum in the year 1991. Most important thing, Python is not named after a snake. That is not anaconda or python. In fact, there was a very famous show called as Flying Circus. Monty Python's Fly. Oh, it's there on Amazon Prime. Okay. So Guido van Rossum, 1970, right? Guido van Rossum, the creator of Python, was a fan of this show. He used to love that show a lot. And hence, the director of this show, who is called as Monty Python, he named the programming language by his name. It has no relation with Python. So that's one thing. Now, there are many features of Python. If I want to say, I can talk about, like it is easy to read and write. You will experience that when you actually start writing the code. Interpreted language, it will execute line by line. Dynamic typing, again, you will see it in the code what I mean by dynamic typing. Many libraries are available. That's the reason you are here to study Python. Why are you not studying C, C++, Java, and all those things today? Because Python is powerful. It is cross-platform. It can work on any operating system. Object-oriented. That's the last topic which I just showed you in the agenda. The support is too large because everyone is learning Python only today. You are also learning Python. Why didn't you study choosing R as a programming language? So the community of Python is growing very rapidly. So community support is good. It is versatile. I use Python largely for business analytics, data analytics, machine learning, deep learning, generative AI, agentic AI, computer vision, NLP. There are people who use it for scientific computing, for web development, etc. It is open source. That's the biggest point. It's free and it's high level. Now, there is something which is called as indentation in Python. You will understand it today only when I start with the concept of conditional statements. Right now, I would request you, please don't ask me what is it, because you will not understand. As and when we disclose these topics, it will become clear. So these are like the notes which will become clear by the end of the Python module, right? But you will by default understand it. Okay. Now, let us get started with the very first thing. If you want to see Guido van Rossum has already taught to the computer, or I would say taught to the programming language Python, how to follow any user's instruction. And all of this is mainly done with the help of functions. So just like maybe if your father is dealing in gold business, so that is his job. If your father is working in an IT industry, that is his job. If your father is a masoner, that is his job. Every person has a job role defined. In the same way, functions are the ones which are defining for the job roles, and functions are always having a syntax. Name of the function followed by open bracket, close bracket, and one such function is called as the print function. Print function is used for printing anything on the screen. So for example, if I want to print anything, I will have to write it in double quotes. So I can say, hello, my name is Dr. Darshan Ingle and I am your instructor for this course. If I run it, you see that gets printed. Whatever you write inside double quotes, Guido van Rossum has already made it understand that print function will print it. I can have multiple print statements. I say I'm excited to share my knowledge. I want to tell you one more thing. If I put it instead of double quotes, even if I put it in single quotes, it works instead of double quotes. So if you see over here, this sentence is inside double quotes. This sentence is inside single quotes. Anything works. If you start with double, end with double. If you start with single, end with single. Why are these two facilities given? Have a look at this. Here, I started with double, ended with double, and in between there is a single quote. So imagine in this case, if I would have started with a single quote, it would have interpreted that, okay, it started from here and it is trying to end over here. And all this will give an error. So that's why this facility is there. I'll show you one such example. So if I am putting single quotes here and single quote here, now you can see, look at the color of this. See this color of the string versus this color. This color matches this, but this is what is likely to give an error. Let's check it out. And it says the same thing. Syntax error, unterminated string literal, because it understands that it is up to here only. So that's why you have this print statement in place. So you can print literally anything that you want using the print statement. So now I am getting started with a very simple program. I say employee name is equal to Darshan. I'll explain you. So employee name is equal to Dr. Darshan Ingle, and let's say employee ID is this. Now what actually happens when I do it? So here in this case, your yellow underline part, which is employee name and employee ID, they are called as variables. And your pink underline part, which is Dr. Darshan Ingle and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, these are called as constants. The moment you say employee name is equal to this, it will create a variable by this name called as employee name. And inside this, it will be saving my name. The moment I say employee ID is equal to this, it will create a variable by the name employee ID and it will save 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inside this. So these are variable and these are constant. The value that the variable holds are called as constant. If you want to print any of this, I will say print variable name. Now see, this time if I put employee name in double quotes, versus without double quotes, please understand. Earlier rule was what? Whatever you write in double quotes gets printed as it is. So here also, if you write employee name in double quotes, it will get printed as it is. So this doesn't make sense in this case. But if you don't put in double quotes, what does it do? You're trying to print employee name. It prints the contents inside the employee name, which is Dr. Darshan Ingle. So it is printing the value of the constant which the variable is holding. Okay. So now I see employee ID is a number and employee name is this. So before I explain you anything further, the next thing that I want to talk about are the data types in Python. The next thing what I want to talk about are the data types in Python. So what are the various data types available in Python? Let us get started with it. Now, one important thing I want to tell you. Here, if you see, I have written so many things in the cell, but it did not give an error because I added a hashtag. Hashtag is like a comment. Comment means for documenting the program. For example, what am I want to say that here in this line, employee name is a variable and Dr. Darshan Ingle is a constant. This is what I want to write it for my reference because later on, let's say if I forget, now if I try to run this, it says that I don't understand everything from this line and it did not execute line 2, 3, 4. It's an interpreter, right? It says that first you rectify line 1, then I'll go down. And it says I don't understand all of this. So I want to write it, but I want the program to not execute this because this is normal English. You will just add a hashtag before this. That will convert this everything from this hashtag till the end of this line, everything would be treated as a comment. Everything would be treated as a comment. So similarly, here also I can write it in this line, employee ID is a variable and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is a constant, right? Here also I say that I will print employee name. So these all are for documentation purposes. These all are for the documentation. Now, no errors. Whatever is written after hashtag till the end, everything is ignored. So they are called as comments in Python. And they are used to explain the code and are ignored by the Python interpreter. Single line comments always start with a hash. And if you want to write multi-line comment, you have to do it like this. I'll give you an example of single line comment. I say this is a single line. So whatever we have written over here is a single line comment whenever hashtag followed by anything. But multi-line comment would be like this. So if I want to write multiple lines, let's say my name is Dr. Darshan Ingle and I am from Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra, India, and I am working as a principal consultant and a senior data scientist at Data Couch. So if I want to comment out these three lines, what can I do is you can just put in double quote, double quote, double quote at the start and double quote, double quote, double quote at the end. So right from here till here, everything will be considered as one comment. That's one way to do it. Or another is you can put single quote, single quote, single quote at the start and the end. That's also one way to do it. So so comments in Python, single line comment and multi-line comment. Are you all clear with the commenting part? Everyone, is that clear? Very nice. Superb. Great. Great. Shweta, please change your typing mode to everyone. I think you sent it personally by mistake. Great. Thank you, all of you. So that is the commenting part. So I'll be using it rigorously. Therefore, I explained it right now. In fact, at the start only I used it, but at that time, I think that was not the right time to explain. So there will be many things like that, which I'll explain you at the right time. So you don't worry about it. Things will become clear. So now the next thing which I want to talk about is the data types in Python. So what is a data type? Any variable is holding something like employee name was Dr. Darshan English. So it was put in double quotes. And employee ID was around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was there, not in double quotes. That is all because of data types. The first data type which I have is integer data type. And this is called as integer. And I'll give you an example of this. So a number like 10, -5, 0, 123, etc. are all examples of integer data type. Numbers where you don't see dot in between are integer data type. Floating are the ones where you will see a dot in between. So it can be a positive number, negative number, it can even be a zero. These are floating point. Well, obvious. And if you have to save your name, that is characters, you have a string data type. You can write hello in double quotes or in single quotes. In fact, even if a number you write in double quotes or single quotes gets considered as a string. There is one more special data type which is called as Boolean, which holds only two values. We will discuss it in 5 minutes from now. But remember, there are only two Boolean data types, true and false. There are only two Boolean data types, true and false. Then after that, you also have, and I think this is sufficient. So this is what you have. So I can say over here, oh yes, uh, unlike C, C++, yes, that's correct. You don't have to do that. Now, that's a good point you just said. So I want you to have a look over here, Amitoj. Oh, Amitoj. I've heard this name for the first time. Interesting. Everyone read this point. Python is a dynamic type language. That means the moment I say employee name is equal to in double quotes Dr. Darshan English, it will automatically understand that, okay, Dr. Darshan English, it's in double quotes, so it is a string. It is dynamically typed language. Unlike as you are saying in C, C++, we have to do that. So Python has simplified that game a lot. I hope that answers your question. Perfect. Then, now I say, let us look into exploration of this. So let's say, if I'm talking about a variable like units sold, if I say units sold equal to 1000, and if I print units sold, so obviously it is going to print 1000. I am this time not interested in the result. I am interested in printing the data type, and for checking the data type, we have the type function. Type function can be used to check the data type. So what I want to do, I want to print the data type of units sold. So print the type of unit sold, and you see it says it's of integer data type. In the same way, if I'm saying unit price is equal to 19.99, I'm printing unit price and the type of unit price. What should it print as the output? Just tell me in short, what should I get as the output? The last line number 16 would be float. Yes, that's perfect. I should get it as a float. We'll see it all together. I say customer name is equal to Rohit Sharma. Print customer name and type of customer name. What should be the output? Arey, wow, very nice. It should be string. Very good. I'm saying one more thing. Invoice approved is equal to true. So this time the output should be bull. Correct. Output must be bull. Superb. And if I say is sold is equal to false, the output should be where I went. Don't wait. Where? What is the mistake? Uh, the mistake is on line number 16. 16, 16, 16. Yes, I forgot. See, understand over here. That's again a good thing. I got that mistake. How to interpret the error? Whenever you get an error in Python, whenever you get an error, because you are likely to ask it at any point of time. So remember, whenever you get an error in Python, always scroll to the last line for understanding the details. Because sometimes the error come as big as this, and you will not understand everything. Always look into the last line. That gives the best understanding. Syntax error. It says the open bracket was never closed. Now, here we can see that it's talking about line number 16 and it is pointing over here. So it's saying that, hey, this opened over here, red, but you don't close it. No problem. Let me close it. I closed it here and I get the output. So that is done. So I want to, this is one of the very bad practice I have seen among the senior developer as well. So I want to mention the good practices for creating variable names. The first one is whenever you create a variable name, keep the variable names meaningful. Like, see, I was very much clear over here that units sold is equal to 1000. I could have, instead of units sold, I could have given the variable name as US. I got the output. US is equal to, but who knows what is US? Only you, because you gave that name. Always give names of the variables which are intuitive to understand for everyone. Next, always prefer to use the lowercase letters and the snake case. Snake case is, see how smartly I gave units sold is equal to this. I could have said instead of units sold, unit space sold is not allowed at all. The moment I do that on the first line only, it gives an error. Another way one can write it is units sold. This is also one way you can write it, but it's difficult to understand what is this. So better you separate it by an underscore, or some people also do it like this. This is called as camel case. So that you come to know that, okay, there is a change in word. Prefer underscore only, snake case. Remember that. What is question by Mansoor? Type of unit sold is integer and type of unit sold is int. I didn't see that. I didn't even notice that. Type of unit sold is class int and type of unit sold is int. Where do you see that? Where do you see that? I didn't see that. In the class int, class int, class float, class float. And I don't know, I mean, I don't see that, but maybe you might have seen it. Of course, that's why you tried it at my place. Okay, no problem. Uh, that does not matter at all. Okay. So maybe the IDE is displaying in a different way. So see, it's very simple. How should I tell you? IDEs are developed by different development teams. So although the Python language remains the same, but the way the output is displayed, they have controlled it. So even if it is coming as a class integer or as integer, it does not matter. Ultimately, the concept remains the same. So I think you need not overthink about it. It is the same. Okay, just keep that in mind. So now this was the next one. Then there are some keywords. Keywords in the sense, should you give the variable name as print? No, I mean, don't create a variable as print is equal to 99. No, print is already a function, right? So don't put all such things. That's confusing. Avoid consistent naming conventions throughout. Use single align items, right? So if it is an item, use item. If there are more than one items, use items. Anyone who joins the organization once you leave should be able to understand the program. Okay. Avoid special characters. So don't use at the rate and all, only underscore, and use the descriptive name. Okay. All of these things we already discussed. Avoid using numbers at the beginning. Please don't start with 5 units sold. Doesn't look good. Enough. Then after that, now that we understand these all things, the next is I want to get into the print function again, because we didn't study the print function at all and the Boolean data types as well. So understand this. I'm writing a very basic program to perform addition of two numbers. So let's say A is equal to 10. See how I have written A space equal to space 10. Or you can also say it like this. Here, if you see, we have spaces in between. That will not give an error. These are called as white spaces. Python automatically ignores them. So it's better that you put that for readability. C is equal to A plus B. And the first way of printing is you say print A and you get the output. Great. You say print A and you get the output. Okay. So internally, what happened? Internally, a variable A is created, variable B is created, and C is also created. A is 10, B is 20, C is A plus B. That is A plus B, which is 30. When I say print C, I am getting the output, right? Python is indented, so spaces before and after equal to does not impact. No, it does not impact. Indentation comes specifically in the what do you call conditional statements and loops. Here, these are just spaces, or we can call it as white spaces. So indentation is applicable in the loops and conditional statements. Here you need not worry about it. And if it would have mattered, Shanu, if it would have mattered, then obviously you would have got an error over here. But here, this is not a case of indentation. Okay, let's go ahead. Now, you know what? I'm not happy with the way this output is getting printed. Print C, output is 30. No doubt it is correct. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I want the output to be something like this. The addition of 10 and 20 is 30. Now, if you see carefully, this part, and this part, right? These are the contents which I wanted to be printed as it is, whereas here, 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 whatever is the value inside the variable should be replaced. So if the value is 100, 100 should come here. If the value over here is 35, 35 should come here. And here, whatever is the value in C, which is going to be the addition of the previous two, should come in over here. So I'm going to show you one more way of printing. I'm going to show you total 5 ways of printing. You can choose which one to use. Okay, 5 ways of printing. Now pay attention. You need to understand each of the 5 ways. So I say, way 1 is all we know. Way 2. I can say print. You remember the rule, whatever you print in double quotes gets printed as it is. So I say the addition of. So I'm able to reach till here. Further ahead of this, what I want? Further ahead of this, I want the value inside the variable A to be printed after this. I want the value inside the variable A to be printed. For doing this, can I say that I want to join, I want to concatenate the value inside variable A ahead of this? And the way you do that is where my cursor is blinking right now. You have to put a comma and type A. So I'm saying that to the content, the addition of, please concatenate the value inside variable A. So I'm getting it till here. Further to this, I want to concatenate and as it is, so that will come in double quotes, comma, and. You see this? And this is how we keep on going ahead. Further, I would say, comma, B. You see this? Further, I say is C. So now the advantage is here, if I go and change A as 101, you see it perfectly does that. But I'll keep it back as that same. So this is the second way of printing. Now you might see that, I don't know whether you visualize it as a drawback or what, but after saying the addition of, it has to print A, and I never asked it to put a space. I wanted a space and it included that automatically after that. You cannot get rid of this, but that's good also. You cannot get rid of this, but you are just using the comma to keep on concatenating it. Right. I think that's exactly what pointed by Sudeep, right? So you need not give that. However, if you want to have a control over that, as I told you, I'm going to show you 5 different ways. This is one of the way. Are you all clear with this? This formatting structure, everyone is clear? Please confirm. Second way. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you very much. So then I will like to go into the third way of doing it. And I call it as the way where we use format function. If you recollect from the start, we did use the print function. Oops, sorry. From the start, if you recollect, the first function that we studied was print. The next function that we studied was type. And the third function is what we are studying right now. That's the format, right? So format is like very simple. What I want, I say, uh, I prefer to call it as the fill in the blanks approach. Remember, I'm calling it as the fill in the blanks approach. Basically, I'm saying that the addition of something or something will come. I don't know what. The addition of something and something is something. See how I write it. Print, and I say double quotes, the addition of something and something is something. I say the addition of something and something is something. So you cannot put anything in place of this something. The brace brackets only. Can you put a round brackets? No. Can you put a underline just like fill in the blanks? No. For Python syntax is brace brackets. So now what I want is I want this brace bracket first position, second position, and third position to be filled by the respective values of A, B, and C. How do I get it? I said you have to use the format function. The way you use it over here is here. You put a dot because on this you want to apply and then you say format. What do you want in the first fill in the blank position and second and third? You want the values inside variable A, B, and C. Just say A, comma, B, comma, C, and you are done. See? I just said dot format ABC. You have to supply it in the right order. That's very important. If you do not supply in the right order, let's say if you supply over here B, comma, C, comma, A, that's your blunder. You are saying addition of 20 and 30 is 10. Syntactically, the code is correct. So I say that here in this case, there is no syntax error, but the wrong output, and this is called as a logic error, or we can say logical error. Obviously, you should not do that, but this is a logical error. This is what you need to follow. Straightforward. Are you all clear with this? So this is an error because of the programmer. Programmer's mistake, na? इतना common sense तो चाहिए ना? You should have that common sense, right? So Python doesn't understand what it is doing. It will simply do whatever is instructed. So you instruct it to print BCI, it says syntactically it's correct. I can do that. It does that. It cannot populate that logic. You have to take care of that. Are you all clear with the third way? Very easy, right? No need to put in this comma, double bracket, comma, double bracket. This is very easy. Fill in the blank approach. Life is sorted. Right, no? Yes. What if I want to write rupees 10? No. Don't give me inputs like that. Tell me what you want to type. Just like I have said over here, the addition of this and this is this. You tell me exactly, Ruchi, what you want to type so that there is no mismatch. And meanwhile, I'm going ahead. The last one is the easiest one. I call it as the F string approach. So the last one also says that Darshan, see over here. Yes, I'll come to you, Ruchi, once I complete this. I have noted that. Print. See over here. If you observe, the format string and the f string approach are almost similar. What it says that the addition of fill in the blank and fill in the blank is fill in the blank. You want to fill these values. It says that Darshan, you don't like using that dot format. No problem. You can do one more thing. You can just before this, where the cursor is blinking, please print F. What the advantage of that is, now the values of the fill in the blank which I used to supply at the end, I can write it here only. A, B, C. Life is awesome. Best way to print. This is the best way to print. Very easy and very convenient. Put a F before what you want and put in the right values variable here, and you are going to have it. Easiest way. Are you all clear with this? Easiest way. Very good. So now Ruchi has asked us to print this, right? So that's a question which she has. She wants this as the output. Rupees 10 and rupees 20 using this. No problem. I'll just copy this. And she wants RS now. So I know that if I don't put anything, it is doing this 1020. What she wants is RS before that. Just go and type RS. Just go and type RS before this. And you are done, Ruchi. Because RS has to be printed as it is. Is that clear? Perfect. You will get a scroll bar automatically, Mansoor, in that case. You need not uh, do that. Then how is the f string notation defined? I mean, it's a function. No, it's not a function. It's just called as a format string notation, which is an alternative for the format function. That's it. So internally, it understands that this string is a formatted string, and it will automatically replace the values of the variables if they exist. Isn't there a currency type of data? And no, it's not there. But you can install third-party libraries to get that thing in place. Perfect. I wanted to talk about something else also. I cannot think of it right now, but I wanted to talk something else. I completely lost it. But anyways, let us look at one example. So, let me say no. I think that's sufficient. Uh, Write a program to create a calculator using Python. The calculator should provide the following operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So I'll tell you, for addition, you will use plus. For subtraction, you will use minus, multiplication, and division. And after that, uh, the sample output after running the program should be something like this. The addition of 10 and 20 is this. This is exactly how I want the output to be. No compromise in the output. There you go. I want the output to be like this. I want you to create a code and share it with me. Acha, I want to tell you one more thing before you do that. I want to tell you one more thing. Let's say one shortcut. I can have a variable A as 10, variable B as 20, and I can directly say print the addition of A and B is A plus B. This is also allowed. So I'm not performing C is equal to A plus B. I'm doing that here itself. Earlier I used to print C, I am doing it here itself. This logic can be helpful for you while designing the calculator. Input function is a built-in method in Python that allows you to take input or receive input from the user. So basically, this program pauses the program execution and waits for the user to type in some data, and that data is returned as a string. That data is written as a string, and the syntax is pretty straightforward. Input and prompt. Prompt will be nothing but an optional string that the user can enter. I'll give you an example. Let's say, as an example, I can say name is equal to input. And I say hello followed by whatever is the name. And I will also print the type of name. So the moment I do this, you see over here, name is equal to input. And the moment I run this, my program is currently running this cell and it is expecting an input. In your Google Colab, it will expect an input here in the box. But in VS Code, it expects it here. I don't like this UI. This is better. It should come ideally here only. But in VS Code, it shows it over here. But we will have to go ahead with whatever we have in this ID. So that's one thing which I don't like about this ID, but not a big drawback as such. So I am going ahead and I say, what is the input? So let's say I want to give the input as Darshan. So as you can see all, I typed over here Darshan. And once my input is typed, I press enter. So it goes to line number 10 after that, prints hello Darshan, and then prints the type of the name. I asked you all to put a hi when it was 11:29 a.m. Please do not put irrelevant messages after 4 minutes of my conversation. Right? You are disturbing the class, disturbing me also because the chat box is opening again and again. And I thought some question is coming. So do not put any message. That question was asked long time back. Okay. So, hello. And the data type of Darshan is string. Okay, that's good. I do it once again. If I'm entering a number like 100, the data type should be integer. It's again a string. Input function always accepts it and stores it as a string only. If I am entering a float value like 12.234, again a string. If I enter a Boolean value like true, it is again a string. So now I want to make you understand a concept which is called as typecasting, where after that I will come on to the input. So what is typecasting? Typecasting is the process of forcefully converting one data type to another. Typecasting is the process of converting one data type to another. Because right now I have the input in the form of a string. If I have to do the addition, I won't be able to do it. It is of two types. The first one is implicit typecasting and the second one is explicit typecasting. Let us get started with the implicit typecasting, which is super simple. If I say A is equal to 10, then obviously, if I'm printing the type of A, it will be integer. If I say B is equal to 20.5, the type of B would be float. But the thing is, when I say C is equal to A plus B, what happens is 10 plus 20.5, which cannot happen. Integer and float cannot be added because it's different data types. So it converts 10 as 10.0 and keeps 20.5 as 20.5 and makes it as 30.5. And hence, when you print C, output is 30.5 and the type of C is also float. So what happened is the number 10, which was an integer, was promoted from integer to become a float. So it implicitly, automatically, without even me saying, it upgraded the data type from integer to float. And that's what you see in this code as well. However, you can also do something which is called as explicit typecasting. Now, for explicit typecasting, all the data types also exist as a function. So, if I say a is equal to 10 and type of a, it is integer. If I want to convert a to float, I can use the float as a function also. Till this time, float was a class. I say print float of a. When I print a, it is 10. When I type of a, have a look at it, let's discuss it. A is 10. Type of a is integer. A is 10. Type of a is integer. And converting a to float, it becomes 10.0 because you asked it to be converted to a float. In the same way, if I quickly take few more examples of explicit typecasting, if I say print float of 10, you see 10 gets converted as 10.0. Then if I say, Shanu, I have a suggestion for you for a long-term solution. Till the time the topic is not over, do not ask any questions because it is highly likely that your question by default gets answered. So the time that you're investing in typing, you can focus on understanding. Okay. So basically, I don't want a session to be converted into a Q&A session. You should allow the instructor time to teach. And after that, if I miss out something, definitely ask in questions. Right? So curiosity is good, no doubt about that. But once the topic is over. Okay. So I was saying print float of a is making it 10.0. If I say int of 10.5, now obviously how can a float value be converted to an integer? So it is just not possible. It will truncate the after dot part. If I say string of 10 str, it will become 10 with a single quotes around. However, that will not appear anywhere, but it will be a string. And if I say str of 10.5 also, that will also happen. You can see. Now, what happened is when I said that 10, which is integer, has to be converted to a float, it became 10.0. You can consider if integer data type requires this much space, float data type requires this much space. So float is bigger. Of course, it has to save the after dot part as well. So when you try to have a number like 10.53 converted into an integer, how can a bigger data type get converted into a smaller data type? And hence it truncates the after dot part and saves it like this. So precedence wise, integer has lesser precedence as compared to float, which further has lesser precedence as compared to string. That is the reason when I say str of this, it keeps the thing as it is. Now, we don't need all of this. We just need to understand that if required, typecasting can be done. All right. So we understand that int, float, bool, str, all of this data types can also be used as a function. All of these data types can be also used as a function. So what am I going to do is, in my addition program, I will like to accept the number from the user. So I say number one is equal to input. Number two is equal to input. And then I say result is equal to number one plus number two. And then I am printing using the F string syntax, the addition of number one and number two is this. Now, when I give over here the number as 10 and 20, what happened? When you gave 10 over here, it got accepted like a string. When you gave 20 over here, it got accepted like a string. And this is the place where 10 plus 20 happened. And that is what you see. The operation which happened was the concatenation operation. So the plus operator behaved as concatenation, and hence you got the output as 1020. Now, if you want to avoid it, you will have to do the typecasting. So how do I do that is I say int input. Done. So what is happening right now is anytime you have a function inside a function, what happens? You need to understand. Pay attention. When you have a function inside a function, like you can see over here, int function is surrounding the input. Whenever functions happen one inside another, this is always executed in the order inner to outer. This is always executed in the order inner function to the outer function. It is always executed in the order inner to outer. So what will happen now is first input function will get executed. So if I give 10, it is accepted like this. And this 10 is given to the int function. And that makes it like this. Same happens with 20, and because of that, you get the output as 10 plus 20, which is 30. One last thing is you can also supply in a message. Enter first number, second number. Now, if you see in over here, look over here, it's asking for a message. Enter the first number. Whatever I had typed over here, it's asking over here. So I say 10. And then it's asking enter the second number. This is coming from here. So I'm coming over here and entering 200. So after accepting, it gets converted into integer and we get the output. That is the input function. So I'll do one thing. Now I will ask for quantity and price and calculate the total cost. So quantity is going to be an integer. So I say int of input, enter the quantity. Price will be float and I say enter the price, and then quantity into price is total. So I say total cost is quantity into price, and then I will just print that the total cost is this. So I'm entering the quantity as 3 and the price as 299.5. And that's what you see. I put over here 3. I put over here 299.5 in case whenever you execute it, you have it as a backup. And this completes the topic of input function and typecasting. And at this point of time, you have a question. Yes, I am there to answer it. Next, we get into operate. So operators. Operators are the symbol in Python that perform operations on variables or values. The first operator, which I want to talk about, is the arithmetic operators used to perform mathematical operations. What are they? Plus is for addition. And as an example, I would say 9 plus 2 is equal to 11. Minus is for subtraction. Multiplication is star. Division is divide. You have floor division as well. And floor division is going to do something like this. You know what it is? When I say 9 upon 2, 4.5. But I also know that I can do it 2 into 4 is 8. The remainder is 1. So in this scenario, this is called as a quotient and this is called as a remainder. So if you want a quotient, you use the floor division operator. If you want a remainder, you use the modulo operator. If you want a basic division, use the divide operator. The star star is if I want 2 raised to 3, I will write as 2 star star 3. If I want 9 raised to 2, I'll write it as 9 star star 2. If I want 10 raised to 5, that's how you will write it. That is called as exponentiation operator. So I will say print 9 plus 2 minus 2 multiplied by 2 divide and modulo and exponentiation. And you can see the results. And it's very basic also, right? What you have to remember is division, floor division, and the modulus. These are the only important for now because others we know. The second one is the uh, assignment operators. So equal to, we have been already using it. A is equal to 10, number 1 is equal to this. But you have some other operators like this also. What are these? Let's try to understand. See, when I say A is equal to 10, over here, equal to is called as the assignment operator. When I say B is equal to 20, equal to is called as the assignment operator. Now, there are two things that I can do. First, I'm saying print A and print B. So that means A is 10 and B is 20. Now I say A is equal to A plus 5. What happens? That A will be is equal to current is 10, 10 plus 5, which is 15. And that will be the output. You can check it. A is 15. Now what am I doing? I want to talk about this plus equal to operator. You know what is plus equal to operator? A is equal to A plus 5 can also be written as A plus equal to 5. A is equal to A multiplied by 2 can also be written as A multiply equal to 2. That's exactly what these operators are. So if I want to find out A square, I will say A is equal to A star star 2 or I say A star star is equal to 2. So if B is 20 and I wish to add 5 to B, I can say b plus equal to 5 and that will become 25. Did you do 3 plus 2? Yes, everyone is correct. It has to be 9, right? Yes, it has to be 9 because you are saying square it. Yes, that's correct. It has to be 9. Very nice. And it is 9. So that operator is clear. The third one is the comparison operator. Very easy. The first one is greater than. So if I say 10 greater than 5, the output will be Boolean. 10 greater than 5, true. 10 less than 5 would be false. Greater than equal to, is 10 greater than equal to 5? True. Is 10 less than equal to 5? False. Is 10 equal to 5? Basically, I'm saying that is the value of 10 same as 5? Now, this is important for everyone to understand. I'll explain you. Pay attention. A is 10, B is 5. I'm saying, is 10 greater than 5? 10 greater than 5? True. True. Is 10 less than 5? 10 less than 5? No. False. Is 10 greater than equal to 5? Yes. True. Is 10 less than equal to 5? False. This is where you have to pay attention. Here, when I say 10 equal to 5, there is a difference, right? When you say A is equal to 5, you are putting the value of 5 into A. So something like that happens. This is called as an assignment operator. You are storing the value of the right-hand side into A. But here, when you say equal to, instead of a single equal to, if you use two equal to, this is a comparison operator where I'm saying that, hey, on the LHS, I have this. On the RHS, I have this. Are they same? No, right? Yes. And that's what it said as false. And then I say, is 10 not equal to, this is not equal to, is 10 not equal to 5? It's true. If I say, what should be the output of this code? Last line number 18. Very nice. So we understand that the output which we are getting is coming out as a Boolean output. We have studied this in school. All of us have studied this in school. When you have X and Y and you are doing and, only true and true gives true, true and false is false, false and true is false, false and false is false. And OR operator is like only false and false will give you false. If you have a true anywhere, true and true, true or true is true, true or false is true, false or true is true. So both of these operators are binary in nature because they need two variables. But not operator is unary in nature. They only need X. So what is it doing? Complementing. True will become false. True will become false. False will become true. False will become true. So I can consider over here maybe a program like I'm considering, let's say, criteria for approval. So number one, I'm saying there is a parameter which is called as has good credit. Let's say that's true. Then I say has any kind of pending loan. That's false. So my idea is I am going to approve if the credit is good and has no pending loan. So I say is approved will be has good credit and not of has pending loan, and then I'm printing that. So I can actually say loan approved and I print that true or false, analyze it. So what are we doing basically is has good credit is true and not of has pending loan is false. This is like true and true. True and true is true. And the output is true. The last operator is the membership operator. Now, there are two membership operators, in and not in. I'll explain you how it works. So let's say if I am having a string like Darshan, I say print D in S. What according to you should be the output? Is D available in Darshan? Is D available in Darshan? Yes, I can see there is a D available in Darshan. So the output will be coming out as a Boolean value, either as false or as true. What should be the output? False. False. No, I can clearly see D is available. D is available. See, the developers have started coming out. Yes, they are correct. Answer is going to be false because Python is case sensitive. So if you say small d, it will say false, but for capital D, it will say true. So that's a membership operator and Python is case sensitive. I can also say whether SHAN is there in Darshan and it should say true. And SHAN is not in Darshan, it should say false. So we conclude that Python is a case sensitive language and hence small d and capital D are not the same. Okay. Now, before I go ahead to other operators, I remember one or two of you were talking about memory part. So I want to tell you that when I say A is equal to 100 and B is also equal to 100. So I want to talk about the address of the variable A. If you want to print where is variable A saved in my RAM, I can use the ID function and that's the address where it is there in my RAM. Addresses are unique. Similarly, I'll print the address of B. So ideally, I have said A is equal to 100 and B is equal to 150. So A and B are created 100, 150. Address of A is entire thing. I'll just write 448. Address of B is this entire thing. I'll just write 048. Addresses are always unique. That means at your address, no one else can stay. Unique to you. Okay. So the thing is, if I say A is equal to, or let's say X is equal to 50, Y also equal to 50. So obviously, both of them will be having scenario something like this. X is created, Y is created. Both of them are saving 50. And I can confirm that they should have different addresses. Are they having different addresses? Are X and Y having different addresses as expected? No, no, right? That is what I want to talk about. Python talks about the memory optimization. Internally, Python says Darshan wants to save the same number. So why should I save it as different memory locations? Let me create. I already created from line number 1 x is equal to 50. On line number 2, he is again planning to save 50. So he says that just like x is pointing to this object, let y also point to this object. I don't come to know that. Python internally does the same thing. And nothing wrong. But if I say y will be is equal to the current value of y added with 2. So that means I want to make the value of y as 52. I cannot change this value because x is not getting changed. Only y has to be changed. So now it will create 52. Y will start pointing to this and x will remain pointing to this. So when I print over here the address of x, you can see over here the address of x was this and is this only. But the address of y was same as x, but now the address of y has changed. That's the optimization part which I was talking about. N precision, it can be 50.0000000 and another also can be like that. And to preserve that precision, maybe this is not happening that way. If I say P is equal to Darshan and I say Q is equal to Darshan, then the addresses would be same. In float, they are not same because after 0, it can go on to any precision. And that is the reason Python does not keep it as same. That is the only reason behind it. Else, there is no good reason. And fingers cross, friends. Do you ever in your life need it? No. You will need it only when you have to do the memory optimization. Else, you will never ever require it. This was just an additional thing, but we are investing a lot of time. This is not even there in our table of content. It was extra, which I taught you, right? So don't worry about these all things. Not very important. Python handles all these things in a very nice way in the backend. Okay, I got some input. Long numbers are not cached in Python, and hence it is happening. Great. In float, it is not guaranteed that Python. That's the kind of participation I expect in the chat box. It is okay if you're Googling and sending it, but it has to be short and precise answers. I don't want something which is directly copy pasted from Google, right? Short and precise answer which anyone will understand, like these answers which I see in the chat box. Perfect. Great. After rounding off, maybe the IDs are same. Let us check out that also. That's a good one. See, once you round off, the values are same. But if you don't round off, the values are different. Great. We did years I actually came across. I never tried this example, but that was quite understood. It does not make any difference as well. In this case also, it will be different. Cool. That's again a good example suggested by Nitin. If one is 10.0 and another is b is equal to a, addresses are same because exact precision of 10.0, whatever is the number, is copied to b. Whereas if you write 10.0 in both the cases, that doesn't turn out to be this perfect. All the use cases tried out. That's also a good way of initializing sent by Rama. Now enough, huh? Enough. We have to close this topic. I have to go into important things. No one is ever going to ask you about this, but okay. I'll just get rid of this. Yeah. Why is it looking like this? Very odd. The way of initialization. X is equal to Y is equal to 50 and addresses are same. Hmm. Okay, lot of things done around this. Let me ask you, everything clear? Can I move on to the next topic? No, wait. Before that, I want to talk about one more topic in the operators part only. The fourth one, fifth one is the membership operator. And here, sixth one is the identity operator, is and is not. So when I say A is equal to 10, B is equal to 10, A is B, A is not B. What is operator? Is operator is checking whether the addresses are same. In this case, is the address of A and address of B same? Of course, yes. So it will say true. Is the address of A not as address of B? It will say false because they are the same. So basically, is and is not are directly comparing. Earlier, ID was printing the addresses. If you don't want to print the addresses, you want this comparison to happen automatically, you use the operator is or is not. That will directly tell you. Are you clear with this last operator called as identity operator? Everyone? Conditional statements. So what are exactly conditional statements? These are the statements which are executed with the help of if and but. If this condition is true, do this. Else if this condition is true, do this. Else if this condition is true, do this. Like for an example, there are three types of conditional statements. I'm going to write it over here only. The first is if, then if else. If, else if, else. So let's understand it. Number one, I say, listen to this very carefully. It's important that you follow my pointer. If the weather is sunny, I am planning to go for a movie. If it is not sunny, I don't wish to tell you, it's my personal life. So if it is sunny, I'll go for a movie. If not, I don't want to tell you, so nothing will happen. As of now, just understand this. One more, I want to say one more example over here. And I say, if it is sunny, I wish to go for a movie and I will also have popcorn. But if it is not sunny, I am planning to stay at home and sleep. That's another thought process. So this time I'm giving you both the options. If it is sunny, I'll do this. And if it is not sunny, say it be windy, rainy, or anything, I will sit at home and sleep. Third scenario, I'll come back to this again. Third scenario is I say over here that if it is sunny, I am planning to go for a movie. Else, if it is windy, I am planning to go and play football with my friends and then have a Coke. Else, if it is rainy, I am planning to go for a long drive with my wife and have chilled beer. Else, I am planning to sit at home. So this is quite obvious. You are understanding what is my thought process. You are understanding what is my thought process. I will take one more example. I say, if it is sunny, I am going to have a shower. Then I am planning to dress up. And then I am having another thing to be checked in my mind. I am going to check the today's temperature. If today's temperature is less than 40 degrees Celsius, then I am going to turn on the fan of the room and I am planning to watch a movie on Netflix. However, if the temperature is greater than this, I plan to turn on the AC of the room and watch a web series on Amazon Prime. And I also wish to have popcorn, Coke, else I will be planning to visit my friend home and play video game over there. Now let's try to understand this. The most important thing, explanation part, I'm starting now. So the first thing that you need to remember in this is all these statements are executed top to bottom only. I'll explain you what I mean by that, but let me write down these two important pointers. And the next is, if any block gets executed, the rest all are skipped. So there are total 4 examples as of now onto the screen. Right, so as of now, I can see there are 4 examples onto the screen. So for now, I'll just share the screenshot and then I'll explain you what I mean by each of this. Now, starting with this. The first example, you will go from top to bottom. That means I'll follow this order. I see. If it is sunny, imagine this condition is true. Then I'm going to go for a movie. Very nice. If it is not sunny, then I will not do this. What will I do? That's mentioned nowhere, but definitely I will not do this. Consider the other scenario. I say, if it is sunny, I will go for a movie and I will have popcorn. And this part would be skipped. Obviously, I said, if any block gets executed, rest all are skipped. So obviously, if this is getting executed, rest all are skipped. Okay. Consider the weather is not sunny, which means this is out. But I will execute this. I'll sit at home and sleep. You can see any one of the block gets executed, whichever is getting satisfied. Then, in the same way, let us look into next example. If it is sunny, then I go for a movie. And because I'm going for a movie, This part is skipped. This part is skipped. This part is skipped. Because whatever is first satisfied, that's get executed. If it is not sunny, this is out. If it is windy, I go to the football and as I go to play football and I have Coke, and obviously this is skipped and this is skipped because any one of the block gets executed, rest all are skipped. And everything is executed top to bottom. Na? Yeah, that's exactly how it went. If it is not sunny, this is out. If it's not windy, football and Coke out. If it is rainy, Darshan is going to go for a long drive and have beer, and this is out. Understand the movement of the code. After that, code becomes really simple. Next, I say, if it's not sunny, this is out. If it's not windy, this is out. If it's not rainy as well, this is out. I'll stay at home. So it's going from top to down. Yes, top to bottom. If any one of the block gets executed, rest all are skipped. Yes, this got executed. Consider over here. If it is not sunny, then right from here, everything is out and I do this. Are you clear till this part? Whatever I have explained so far, are you able to understand the movement of the code? Because your Python code is going to look very similar. You are understanding the concept right now. We'll take that later, Aditya. Uh, can you have multiple ellipses? You already have it now. Two are there. What are you doing? Do you note over here we have two ellipses? So there, yes, right, cool. Now, continuing with this, pay attention once again. If it is sunny, do you all agree that this will be skipped? Are you with me? Do you all agree that if it is sunny, the else part is out? No question of executing that, right? Now the problem comes in the if part. What all things will I do when it is sunny? Whatever things fall in the pink margin, whatever things fall in the pink margin, I will do if it is sunny. So I will have a shower. Yes. I will dress up. Yes. Now here is the tricky part. Let's skip that for the moment. Popcorn and Coke also I will have. But whether I will execute this or this, that depends on the condition. So if it is sunny, I have a shower, I dress up and I check the temperature. Imagine the temperature today to be 28 degrees Celsius. Because 28 is less than 40, this condition is satisfied, which means this will be executed. So can I say that this part would be skipped and whatever things are ticked are executed? Whatever things are ticked are executed. This is a condition inside a condition. Let's look at another thing. Let's say it is sunny. So this is out. I'm going to have shower. I'm going to dress up and then I check the temperature. Today temperature is 42 degrees Celsius. So this condition is false, which means this part associated with this condition is out and I turn on the AC and watch web series. Now, this part has no relation with this if else. This part is related to this upper if. So these two conditions will be triggered if it is sunny, and of course they will be. So the ticked part executes. What do we see? We see over here that there is a condition inside a condition. That's precisely the thing to be noted over here. It's still not over. You got to stay connected with me with patience. So I say one last scenario. I say if phi is greater than 2, 100 is greater than 7. So this condition is true. This is also true. True and true will give the output as true. That means both these conditions are satisfied. First time I am having if with two conditions. Imagine if it is sunny, and rainy at the same time. If it is sunny and rainy at the same time, what will happen? I can say, watch the rainbow in the sky. So the last example is about if having multiple conditions, just like here you have and there can be or also. I just want to tell you that this is possible. So what is the thing that you need to understand over here? The last thing that you need to understand over here is the indentation part. If you see, this blue margin is the outer margin and pink margin is the inner margin. Everywhere consistently, I have followed the flow. See here also, blue margin and inner margin is the pink margin. Blue margin, inner margin is the pink margin. Further inner margin. So this gap is called as indent, 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 indent. This is also indent, this is also indent. This is double indent, 1 and 2. You know, indent basically is 4 spaces by default. Don't ask any questions. Just listen to me. Indent is 4 spaces by default. Okay, I'll come to you, Alka. Hold on. Indent is 4 spaces by default. So let us look at the syntax. So the syntax, I'm writing in white ink. The syntax is something like this. If the condition is true, do this. That's the syntax of if. One or more do this. Here the syntax is, if condition 1 is true, do this. Else if condition 2 is true, do this. Else do this. So there can be one or more conditions possible. Coming on to your case, Alka. If 5 is greater than 2, true. 5 greater than 2, na? True. Is 100 greater than 7? Yes. If both the conditions are satisfied, I execute this. So I will print in this case C rainbow, just a dummy statement. And if this any one of this condition would have been false, then the overall thing is false. So I would have print in that case hi. So basically the last example is just to show you that there can be multiple. Yes, there can be multiple if conditions or multiple else conditions or multiple elif conditions. Are you able to understand that? Very good. Now, everyone, could you please confirm, are you clear with the syntax? Hmm? Very good. Now, what am I going to do? We are short of time. I am going to give you one example of each. I am going to give you one example of each. Detailed, we will do it in the next class. One very basic, simple example so that you are clear with it. So I start with the if syntax. It says, if condition is true, do this, do this. So now see over here. I say x is equal to 100. If x is greater than 50, and after this, pay attention, and now you pay attention. If x is greater than 50, if I don't put that colon, which I was putting in the images as well, if I don't put that colon and I press an enter, I am just after or just below I. But if I put a colon over here, and after putting a colon, I'm pressing an enter, I am not below I. I am automatically in the indent. Did you all understand this very important thing which happened automatically? With a colon, you automatically shift inside. With a colon, you automatically shift inside. And that is very, 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 very important. Syntax. Syntax. If condition colon, and then you automatically get that indent. So I say print x is greater than 50. Now, you know what will happen with this? Because the number is 100, it says that, okay, 100 greater than 50 condition satisfied, and I say that x is greater than 50. But if I put a number as -100, it will check, is -100 greater than 50? No, no output. Because this condition became false, it didn't get an entry into the if statement. So we say no output. I can add a else over here. Else x is not greater than 50. Now you get the output. It's -100. You check, is -100 greater than 50? No. So condition is false. So by default, you go and execute this. That's what you see. Or you can further add more conditions. Else if is the number x equal to 0. Then we say x is equal to 0, else x is less than 50. Now see how it flows. X is -100, done. Is -100 greater than 50? No. So this is out. Is -100 equal to 0? No. So this is out. Else, print this. On the other hand, if I am giving this as 0, is 0 greater than 50? No. Out. Is 0 equal to 0? Yes. Print this. And because this is printed, this is out. Are you clear with the syntactical part? Now look at the problems. Look at the issues. And I'll take one last minute of your precious time. If you see this margin, right? That's the outer margin. And this is the inner margin, right? That's the inner margin. If I play around with the margins, let's say I am taking this print little here, it will give an error. Huh? It ran. It actually gives an error. It is not allowed. I am very surprised why it ran, but it gives an error for sure. Ooh, it gives an error for sure, but it ran. That's a different part of the story. Just a surprise to me. It cannot work, but anyways, it has to follow this margin. It will not work. It's running for what reason? I don't know. I'm 100% sure it should not work. Yes, exactly as Manu said, could be a new feature, but not recommended because this could be a feature in VS Code. Maybe it doesn't run in Google Colab. We don't know. Let's say I'm trying it out in Google Colab. I have this notebook ready with me. So right now it is in the indent, all perfect. So it should say x is equal to 0. It's okay. It said x equal to 0. If I'm not having this indent, or it's working, and see now, it says this. Now it works. So maybe, this indentation is supported. But let's say if I put a space here, moral of the story is you strictly follow an image. the margins. That's something which is very, very important in all the scenarios, right? You follow my margins. Are you clear with this? You will follow the margins which are suggested by me. Do not go with anything else as your approach. You also have a complex data type. So if you have a number, see, we all know, for example, or let's say, we all know what is a complex number, a number which can be represented in the form of a real part and an imaginary part. School days, you have studied it, right? So A and B are nothing but the real numbers, and I is the imaginary number. Now, I'm not getting into any of this, but in Python, if you want to replace it, you have to replace it like this. So if I say that Z is a number, I will represent it like this. Z is equal to this. And I can actually show you uh, the real and the imaginary part, conjugate part, and I can also check the data type. So using the type function. So if you observe over here, now nothing is important. All of this, nothing is important. At least I never felt a need for it, but just it is of the form a plus bj. You cannot use I, it's not allowed. 3 plus 4j only. So when I say print head, you get it printed. Data type of it, complex. You never require it. Never require it. Okay. So, in fact, you will see till the end of your course, you will never be using it. It's not required. I mean, unless and until you're doing some mathematical stuff, maybe it's not required. Z dot real, it will give the real part of the number. It will put it as float only. Yeah? Imaginary will be giving the imaginary part, and conjugate part is this. Conjugate is opposite, no? Plus will become minus. Imaginary part becomes opposite. That's it. We don't need it. Not getting into anything. Okay. Can you say it's why not it is I? I will give you address of Mr. Guido van Rossum. He invented Python. He can only answer that because I did not invent the language. So he is the only person who can answer why he didn't program it. But what I understand is, to avoid confusion, he has given a standard format, and I think we can accept it. Nothing great, no? What is the problem? Let's say if I say this is how it is defined, what is the problem in us in saying that it is not acceptable like this? So I'm taking a variable like this. You see, it gives an error. I don't know. In fact, even if you give J4, it doesn't allow. So not allowed is not allowed. As simple as that. Okay, that's the only explanation I can give to that, because more than this, I don't have any control over this. Clear, Alka? So some things are not in our control, right? We are just developers. Okay, so Sandeep, I just said a couple of minutes ago, no need to get into that. When I say it's not required, it's not required. As simple as that, right? That is a tendency in human. Something which is not required, we will purposely get into that only. But it will kill the time of the session. So, at least in my experience of 15 years, be it in real time or be it in the academic industry or be it in the teaching, I never felt a need for it. And considering the level of experience which I have, I'm pretty sure by the time you get into any project, at least for 15 years, you won't require it. After that, I think anyone can learn it by itself. But there is nothing great over here. Input function accepts it and saves it in the string, and therefore you have to typecast it. So we understood typecasting is done with the help of functions, float, int, and you cannot typecast anything to integer. Then because input function accepts it as an integer, we typecast it. That was one thing. Round function, additional thing, right, to accept it. Then operators. This is division. Doing 9 upon 2 as, sorry, this one, division, 9 upon 2 as 4.5, 9 slash 2 as 4, which is quotient, and 9 mod 2 is remainder. This is exponentiation. Arithmetic operators, that's okay. Comparison operators, for comparing LHS equal to RHS, you use double equal to. And then we have logical operators and or not, and membership operators in and not in. And then you have the, that's okay, yeah, ID to get the address. Then we started with the conditional statements, and that's exactly what we have to get into details. We did get into the topic of conditional statements, and now I'll be getting into the details of it. So here, this was the topic. The first conditional statement that we have was the if statement. And the first thing we look into is the syntax, which says that if the condition, and then you have to give that colon. If you don't give that colon, I told you it comes exactly below if. So if that condition is true, now you, when press enter, I say do this and do this. That was the basic way you can define it. By default, indentation is 4 spaces, and all of you, although we saw surprisingly Python supported it, you will follow that standard way. One more thing from the yesterday's class. There were 1 or 2 of you whose feedback was very bad because they didn't understand anything. Uh, Fingers crossed, but I'll be very honest with you. If you are not understanding this simple level of explanation, I'm not talking about Python being simple or difficult. If you don't understand this simplest part of explanation, then I'm afraid this course may not be for you. It just cannot be further simplified, friends. You got to understand it. So if you are struggling with this, not useful, not useful. Trust me. Either you have to put in more efforts, else it is going to be next to impossible. The examples which we are discussing are very simple. I invested a lot of time in making you understand the basics. Then, probably this may not be the right fit for you. I think so. I mean, you have to put in more efforts because we are going in a very simple way. And you know what? What we did yesterday, in simple layman terms, I would say was time pass. Yes, it was as good as time pass. The actual Python is starting today. So if that was a problem, then today you will understand even lesser than that. 50% of what you understood yesterday. Understand this. So you have to put in more efforts. That is the only way to survive. And I don't think so that things are that difficult. Practice is required. Programming is like mathematics. You have to put in your efforts. If you are going to come to the class that, okay, I'll be looking into what he is teaching and I will understand, you will not understand. You should have parallelly a notebook open. In case if you get queries or something, you should try it over there yourself. That is something which is important. So let us get started. So what am I doing is I am writing a if condition to approve a claim if the amount is under $5,000. So I'll do one thing. I'm setting the claim amount. So I say claim amount, let's say I'm setting as $4,000. Then I will say if followed by condition. So if the claim amount is less than 5,000. I say if the claim amount is less than 5,000. If you don't put a colon and press enter, you are here, which is completely wrong. If you put a colon, you get indented, and in that indent, you can write whatever you want. So I can write over here that claim is approved. So here also, I think I can, okay, for now, I'll do it this way only. And you can see, yes. I'll also print the claim amount so that, whenever I execute it, you have it. So I say amount has to be under 5,000. So I am enter the claim amount, right? Using float, I'm accepting, enter the claim amount. And let's say if I'm entering the claim amount as 5,009.14. Claim is this and not approved. It's not even talking about it. That is the place where we understand that a if-else statement is going to be helpful. If it is rejected, it should be printed. So now I get into the if-else statement syntax where we say if followed by condition, you say do this. There can be any number of do this. I am just saying do this, do this. And if that condition is not satisfied, you will have to press a backspace. By default, you will always be below the same margin. You press a backspace and then you say else and colon. Here also, if you forget colon, you are below E. But when you put a colon, you are inside this. So now I'm going to take the same program, continuation, so it becomes relatively easy for us. Commenting out control/. So this part is there. Now I will have to say that what if else part? So else part, I will say claim manager review, right? Else in the backspace, you say, instead of saying claim denied, I would say claim manager to review the claim. So now that's the code so far. So if I give a value like 1766, it's approved. If I give a value like 7800, it says claim manager to review the claim. Okay. So that is what we understand. Are you all with me with respect to the syntax? Everyone understanding everything? Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Great. Perfect. The next is, so if in Python, you don't have anything called as else if, it's all if, elif, elif. So I say if followed by condition one. If condition one is true, then you do this, do this. If condition two is true, you do whatever instructed. If condition three is true, do this, do this. There can be any number of else if, but you have to write it as elif only. Else, do this. So you can see over here, we have been following the margins, right? Which is the most important thing. That's the main margin. And internally, that's the inner margin. That indentation has to be followed. Yesterday, we saw it works, but please don't do that. It may not work in all the IDs. I think one of you said, right, it doesn't work in Google Colab. Am I correct? You can see over here, everywhere the same structure is followed. Inner margin, outer margin. Here also same structure is followed, right? So indentation, it uses spacing in the code blocks. And because there are no brace brackets like C, C++, Java, Python indentation is mandatory. So if you do it like this, it says it's an error. So it has to be inside only. And everywhere you see, is it any point of time like it worked in the VS Code yesterday? Uh, is it saying that okay, let one thing be at this margin, this print statement be at this margin, and these print statements be at this margin? No, it's not. It worked, but it is not a standard practice. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So here we have an example. I will actually copy it so that it goes as a good reference. If the leaves is, oh, that goes in the elif part. Okay, no problem. I can take it down. So here only I got an example. If leave days is equal to 5, right? This is what we are assuming. If the number of leave days are less than 2, then we say auto approved by the system. But if it is less than 5, manager approval required. And if it is more than that, senior approval required. How does it work? It works exactly the same way as we understood yesterday. Do not forget the rules, Amitoj. It goes from top to bottom. If you have a if with one condition, elif with another, elif with another, if while going from top to bottom, this is not working, and let's say this condition works, so this will be executed and this will be skipped. So it's not about how it should be, it is about how you design the logic. If you want that to be mutually exclusive, you have to code it in that way. Right? Yes. Because Python is not here to read our mind. You have to adapt your code to the Pythonic way. So that part also I'll be looking into, Alka, but that will come later on. So we have four things, na, Alka, if you remember, we have four things. If, else if, else, and nested if. And there will be a fifth one as well, where you are going to look at what you are saying. That we'll discuss it at that time. So that will be the fifth example. We are in the third one. Cool. So I say, yeah, I think this is quite simple and straightforward, understood as well. Then over here, now I say, the next example which I'm taking is, let's say I want to set a performance band. Set a performance band for employee based on the sales they made. So my idea is like I will approve the sales from the user and I will say that, hey, this is the sales amount, right? So how much is the sales made? We are approving and then I'm printing that sales amount. Now my logic starts over here. So I say if the sales is greater than equal to 1 lakh, I say print that the employee belongs to the performance band A. Just something. And if the sales is backspace, else if the sales is greater than equal to 75,000, not 7,50,000, 75,000, I would say that this goes under the performance band B. Else if it is greater than 50,000, let's say performance band C. Else we will say, I can write one more, or I can say else performance band D. right? So now we execute it. And let's say if I'm giving as 85,000, you can see over here, it went into this process. Is 85,000 greater than this? No. Out. Is 85,000 greater than this? Yes. Going to take it and we get it over here. We discussed that yesterday, na Anand? In the implicit typecasting. Do you recollect? Python automatically upgrades the data type if it is not matching. Ah, very good. So the next one after this is the nested if statement. So I can say if followed by condition one. If condition one is true, you remember the shower example, that's what I was saying. If followed by condition number one, I say do this. And inside that, I am having another if else condition. If, so effectively, that's my main margin. And this looks like my inner margin. So, and inside that, this looks as my sub inner margin. Okay. So there can be any number of do this. Sorry. And then I can have over here else if condition 3. I can say do this. Then I can say else do this, do this. Can I have another if inside that? Yes, you can. And is it okay if this if does not have a else statement or it will give an error? Tell me, according to you, do you think that is it okay if this if is not having a else statement or it will give an error? Error or okay? Error or okay? Yes, the answer to that is okay. The answer to that is okay. You know why? It is not mandatory that every if should have a else. If you recall, we started with this only. Ye dekho na, this worked. This worked. Is there a else statement to this? No. So else is not mandatory. Else is not, else is optional. Always. Right. So I'll make a note over here. Else is optional. Okay. Make an important note. So, okay, now that we have this, so what am I going to do is, in this example, I'm going to do an extra check. And that extra check is, I am planning to approve the claim. Or I say approve only if claim is low and the employee is permanent. It is not for employees who are not permanent. So I will ask the user for the claim amount and I'll print that. Right. And then after that, I will ask the user for the employee type. And I'm specifying over here clearly, enter the employee type. One can enter it either as permanent or as contract. You cannot do spelling mistake over here because this is a very basic program. So if you make spelling mistake in permanent, it can give mistake. So I'm not adding this dot lower and all because I have yet not taught it. So you have to give the same input as it is permanent or contract. Now I say employee type is this. So let's say I'm checking if the claim is less than $5,000. So I say if the claim amount is less than $5,000, if the claim amount is less than $5,000, first check is done. Now the now the second check over here is the second check is, what is the second check? Employee should be permanent. So I say if the employee type is spelling mistakes are not allowed, it's a basic program. So if it is permanent, I say that claim approved. And if it is not, I'll write it over here. Else if employee type is equal to contract, then I say uh, claim sent to the manager for review. And the last part, if you do a spelling mistake, so I'll put that in the else part, that invalid employee type. So that thing is handled. So if you do a spelling mistake in permanent or the contract, then it will print that invalid employee type. Please enter permanent or contract. So the user understands what to enter. Okay. Then you can see over here, permanent is in single quotes, contract is also in single quotes. So I'm surrounding the print statement by double quotes. Hmm. Okay. So we get this. And mm, do we need a else? So if I say, if the claim amount is greater than 5,000, I will say that claim manager needs to review. And here, let's say, here I'll not send it to manager in that case. I'm changing the logic. If it is contract type, then I will print over here that non-permanent employee claim sent to review to HR. Just sending the logic. So now we come over here. I'm putting the claim as 4,500. And employee type I am putting as permanent. So if you are putting this as 4500 and permanent, is 4500 less than 5,000? Yes. So that means this is out. Is employee type is equal to permanent? Yes. So if this is there, then I will be executing this line and this else if part is out. This else part is out. Done. And that's why you'll get the output that it is approved. So when I do that, you see that yes. Ooh. But did you understand why we got this output? I did a mistake and I did not even realize it. So that spelling error. The moral of the story is how much important are the boundary conditions to be tested in any programming language? That is what we need to understand. The significance of typos. If you don't handle these things, then it's as good as a blunder. If I do it once again, and let's say I am giving 4,500 and permanent, no spelling mistake right now, permanent, yeah. And claim approved. And if I do once again, claim of 6,000, and it is asking me to get the employee type. permanent. It says claim sent to the manager for review. And one more I'm saying as claim is 3,000 and contract. So you can see over here 3,000 and here contract. So is 3,000 less than this? Yes, because this thing is triggered. This is out. Is employee type equal to permanent? No. So this is out. Is it equal to contract? Yes. So you end up printing this, and therefore this is out. And non-employee or non-work sent to HR. That's exactly what is printed in over here. Now, thing is, this is good. We are happy with it. But I am trying to check multiple conditions. So I say, now I want to update. I want to update the above code to check multiple conditions. So here I say if the claim, oh no, first we'll accept the claim amount. So claim amount accepted from the user and the employee type also accepted from the user. Both of these are accepted. Now I say over here that if the claim amount is less than 5,000, I prefer to put it in bracket. However, it is not required. And employee type is permanent. And employee type is permanent. We say it's approved. So multiple conditions checked together. I think that's exactly what you asked, Alka, right? For both these conditions. So there is no need of nesting. You can do it this way. Right? Yes. So and the logical operator. That's why we studied operators. And then we went into this. And I say, else if the claim amount is less than 5,000 and employee type is equal to contract, non-permanent employees sent to HR. Else, claim sent to review. No. Claim sent to review is okay. So, in fact, first thing, even before we do that, we will check for the spelling mistake. I will put it here only. Here only I'll put it that if employee type is not equal to permanent and employee type is not equal to contract. If employee type is not equal to permanent and if it is not equal to contract, then what we should say? Invalid employee type. So that is what I'm putting. I don't want this message. Yeah, that's correct. So let's try to understand it in pieces. Okay. Now, how does it work? Let's say we enter the amount as 5,000. Yes, bracket is not necessary. For better clarity, you can always put it, but it's not necessary. That's why I didn't put it purposely. To show you that bracket is not mandatory, I usually have the habit of putting, but as a teacher, my job is to show you all the possibilities. So it is not mandatory. You will see at times people don't use it, so don't get confused ever. Claim amount 5,000, okay. Employee type, I didn't give as permanent, I gave PERM. You can see that over here. So it is going to now print the employee type. That's what it printed. And then is employee type not equal to this? Yes. And it is not equal to this. Yes. This condition is triggered. If this condition is triggered, this should be printed. Yes, this should be printed. And after that, it printed that, okay? But look at this, our program structure is like that. Our program structure is like that, that it is now going down. Ideally, it should not go down. Ideally, my program should not enter this. Agree or not? Now it is checking, is the amount less than 5,000 and employee type equal to permanent? No, because spelling mistake. Is the amount less than 5,000 employee type equal to contract? No, it's a spelling mistake. Claim sent to review should not be printed. Logically, it is a logical error. Agree karte ho ki nahi? Do you agree? It's a logical error. Our mistake. Right. So if you understand this thing so smartly, can you propose me a solution? I don't want the code. Can you just propose me a solution? Anyone who wants to propose a solution can raise the hand. I will give him the unmute access. Anyone who wants to propose a solution? Very nice, Alka. Very nice. The last comment given by Alka is perfect. Alka says that, yes, Anivesh, you are also correct. Alka says that this entire thing will be executed. So if this is true, if this is true, then print this. But if this is not true, then only do this. So I'll shift entire thing into else. Hey, break kuch nahi. I'll not ask you all. See, I am not here to confuse you, Sandeep. Break statement I have yet not taught. So I will not ask such stupid questions. I will ask you questions only on what I have taught. Right? So do not apply the entire programming language here. Are you all clear with this solution which I proposed? If that condition is true, print invalid employee. If that condition is false, then only go the entire block into else. Are you all clear with this? What Alka proposed, what Anivesh proposed, everyone clear with this? Yes. Superb. So I will cut it out, Control X. Else. This logic. Was that the logic? I don't know. No, this was the logic. See, indentation gets lost when you paste it. So you have to take that extra effort. Now, contract. Spelling mistake, invalid employee type. Please try again. In fact, going forward, we will be studying a loop where we can think of modifying this program where for running it again, I need not click on the play button. It should automatically run in a loop. That's the next topic. Next one. What I want to look into is discount rules for a retail customer. So I say, if I'm going to give 10% discount for orders over 100 if the customer is a member. 5% discount for order over this if the customer is a member. No discount for under 50 if the customer is not a member, and 5% discount for this. Now, I was planning to do this, but all of a sudden I thought that let the smart minds in my class do this. Go ahead. Get me the solution to this. Some help I have given. Rest all of the things you manage. When you also do it, you get more and more comfortable. Everyone do it. Do not just look onto my screen. I'm not solving it under any circumstances. What did bite me here? I don't know. Something did bite me. I'll be just back in 10 seconds or 10-15 seconds. I'm going to talk about a data structure called as list. Pay attention. Whenever you want to store a collection of values, be it an integer, be it a float, be it a string, you can save it like this. This data structure is called as list. I am not getting into the details of list. I'm just explaining you this because I need it. We will be talking in detail about a list later on. Similarly, you have a tuple as well. So if you are creating a tuple, the only difference is instead of square brackets, you have round brackets. Okay, instead of square brackets, you have a round bracket. And there is a data type which is called as string. And if I'm taking over here, simply learn, not two different words, then this is what is called as a string. Here, please pay attention. Now, whenever you create a list, diagrammatically, this is what happens. Here, number 10 is like this, 7 is like this, minus 1.3 is like this, and Darshan is like this. So a list diagrammatically can be represented like this. A tuple also diagrammatically can be represented like this. Internally, there are indexes 0, 1, 2, 3. Or there are also negative indexes -1, -2, -3, -4. We will be getting into details of it later on, but this is what it is. So if I say print L of 0, the output would be 10. If I say print L of -2, the output would be -1.3. So using the index, I can access the values. The same syntax applies for tuple as well. So obviously, is the square bracket and round bracket the only difference in between a list and tuple? No, there are other differences also, but we will see that later. I'm not getting into the chapter. I am just giving you a tuple and string. So how is the string set? When you say S is equal to Simplilearn, this is also saved like this. S, I, M, P, L, I, space. Space is also saved. Don't forget that. And this is how it is saved. So string also has the indexing going like this. -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, -10, -11, -12. So in this case as well, if I say, can you print for me? Always using square bracket. That's the syntax. We'll study that later. But if I say what is at index location 3, it will say P. And what is at index location -4? So list and tuple have further more differences, but I am not getting into those differences at the moment because we don't need it. For now, this is what we have. So did you all understand this figure? Because I want to show you quickly and then I want to get into the topic of loops. List, tuples, all these things we are going to discuss in detail after the loops topic. Right? Everyone clear with this image? You can just give a thumbs up to this image. That is also more than sufficient. You have the image posted in the chat box. Just give a thumbs up to that if you understood. Right. In depth, we are going to discuss it later, right? So don't worry about it. In depth, we will be discussing it later. Perfect. So I am coming over here. So list. It is a collection of items of same or different data types and they are, it is created by placing all the items in the square bracket separated by comma. So now coming down, I can create a list like this. I can have 10 minus 12, 12 point something. I can have Simplilearn. I can have Boolean and I close it. So here I print L and here I print the type of L. So you can see the output is this. And in this case, the type of it is a list. If I'm saying what is at index location 0, it should print 10. If I say what is at index location 1, it should print minus 12. At 2, it's minus 12.32. Then at 3, it is Simplilearn. At 4, it is true. At minus 1, it will be true. Minus 2 will be Simplilearn. Minus 3 would be 12.32. Minus 4 would be this. And minus 5 would be 10. So if I actually say that is my L of 0 same as L of minus 5, it will give me true because L of 0 is 10 and L of minus 5 is 10 and they are pointing to the same memory block. So it gave me true, that is indicating that both of these things are same. Now, if you look into list right now, I will just say L of 0 is 10. We know that, right? So last output, I'll just put in. Look over here. If I say print equal to multiplied by 50, it prints equal to 50 times, just acting as a separator. So I know that I just want to show you that, okay, this was one part of the output and this is something new. So I'm just adding a line in between. It can be anything, whatever you want to repeat. So I repeated equal to for 50 times. Now L of 0 is nothing but 10. I say L of 0 will be equal to Darshan. And I say print L. Now you can see I was able to change the contents of the list, right? So I say that contents of the list can be changed. Therefore, we say that lists are mutable in nature. That means you can change the content of this. You won't be able to do the same thing in tuples. So now I'm actually copying this entire thing and pasting it below. And this time, tuple. Tuple is a collection of item or same or different data types. It is created by placing all the items inside the parenthesis separated by comma. Tuples are immutable. That is, you cannot change it. Rest all things remain the same. So what will I do is look at this very smartly. I'm just replacing square bracket by round bracket. That's it. Nothing will change. Look into the entire code. It is copy pasted like the previous one, except that this line I have replaced the pink underline part. The rest, everything is same. Everything is same, everything. And you'll also get the same output. You're getting the same output. Whatever is here, you get the same output. But here, when I try to change the content of the list, where I say L of 0 is equal to Darshan, you see there is a red underline. Tuples don't allow changing the content. Lists do allow. So you can see tuple object does not support item assignment. So it printed 10, but then when you asked it after printing 10, change it to Darshan, it says not allowed Darshan. The contents of tuple cannot be changed, and therefore tuples are immutable in nature. See, the last line is what makes you understand this. This tells us where is the error, and this is telling what is the error. So I'll comment out this line, and whatever error it throws, I'm putting it. I got confused about L of -5, that is the negative index. What is the problem? L of -5, see, this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is -1, -2, -3, that's -4, and that's -5. Confusion is what, Sanket? L of -5 is 10. L of 0 is also 10. Understood? Yes. All of you are with me. Did you understand the list and tuple introduction? You need it in the loops. Right? Superb. Very nice. Then, with respect to sets, strings, last print didn't understand. What last? Don't confuse me. Be very specific. Last print L of 0. Here, this one. L of 0 is Darshan. No, this. Oh, here, I am changing L of 0 to Darshan. So here, when you have this list, you have this list. L of 0 is 10. I am saying that no. Go and replace this 10 by Darshan. So tuple says, sorry, that's not allowed. Tuple says that's not allowed. Equal to line didn't get. What is your name? Shweta, na? Shweta, let me show you how to, Shweta is on a mountain standing here and she is shouting her name, Shweta. And what is happening is Shweta is able to hear her name 6 times. Shweta, 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 Shweta. And if she says 2, Shweta, Shweta. And if she says 10, Shweta, 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 Shweta. Finish. It is doing nothing but string repetition. This is nothing but string repetition. So Shweta said 0 times, or Shweta repeated 0 times. Simple. So it is acting just as a separator. If I don't put it, then what will happen is, if I don't put it, then the results may look mixed with each other. Right. So I will have to highlight over here, but because I did put it, I can say that, okay, now look below this equal to. Except the replacement, everything remains the same for this timetable. Yes, that's absolutely correctly said. No, two things, na? Two differences. One is square bracket and tuples are round bracket. And the next is the replacement. Yes. So here you can edit it. You cannot edit it. Simple. In fact, now that I have said that, I also want to tell you that strings are also non-editable. Who raised the hand, or it is me only who has raised the hand? Me only. Asha, when I said like this, it automatically raises my hand. But I don't know how to lower it. It doesn't allow me to lower. God knows. There is no option to lower the hand. Let me say lower all hands. Okay, it lowered my hand also. Okay. Now, so what did we do? L is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay. 10, 20, 30, 40. And then when I say L of 0 is equal to 100, and I printed, we understood that it is editable. Task. Are strings mutable or immutable? Are strings mutable or immutable? What are applications of tuple? We will see it later. If we need things which we never change, like this, use tuple. Okay, that's a good one, Nishant. Can you help us include a tuple in a list? We will see it later. Why don't you guys listen to me? I really don't understand, and you frustrate me at times. Didn't I say that this is an introduction? We will study it in detail. Then why don't you please follow my instructions? In spite of being so clear, I was being so clear over here. This is just an introduction. We'll study it later. Then why are you getting into unnecessary things? Why don't you respect my say? Why don't you respect my say? We have these things as a chapter, right? Please. And no need to say sorry, Aditya. That's not the thing. This is for everyone. Sometimes you say something, sometimes someone other say. So I'm selling it to the entire class. Yeah, so mutable or immutable? It is immutable. It is immutable. You don't have to guess it. You don't have to guess it. You have to give me the code. You have to give me the code. Guesswork थोड़ी है. Execute it. Ah, very nice, Sandesh. I liked it. Sandesh helped me out with something. L is equal to Sandesh. Print L. So this should print Sandesh. And then L of 0 is equal to B. So Sandesh is a string. So I will also print type of L. So it is a string. And when I say L of 0 is equal to B, it will give me an error. And therefore, strings are immutable. You can see that. Have a look at this example which Sandesh shared. Perfectly solved. Yes. Prove it this way, right? Yes, now I see a lot of comments in the chat. Solve it in this way and figure it out. I want to tell you that there is one more data structure which is known as a set. Can you tell me, this is known as setup. This is known as a set. So can you tell me it is mutable or immutable? I will discuss these things later, but can you tell me if the set is mutable or immutable? No guessing. No guessing. Prove with results. This is a set data structure. This also will study later once I complete with the loops, but I want to know it is mutable or immutable. The code will not work. The one which I suggested, that code will not work. Yes. Some of you said it correctly. Set object is not subscriptable. I'll tell you what I mean by that. So here, when you actually run this, you know, do you see over here? I saved it as 10, 20, 30, 40, but it is not printing it like that. You can imagine this set data structure like you are going to the market to buy daily articles. So you did buy a box of curd, that is there inside this. You did buy some tomatoes. You did buy some potatoes. You did buy some onions. Now everything is mixed. Everything in this is mixed. So they will never have a order. So obviously, if you don't have a order, your L of 0 itself will be giving an error. L of 0 only will give an error. It says there is nothing called as L of 0. Neither L of 0 is 10 nor L of 0 is 40. I don't have a order. Remember it to be like a shopping bag. Are you all clear? But I can still change the content of it. That we will see it later. But I can still change the content. Very good. So now after this, uh, I want to tell you that string list. Okay, I'll talk about loops for later. Loops. Loops. Now, the next topic is loops. So what is a loop in Python? Whenever you want to execute a set of statements again and again, again and again, you call it as a loop. So till this point of time, you have never seen a program which is going from top to down and then going back, coming again top to down, again going back, coming 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 top to down. And then when this finally releases it, it continues till the end. We have been seeing everything so far exactly like this yellowing, going from top to bottom. But this is a loop where a program can execute for certain number of times. This is a loop where we see a program can execute for certain number of times. Now, there are ideally two types of loops in Python. There are only two types of loops in Python. The first one is called as a for loop, and the second one is called as a while loop or while loop. So I say for loop is like driving a car with automatic transmission. What I mean by that is you don't have to change the gears. Why? I'll make you understand. You need to have little patience. And while loop is like driving a car with manual transmission. So this is for loop is like driving an Activa, and while loop is like driving a bike. Remember these two things, automatic versus manual. Why? You will understand. So now we have around 15 minutes left for break. I am going to give you a very basic understanding of this, and then some good industry relevant programs. We will do it later when we come back after the break. Are you clear with the understanding? Basic understanding I'm giving you now. Programs we'll see after we come back from the break, right? So whenever you ask questions, remember this thing in mind. And if you still ask something, I will let you know whether we'll be doing it later. Cool. Thank you. So let us get started with this. So for loop syntax, for variable in iterable, do this. And for your example, what is an iterable? Iterable is an object that can be looped over. Example, this list, tuple, string. That is the reason I taught this. Am I mad to give you an introduction of any topic in between? We need it. Dictionaries also we need it, but I can skip it for now. So I want to tell you all that now we are in the topic of loops. Then we get into the topic of functions. So topic 1, topic 2, then we start topic 3, 4, 5, 6, and you can consider this as 7, and 6th would be set. So that is how the flow is going to be, right? So maybe I'm planning to cover at least 1, 2, and 3 today. Rest of the things we can do it in the next class, or maybe all. I don't know. That depends. So this is what we have. Now, what is an iterable? We understood anything which has 0, 1, 2, 3, which we did draw in the box, is an iterable. So first I get into the for loop. If I have a list, you have to just follow my pen. If you don't follow my pen, you are gone, my dear friend. If you follow my pen, you are blessed. So follow my pen now. When I say L is equal to this, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Of course, indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 exists. I'm not writing it right now. What happens in for loop? For variable in iterable. What variable name I have taken? I. Should you also take I? No, you can take any variable name. Right now, I am taking I. The moment I do this, diagrammatically, it points to the first value inside the list. Diagrammatically, it points to the first value inside the list. You know, effectively, how many lines are there in my program? That's my first line. That's my second line. That's my third line. And that's my fourth line. Why? Follow my pointer. It will be clear. Line number 1, created a list. Done. When I say for I in L, I straight away started pointing to the first value inside the list. And then when I say in L. So I am using the membership operator in. Didn't we study the membership operator in and not in? We studied, right? Where I said small d in darshan, you said no, it is going to give me a false, and capital D in darshan give me true. Yes. So now I am asking, I is holding 10. So I am asking that whether 10 is in the list 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Is 10 in the list? Yes or no? Diagrammatically also we understand. Yes, right? 10 is in the list. So this condition is satisfied. If and only if the condition is satisfied, if and only if the condition is satisfied, I do this. So I will say print I. You see, 10 got printed. Then after this, control goes back. And the time, listen to this line is important. By the time this is going back, this guy automatically disconnects with this and establishes connection with this. Automatic gear change from first gear to second gear. I didn't ask it to. By the time this is going, I does this. So now it will check 20 in L. Instead of 10, it will now check 20 in L. Is 20 in L? Yes, condition satisfied. So I get an entry into this. So I print 20. Then by the time it goes back, this disconnects with this and establishes connection with 30. Is 30 in L? Yes. So entry given print I 30. By the time it goes back, this guy disconnects with this, establishes connection with this. Is 40 in L? Yes. Print 40. Done. By the time it goes back, this guy disconnects with this and establishes connection with this. 50. Is 50 in L? Yes. So I get inside this and print 50. By the time it goes back, no, it will not go back now. For loop understands that I have come at the end. It will not go ahead. It will automatically from here move to line number 3. I repeat, from here it is going to move to line number 3 and I say print I. What is the value of I? 50. You saw? Once again it printed 50. That is the proof that this pink arrow, last pink arrow has not moved ahead. Are you all getting why line number 3 is there? Are you all with me? Manu, you are going mad by overthinking. Did I ever talk about indexes? Did I ever talk about indexes? No, you are overthinking. I have not even written down the indexes. Are you getting the point? We are not dealing with indexes. We are dealing directly with the values. That's why I didn't write it so that you don't get confused. And hence I said you are overthinking. There are no indexes in for loop. Are you clear with this? There are no indexes. Manu, are you clear with this? Yes. Indexes are there in while loop. That's why I'm not writing it so that I don't confuse you. For loops are very easy. Then, no questions. Listen to me only. Then, no questions. I'm not taking any of the questions right now. Keep it to yourself. I'm not completed with my teaching. So I'm going to ignore all the questions. Print I, printed 50. Print high there. So obviously that printed high there. And that's how it worked. I am going to give you this, keep on saving the screenshots. They are going to be helpful for you in understanding. So now, first and foremost thing, that's how a loop works. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to cut this and shorten this code. So I want to cut this and shorten this code. Okay. This is something which we all understand. Next thing which I want to do is I took the variable I. Can't I take a variable like j? Of course you can. Uh, So I'll have to print j now. So you see 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Can't I take the variable as j1? You can take it. It will do that. Can't I take the variable name as alpha? Of course you can do it and print alpha. So for loop, best part is it will directly start penetrating through the values. The simplest understanding of the for loop is you give it an iterable. Listen to this. I think what all questions you asked in the chat where I said I'm not answering that. The simplest answer to that is in a for loop, whenever you are giving it an iterable, the job of the for loop is to go in an automatic way to print all the values in that iterable one by one. So when I say for I in this iterable 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, it prints 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. If I change this iterable to a tuple, it will print 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Right from first item to go till the last item is the duty of the for loop. If I say for I in simply learn solutions private limited. I'm purposely making a spelling mistake. I know that simply learn is a single word, or let me put it, else we will be like Darshan doesn't even have that knowledge. Please have a look at it. You are printing each and every item in the iterable one by one because you are looping through each and every item in the iterable. That is a for loop. अगर आपको कोई भी इटरेबल में से गुजरना है एक एक वैल्यू स्किम करते हुए और प्रिंट करते हुए तो आप फॉर लूप से जाओ. एडवांटेज एडवांटेज if I want to let's say find out how many times the word I is coming in the string. So I will say I will be taking a variable called as count of I, currently initializing to 0. And then I say if I'll not take I, let me take the variable as a character, or let's say for alphabet in this, if the alphabet is equal to this, count of I will be is equal to count of I plus 1. Now see and understand how this was helpful. For alphabet in this, we know that this will be going through the alphabet one by one. One by one, it will be taking each and every alphabet. We know that because we have printed this and we saw what it is. But now what I say is count of alphabet is 0. Then first time it takes S. Is alphabet is S. Is alphabet equal to I? No, condition not satisfied. So it will go back. It takes the next one. I. Is alphabet equal to I? Yes. Make the count as 1. Then it takes M. Is M equal to I? No. Then is P. Is P equal to I? No. L. Is L equal to I? No. I. Is I equal to I? Yes. Make it as 2. So on and so forth. It goes to the end. And then you have the count of all the I. So how many times do you see actually a I inside this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what is printed over here. So this is the actual application of the for loop, right? So you loop through this for some task. That's why this loops comes after the conditional statements. So This is all I wanted to talk about the for loops from the easy perspective. Uh, Conceptual understanding is over. Now, if you have any questions related to this, which are really logical, because if you say that, how will alphabet understand that it will take the first character as S? Because it is instructed by Guido van Rossum. Don't ask these obvious questions. Can I print as it is inside the bracket? I didn't get it. As it is inside the bracket means then inside the string. I still didn't understand. You can raise your hand, I can unmute you. Why does the for loop not work for the set? Because set is non-iterable. Because set is non-iterable, hence it doesn't work. We'll see that when we come to set. Yes, welcome. And Anand, you raise your hand, then only I'll be able to understand your question. I am not understanding your question at all. So you have to unmute and ask me your question so that I get your sentiment. I want to print simply run in a single line. In a single line. That's what you're saying. Rather than one below other. Yes, yes, yes. That's the next thing which I'm gonna talk about. I'll show you that as well. No need to define variable. Yes, no need to define it. You are not in C, my dear Sandesh. C language se bahar aa jao, please. This is Python. It's very easy. Can we use a for loop to print from reverse? We will be talking about this next topic. Next topic is that only. How to access the index in a for loop like other languages. That also we will talk about. But the answer is no, you can't access the index. You can't access. For that, you have to use the while loop. For loop will not help you to access the indexes. Yes. If the sets and tuples will be discussed, yes, of course, we will be discussing that. Later topics, now I just said it some time back. Any more questions? I think all the questions are answered and some questions will be answered going further. That's also I committed. Any one question? All good? Okay. So now I am going ahead with some important things. Pay attention. So the first thing, whatever questions are pending, they will be answered by default in the second part of for loop. I'm not going to while loop. I am still in the for loop and I want to talk about range function, which is used to generate a sequence of number. Very important, will be useful for you throughout the life. Range function is used to generate a sequence of numbers. Let us start with it. If I say range of n, it will generate the numbers from 0 to n minus 1. So if I say a range of 5, it generates 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Did you all understand? 0 to number minus 1 will be the values that it will generate. So if I say range of 11, it will generate 0 to this. Is that thing clear to everyone? I'll show you in implementation also, but conceptually, is that clear? Yes, very good. The second variation of range takes the start index and the end index. And if you give two parameters to the range function, it will give you the values from start index to end index minus 1. So if you give it range of 2 comma 11, it will give you everything from 2 to 11 minus 1. Or if you say range of 0 comma 9, it will give you from 0 to 8. Are you clear with the second syntax as well? Start index and end index. It will always go till end index minus 1. Don't ask me why. Find out the number of Guido van Rossum and do that. But it happens in every programming language. So this is Python style. Don't overthink. This is Python style. Third, start index, end index, and step size. What I mean by that is, let me tell you, I'll explain you. That's easy only, but just pay attention. Now, pay attention, very easy. I am saying 2 comma 11 is giving me this output. You all are clear with this now? 2 comma 11. Is that clear, everyone? 2 to 10? Yes. Very good. Now, what am I doing? Have a look at it. When I say 2 comma 11 comma 2, this is called as the step size. This is called as the step size. I will be taking 2 steps at a time. So I am still generating 2 to 11 only, but the only difference is with the step size of this. What I mean by that is it will take the number 2, 1 step, 2 step, take 4. 1 step, 2 step, take 6. 1 step, 2 step, take this. 1 step, 2 step, take this. And hence you get the output as this. Understood, everyone? How is the output 2, 4, 6 at 10? Yes. If you understand that, then I want to try out with the step size as 3. So 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step. 1 step, 2 step, nothing. So it stops. 2, 5, 8 should be the output in this case. So is this also clear to all of you? Clear, very good. So let me give you some task. What is 2 comma 11 comma 5? 2 comma 11 comma 5. Two and 7. Okay. Chalo. Approved. Solution approved. Can you tell me what is range of 2 comma 11 comma 1? Superb. Very nice. So it is same as this. This is what you want to say. So yes, it is same as this. So from this, can I actually say that the default step size is 1? Can I conclude this? The default step size is 1. Yes, very good. We understand this. Now I'm going to take some time of yours, maybe another 5 minutes. Then we'll go on a break. I say range of 5. It should give me 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It won't give. It won't give. If you recollect, we are right now in the topic of loops. And I said there are 2 types of loop, for loop and while loop. And I have yet not completed this topic. That's what range function is a topic inside the for loop. It works with the for loop. So if I say for I in range of I, print I, you get the output. If I say for I in a range of 2 comma 11, you get the output. If I say for I in range of 2 comma 11 comma 1, you get the default step size as 1. If I say for I in range 2 comma 11 comma 5, that's what you suggested, 2 comma 7. Okay. If I say for I in range 2 comma 100, or let's say 101. Now this is what I don't like, and that's one of the question which you asked, right? Printing Simplilearn horizontal. Now this is taking too much space on my screen. Now I want to tell you another way of printing. On the day one, I showed you 5 ways of printing, 5 or 4 ways. But I did hide one thing from you. I did hide. Hello, 2-4 minutes. I did hide one thing from you. Huh. I did hide one thing from you, that there is a parameter. There is a parameter which is called as END. Let me make it small. So when I print it, there is a parameter which is called as END. And you can write anything over here. If I say END is equal to ABCD, what happens is after printing every value, of I, it will print ABCD, 2 ABCD, 3 ABCD, 4 ABCD, 5 ABCD, right up to 10 ABCD. So it is about what do you want to end your input with. If I say end with alpha, 1, 2 alpha, 3 alpha, 4 alpha. If I say end with a space, this looks best. This looks best. If I say end with a comma, 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 10 comma, or if I say end with a comma followed by a space, 2 comma space, 3 comma space, 4 comma space, there is backslash n. Backslash n is indirectly a new line. Backslash n is used to print a new line. So this output, what you get versus this output, can I say that the default value of END is backslash n, and that is the reason the output is same? Can I say the default value is backslash n? Yes. That is why by default it was printing one below the other, but you can change this behavior. That is why it was printing one below the other, but you can change this behavior. And that is your for loop. Now, let's say I want to talk about break statement. So, what is a break statement mainly useful for? So, break statement is used to terminate the loop. So, it's like you are driving a car, all of a sudden some vehicle comes in between, you brake. Similarly, for loop is also like driving a car only. If something comes inside, let's say, when do you brake a car? When there is a vehicle in front of you. Let's say the road is empty. When will you brake a car? When there is a red signal, right? When there is a red signal. So, let's say I am having the traffic light, and I am putting multiple things. So, let's say, I'll say status on, a road trip. So you are going for a picnic, and this is the status of the traffic light. So the first signal you got as green, second you got as yellow, third, let's say you got again as green, the fourth one you got as yellow, the fifth you got as red, and the sixth is this. Okay, so this is the status of the signal. Now, what I say is for I in this, if I just say print I, all the signals are printed, nothing new inside this. But I say if I at any point of time becomes red, if I at any point of time becomes red, I'll say print stop the car. I'll just say print stop the car. Else, if I is equal to yellow, I will say slow down the car. If I is equal to green, I say go away, go ahead, and invalid status. Okay. So now you see this entire thing. You understand this program. If I is red, stop the car. If it is yellow, slow down. If it is green, go ahead. Everything is happening, right? Now, let's say I want to add a break statement. So if it is red, I just say that break. Now, what will happen? The moment a break is encountered, the loop will get terminated. That means what will happen is initially when you get a green, it will say go ahead. You get a yellow, it will say slow down. You get a green, it will say go ahead. You get a yellow, it will say slow down. You get a red, it will go over here. It will print stop the car, and this break statement will directly take you out of the loop. It will not keep on running in the loop. And I can give you the proof of it by just printing over here. This line is outside the loop. So, what is wrong? Uh, 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 uh. Oh, this extra line. Yes. So, if you see this carefully, what happens when it was green, it said go ahead. When it was yellow, said green. Uh, I hate it. Sorry. This has to be outside. Sorry. Yeah. When it is green, it says go ahead. Yellow, it says slow down. Green, it says go ahead. Yellow, it says slow down. Red, the moment it is red, stop the car is printed. After that, break statement says that you are not going to check the next one. Come out, come out, come out, come out. So you're out of the loop. And this is the line which is just like this is the first line, this is the second line, and that's the third line. End. So it will not process the later part of the things. This is the break statement. Break statement is going to work like this. Some examples of break where the real-time processing does make a difference. So what am I thinking of is scan a list of items and halt the script if a suspicious transaction is detected. Right? Scan a list of items and hold the script. Or halt if a suspicious transaction is detected. So I should have a list of transactions. So let's say there are some list of transactions. Now I will have to go through this. So for every amount in the transactions, so I say for transaction in transactions, I'm like, if the transaction is going above 500, then you say that suspicious transaction detected, print that amount and break it. Else continue saying that the transaction is normal. So you can see that if any amount greater than 500 is encountered,
that is 600 in this case. It says that suspicious amount, and from that point itself, it terminates. Another thing is, stop asking for the password after 3 failed attempts. So let us assume that the correct password. So I am assuming that the correct password is password 123, and also assuming that the number of attempts right now is 0. So I will have to run a for loop 3 times. So I say that for, not a while, but I will go for I in range of 3. Every time accept the password. So if you see over here, I am accepting the password from the user, and whatever the user enters, that password is compared with the correct password. If the compared password is correct, then you say access granted and break. But if it is incorrect, allow the user to try one more attempt. So if you see, if it is incorrect, it is saying that the attempts which are 0, increment that attempt by 1 and check after incrementing, is the count of attempt become 3? If not, allow it. Let's say, I'll show you the example. First, I'm entering the password as this wrong password. It says incorrect password. So I'm trying out again. I'm putting something wrong password. You can see here at the center, incorrect password, incorrect password. So what happened over here, just to make you understand the flow, is correct password is this. Attempts are 0 for I in range of 3. So I right now is 0. You entered a password. So the password which was entered was an incorrect password, that was wrong. So here when you match condition false, it went to else, printed incorrect password, number of attempts you made it as 1, and checked, is the number of attempts now equal to 3? Not. Then go back. For loop made this I as 1, again ask for this, and it repeated. When it became 3, it stopped. Now there is one more statement which is called as continue statement. Continue statement is opposite to break. Break terminates. Continue statement skips that iteration. Continue statement skips that iteration. And by that, I mean to say that what I want to do is skip holidays while scheduling work days. So let's say I have the following days as the holidays. New Year is a holiday, Christmas is a holiday, and this is a holiday, right? And the work days are this. So over here, no, that's not correct. Not a good suggestion. So I will give it like this only. And I say for day in work days, if the day is in holiday, print skipping this day. And what will I do over here is I'll explain you, but the holidays can't be this. So let's say I have a holiday on Saturday and Sunday. So have a look at this and I'll explain you what happened now. Holidays are Saturday, Sunday. Okay. In fact, I'll do one thing. I'll make it even simple. I'll cut this out. Then I'll explain. We have the following working days: Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. For a day in work day. So day will initially be Monday. Is Monday in Saturday, Sunday? No. Then say Monday is a work day. Control goes back. It takes Tuesday. Is Tuesday in this? No. It will say Tuesday is a work day. So on, it will go till Friday. Printing Friday is a work day. Then when it goes back and it takes Saturday, is the day available in Saturday, Sunday? Yes. So it will print Saturday is a holiday, skipping this day. Now, by writing this, it does not skip. It skips because I have written continue. So continue will do what? Continue will not go anywhere below. From here only, even if there are 100 lines of code below this, from here it goes back and takes the next value in the loop. So from here, it goes back and takes Sunday. So what happens is now when it takes Sunday in workday, is Sunday available in this? Yes. Sunday is a holiday, skip this day, continue. Continue will ask it to go back, but since the loop is over, there is no question of going back anywhere. And that is how continue is used in real life example. Now that you have understood this, I want to finally get into the while loop. In fact, I forgot one thing. One of the question how did I forget? I don't know, but I'll just like to take it. Pay attention. When I say, if I say go from 2 to 51, so I know that it will go from 2 to 50. This is perfect. If I say 2 comma 51 comma 1, we all know that the output would be same like this. Am I correct? Am I correct that the output of this cell would be same like this yellow box? Right? Yes. So what I want to do, that was one of the question which you asked. I want to print this thing, but in reverse. So if you want to print in reverse, you simply put -1. Instead of 1, you put -1. This will not give the output. Pay attention. You are saying that I want you to go. You are saying that I want you to go from 2 to 51. But you are saying that the direction to move is this way. Like, how is it possible? If you're asking me to move this way, then I can't move to 0, because after this I can get this, but you're asking me to move towards 51. That's not possible. So what you can do is you can say 51 comma 2. Start from 51 and go up to 2. And now look at the output. So it didn't go up to 2, it did go up to 2 plus 1. That's okay, na? So you can say go up to 1. That much you have to adjust. So now that you got this, if you give in the same way step as -2, it will skip the values. So it took 51, 1 step, 2 step, 49, 1 step, 2 step, 47, 1 step, 2 step, this. Now while loop. While loop is 51 comma 1. It will not give any output because by default step size is 1 na. So it will go from left to right only, not right to left. No need to be sorry. That's okay. Wanted to print you are still stuck up in Simplilearn only. -1 na. If you want to print Simplilearn, first of all, Anand, it has to go from the last index to the first index. Now you see over here, it has given a logic. Now this logic is complicated as well. I mean, I can explain it, but if you see over here for character in character, I have to say character plus the reverse string where I am continuously doing this. And what is it doing, by the way? Reverse string is equal to this. And for character in S, current character added to the reverse string. Okay. Right? But this is far more complicated. You know why it is complicated? I'll tell you what it is doing. But I don't recommend this approach. I have my reverse string as empty. I say for character in S. So first it will take S. It says concatenate the current character, which is S. For character in S, so concatenate the current character, which is S by the reverse string. So reverse string is nothing. So reverse string is this. So that is what you have, S. Then next time, what are you going to do for character in S? So it will take up I, concatenate the current character I with the reverse string. So it is like I plus this was this, which is is. Then next time it goes back, it takes m, concatenate m with the reverse string. So m is concatenated with is, mis. Next time it will take p. So p is concatenated with mis. So PMIS. You can see Simplilearn will be populated slowly and steadily. But this operation is expensive. You know why? Because you are iterating through everything and then you are creating one more memory variable where it is getting saved. So you are consuming double memory for reversing. While loop says without saving it as a separate string, I can do that thing for you. And hence I said this approach is not memory optimized. Are you all getting the idea? Why is this approach not memory optimized? You are creating one more variable and continuously having a loop running through it, appending that operation and then finally printing it. Not really very good. And therefore I said, don't get into that, right? Okay. Now, but I'll just leave it over here and I'll take this program in the while loop. So while loop, what did I say? While loop is like driving a car with manual transmission. So what is the syntax? The syntax says initialization while followed by condition, do this, do this, do this, followed by either increment or decrement. I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say if I want to print numbers from 1 to 5, I will say initialization. So what will be my initialization? Let's say I take a variable like I, initialize it to 1. What will be my condition while I is less than equal to 5? What to do? I want to print it. Then I will be I plus 1. So what happens? I is initialized to 1. Is 1 less than equal to 5? Yes. So do this. Print I, done. Make I as I plus 1. Control goes back. Is I less than equal to 5? I is 2. 2 less than equal to 5? Yes. Print 2, make I as I plus 1. So I'm printing 2, making I as 3. Go back. Is 3 less than equal to 5? Yes. Print 3, make I as I plus 1. 4. Go back. Is 4 less than equal to 5? Yes. Print 4, make I as I plus 1. Print 4, make I as I plus 1. Go back. Is 5 less than equal to 5? Yes. Print 5, make 5 as 6. Print 5, make this as 6. Now it will go back. It will check. Is 6 less than equal to 5? No. So it will come out of the loop. And let's say there is any print statement which is written over here. It will execute that. So if I show you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the print statement is done. And the best part is, if I have to print from 5 to 1, again, the syntax is going to be very similar. You want to print from 5 to 1, so initialization will be 5. Condition would be while I is greater than equal to 1. So from 5 till the value of 5 is greater than equal to 1, print I will be equal to I minus 1. So it will be 5, 5 greater than equal to 1, print 5. Make I as 4. Is 4 greater than equal to 1? Yes, print 4, make it as 3. Print 4, make it as 3. In this way, it will go on. But did you see every time the increment or the decrement is the one which is done by me? Therefore, I said it is manually going ahead. Are you all with me? Did you all understand? Why do I call as driving a car with manual transmission? Because I have to change the gear. I equal to I plus 1, I is equal to I minus 1. Whereas in the for loop, it was automated. Right? In the for loop, it was automated. So if I say I have to print from 5 to 1, I is 5, And this 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, same logic which I just explained. Now I will like to come to Anand's program. So first of all, if I have a string like simply learn, and if I have to print it, I'll take a simple one first. I have a string like darshan. So I say, how do I print each and everything of darshan? So darshan is saved something like this, na? Darshan, 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 D A R S H A N. And this time I'm writing the index as Amitoj. You only asked it, right? If I am not wrong. Anyways, I'm writing the indexes and yes. So earlier I didn't write it. Now I'm writing it. Okay. Okay. Thank you for confirming, Amitoj. So I say I have to start printing from index 0 till index 6. While loop doesn't have access to the contents of this. So I will have to follow the syntax. I is equal to 0 while I is less than equal to 6 while I is less than equal to 6. I say in for loop this used to work. In for loop this used to work. And in while loop it is not working. Because for loop, if you remember the figure of for loop, I used to create a variable I and that used to directly point inside. But in while loop, that's not the case. So when I say I is equal to 0, it's just some variable I is equal to 0. And I check is 0 less than equal to 6? Yes, print 0. I printed 0. And then make I as I plus 1. So that makes it as 1. So it's working as expected. But do I want to print this? See, here, when it was 0, I wanted D to be printed. When it was 1, I want A to be printed. So I don't want to print the I values. I want to print the S of I values. So what will happen? S of 0, S of 1, S of 2, S of 3, S of 4, S of 5, S of 6 will print darshan. Let's check it out. Did you all understand this? Why I need to do that? The problem with this program is, why? Because we are going only up to index 6, but simply learn is a longer string. So my idea is if I say I have a string like darshan, I can easily find out the length of the string in Python by using the length function. 7. Length of the string can be easily found out using the length function. Now, length is giving me 7, but I have to go up to 6. Wow. Then my problem is solved. If this is darshan, and if I say length of S, so length of S is what? Length of S is 7. So this will go from 0 to 7, and 7 does not exist. It will give an error. Index error. You see that? Index error. It has to go up to length of S minus 1. So length of S minus 1 is nothing but 6. And therefore, it went from index 0 to 6 and it printed S of I. So now, in this case, even if I take your favorite string, it is working, right? Now, I'll do the undo on this. Now I want to print it in reverse, right? So the same code for printing in reverse. So how do I print it in reverse? So I say, darshan, let's start with this. S is equal to darshan. I have to start from 6 now. And length of S is giving me what? Can you help me recollect what was length of S? Length of S was what? 7, yes, 7, darshan, right? So I say, I will be starting from length of S minus 1. That means I is initialized to 6 and it has to go up to 0 and I have to print it. Now you don't want it to be printed one below other. So you will say END is equal to no space, nothing. You got it in reverse. So this is much more simple to be done with the help of while loop as compared to a for loop. Do you understand? In some cases, while is better, in some cases, for is better. But there is not even a single scenario where something can be done with a for loop, but cannot be done with a while loop. Ramani, not understanding why do you do index plus 1? No problem. I will explain it now. So here we have a production line quality check and everything is going to go on all perfectly until 3 defective items are found out. Index 0. If you don't understand any program, you should always do dry run. That's why I say follow my pen. Dry run is very important. So I'm doing the dry run over here. What is the length of statuses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is 8. Defects is 0. So index is 0. Yes. Is 0 less than 8? Yes. Is 0 less than 3? Yes. Condition satisfied. I'm checking is statuses of index. So what is statuses? Statuses. In the statuses of 0, is it equal to defect? No, it is okay. So because there is no over here, it will not execute this. This condition is false. It will say index is equal to index plus 1. That becomes 1. After this, controls goes back because you are in a while loop, right? So this increment doesn't happen automatically. So when it goes back, it will check is index less than 8 is 1, less than 8, yes. Is defects less than 3? Yes, 0 is less than 3. Condition satisfied, check. Is status of index equal to defect? So this is 1. Is it equal to defect? No. No means say index equal to index plus 1. That makes it as 2. Go back. Check. Is 2 less than 8? Yes. Is defect 0 less than 3? Yes. Then what is going to happen? This is index 2 right now. So I'm going to check is status of index, which is defect equal to defect? Yes, defect is equal to defect. So I said defect found at position index plus 1. So defect found at position is what is printed. Index is 2. I am printing as 3. Why? Because as a end user, how do you count it out as an end user? I'm using a pink ink for that. You will be like, this is the first item, this is the second item, this is the third item, this is the fourth item, this is the fifth item, sixth item, seventh item, eighth item. Whereas as a programmer, we say this is the 0th one, this is the first one, this is the second one, third one, fourth one, fifth one, sixth one, seventh one. So by doing this index plus 1, I am just making it friendly for the customer. By doing this, I'm making it friendly for the customer, Ramani. That's it. I think that answers your question, right? Yes. Just to make it friendly for the customer. In the operator, in the for loop or not at all. Is it correct? In operator is only used in the for loop and not in the while loop. See, inside the while loop, you can use it. But for loop, basically the syntax of for loop, if you are talking with respect to syntax, then the answer to your question is yes. But can I use a in operator anywhere in this highlighted portion inside the while loop? Yes. But in the for I in range or I in iterable over there, no. Clear, Shanu? Looks a little bit insulting, but you know what? Functions are nothing but our servants. In my opinion, functions are nothing but our servants. So Why I call it that way, I'll tell you. Functions are nothing but our servants. So technically, I say function is a named sequence of statements that perform a computation. And let me tell you that they are of two types. The first one is the built-in functions, and the second one is the user-defined functions. Okay, thank you, Shweta. So functions are of two types. The first one is the built-in function and the user-defined function. So one of the very first built-in function that we studied was print or length or type. Do you remember any other built-in functions? Any other built-in functions? Just write down the name in the chat box. Built-in functions, whatever you remember. ID, yes, superb. Function name, input, range, ID, range, okay. Length, float, print, okay. Range is there. Then, okay, don't repeat it. Anything new, type, str, min, max. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Index, okay. Index is not a built-in function. Sorry, index is not a built-in function. Format, very nice. No, average is not a built-in function. I'll show you some built-in functions. Let's say if I have a list, then I can print this. And if I talk about printing this will be printing the sum. Max is also a built-in function. Min is also a built-in function. Length is also a built-in function. Type is also a built-in function. And then if I say round, that's also a built-in function. Absolute is also a built-in function. So many built-in functions are there. What does absolute do? It will make the minus as plus. And you know what I want to tell you? No. From the ones that I have taught you. Don't give me your knowledge. I'm tired of telling you guys. Don't give me your repository of knowledge. Do not show off your knowledge of Python, please. I am not here to scare the participants. Even I can say n number of things. Whenever I ask any question, your answer must be restricted to what I have taught so far. Everyone, restricted to what I have taught. That is more important, right? I will never ask anyone any question which I have not taught because I know that I cannot ask that. So everyone will always, those of you who know Python as well, you will keep your inputs restricted to whatever we have taught because I am assuming all of you on the same level. So some of you, even if you know Python or this level or this level or this level, for me, you all are at the same level only. So uniformity, equality in the class. Okay. I want to say, I want to find sine of 30. So that is also a built-in function. What is sine 30? Do you remember from trigonometry? Sine of 30 is 1 by 2. Yes, 1 by 2. This function exists. Huh? Let's look at the output. Trust me, it exists. Please trust me. Cos function. This also exists. Log. Nothing is working today. You know why? Because all of these functions are mathematical functions. So what have they done is they have dumped it all together into a library. This is called as a package, or this is called as a library, or this is called as a module. Because all of these functions are similar, they have dumped it into this sine, cos, sine hyperbolic, log, log 10, factorial, GCD, and n number of things. You want to use any one of this, so you will have to use the built-in module or package or library, and you will have to import it, and then you can say print math dot sign of 30. Math dot sign of 30. And this is what you get as the output. Now you will be like, Darshan, this is not correct. I just said it is 1/2. It is in radians. It is accepting 30 in radians. Okay. Now, if I want to try a few more functions, math.cos, math.tan, and math.factorial, I am getting the answer, but what am I not liking is every time typing math dot, 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 math dot. I don't want that. I don't want that. So I am going to say import math as M, and M is an alias name, which is a pet name. So now my life is relatively simple. Is it not? Did you understand what is an alias name? You can give any name as an alias name. Just use as. And the life becomes relatively simpler. People new to Python, did you follow alias name? Gopi has a question that is it possible to not use the alias? So we have, if you look into this program, this is without alias. You'll have to write the name of the complete module, math dot, math dot, math dot. Oh, no, 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 that you can't. You can do that. You can do that. I'll show you. I guess you can do that also. That's a good question. So I got your question now. So Gopi is like, can I just write sign of 30? So you can do that. So if you just want to give a call, maybe like print sign of 30. So Gopi wants to know, is this possible? And you can do that. How? You can say from the math module, import the required functions. Whatever you want, you import that. Now they are directly available. But you will have to import each and every function. That will be little additional efforts that you will have to do. But this is also possible. Very interesting question. Right? Welcome, Gopi. All of you, right? It's a new learning. Thanks to Gopi. Else I would have skipped it. Guido Van Rossum did it. Basically, the idea is very simple, Shanu. The common functions are directly available, and all these are mathematical functions, and hence he has dumped it into a single module. That's good now. If something which is related is as a group, then that's good. If I'm going to mix first standard and fifth standard school and teach them together, that's going to be confusing. So just like here, you have coders and non-coders in the class. It is always better to have a separate batch for coders and another separate batch for non-coders, something like that. And if you want to know what all are the functions which are available, you can just use the help. Help of math will give you the official documentation link. And this is where you land up. All the available functions can be looked from here. Right? All these functions are here, like factorial, returns the factorial of a number. So you have everything available over here. My laptop is hungry. Give me a moment. It will convert the angle from degree to radians. And there is a function which is called as degree. It will convert from radians to degree. So you can use that, and thus you can get the answer. So by default, it is considering x as this, right? So I will see over here. So x equal to 30 and degrees of 30 and radians of 30. So I am converting that to degrees and radians. So let's say if I have 0.5, right? So in this way, you can give the input. So you want the output to be given in what? So let's say if I say I want to print math dot sine of 30. So you get 0.5. So this is nesting one function inside another. Whenever you have one function inside another, it executes from inner function to outer function, and therefore you get the output as 0.5. Tan of 30, it works, and k of 30 also it works. But why will anyone do that? I mean, it's just that I'm replacing tan by k. Of no use. Even I learned this something new first time in my life, but it is useless. You will never ever use it this way. Why will anyone import tan as k? Because in fact, let's say Mansoor, you only do it. And after 10 days, you are executing the program and all of a sudden you are seeing this line and that import statement is somewhere there at the top of the code. Let's say around 500 lines up. And Mansoor will be himself thinking, K of 30 is giving me this. What is exactly happening? So we are creating a program which is creating confusion for a programmer who created it and also for the programmer who will try to understand it later. So it is of no use. It is only of use when, let's say, this name is very long and confusing and you want to give an alias name, then only it makes sense. So I would say not a recommended practice. My whole point is to give meaningful alias name, certain group of things. Yes, I got that, but that's not possible. And let's say, no, you can try that also. What can be done? Let's say if you want to try that, then maybe what if I put a bracket around this? Try it out that way. No, it's not allowed. So, nahi chalega, as simple as that, Mansoor. So then you will have to say that sine as k and cos as k. It's working or not, that I don't know. But if I say k of 30 now, what will happen, God knows. But illogical, illogical. Because you cannot give same name to both. Because if you're giving same name, the thing is, what will happen? In my logic, what will happen is initially you said sine as k, then you said cos as k, whatever is the latest said that will be considered. So it is likely to give cos of k. But again, why will we do that? So these all are unnecessary ways of trying it out. And why will one give, logically think about it, that why will anyone give a group of functions one single name? A group of functions will never be given one single name. Are you getting my point now, Mansoor? You can't give sine, cos, and tan one single name because when you give a call, which one should it call? Right. Cool. So, chalo, let's go ahead. So we are clear with this. In the same way, we also have a time module, right? And let's look at the functions of it. The first function of time module is the time function, which will return the time since the first epoch. So if I say print t dot time, it will tell me what is the current time. Purely in seconds, purely in seconds. See, now it's saying 412. It is saying 414. 2 seconds over. 1 second I run it. 18 seconds, 418. Observe this. 22, 23, 24. I'm running it again and again. Every second it is updating. So entire time since January 1, 1970 purely converted to seconds. If you want the time just like the way you and me understand, you can use the C time function. Sleep function is for making the program sleep. So if you see over here, I said sleeping for 5 seconds and then it is on line number 9. It didn't go ahead. for 5 seconds. And then after 5 seconds, line number 10 got executed. I can do one thing. I will print the time before and after. So right now, this is the current time. I'm asking it for sleeping for 5 seconds, and I'll print the time when it is awake. So it slept at 475. It woke up at 480. Did you understand? Sleep for 5 seconds. Everyone? Yes. So all of these are built-in functions. Now I want to talk about user-defined function. There are many functions in the time. We don't need all, neither we have that in our TOC. We are not having the time module, but I covered it additionally for you. So user-defined function. User-defined function is for creating our own function. So why do we need a user-defined function? In some cases, uh, the logic which we want is not directly available. So you will have to create your own logic. In those cases, we need a user-defined function. We will cover this topic in the next class, but I'm giving you a heads up. So the syntax is, if you have to define a user-defined function, you say DEF means I want to define. DEF stands for define. Then you give the function name, and then I can say do this and do this. This is where I am defining a function. And after defining, if you want to call a function, you will just copy this and you'll paste this. I will explain you everything now. Let us try to understand a very simple scenario, last 2 minutes, and then I'm going to call off. So the simple scenario is, let's say Sandeep is promoted and now he has become a manager, and this is his cabin. This is the door of his cabin, and this is his big boss chair. There are 3 chairs in front of his table. He has also got a peon who sits outside his cabin, and there is a bell which he has been given. If Sandeep rings the bell, ting, the peon should come inside and serve him. So, how do I mimic this scenario? So, Sandeep's servant is this. He is the Sandeep servant, and Sandeep is the main boss. So, I say DEF peon. So, this is Sandeep's peon. And what will he do? Whenever Sandeep calls him, he will say, hello, sir. And he will say, welcome to the office. Have a nice day. Bye, sir. And he will say, congratulations on your promotion. Okay. So this person exists. I executed this as well, but it didn't give any output because Sandeep has not called him. When he rings the bell, he is called. How do you call a function? Function name. Same, copy this. So call peon. Sandeep calls peon. Now Sandeep is the main function. He calls it. What happens? When he calls it, control goes back into Pune, and whatever things are written over here, all of these things are executed. Hello, sir, welcome to office, blah, 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 blah. And after that, the control returns back. Uh, yeah, sorry. After that, the control returns back to the code, or to the output. So Sandeep is very happy. So nice. I randomly go up and let's say copy this code just like that. So now also that tune exists. Of course, he exists. That doesn't die. It will be there till the time I don't restart my kernel. It will be there. So if I give a call, in fact, I'll do one thing. For I in range of 5, give a call to Pune, and now Sandeep is feeling very irritated about this guy. Every time Sandeep is calling him, this Pune is coming in. Hello, sir. Welcome to the office. Have a nice day. Bye, sir. Congratulations on your promotion. And you are like, first day Sandeep likes it. But from the second day, when he continuously see that every time this idiot is coming and saying the same thing, when is this person, Pune, helpful? When Sandeep assigns him some task and he does it. And that is where I want to talk about a function having the parameters. You have a function like this, add of 10 comma 20. What will happen is it will search for the add function which can accept two values. So while the call is going, it will take 10 here and 20 here. So A and B are being having the value 10 and 20. Now these are called as the parameters. Earlier there was no parameters. C is equal to 30. Sum is 30 printed. And after that control goes to the new line. Now what happens? You're asking it to give a call again. So this call goes once again. While going, it is taking the number 100 and 200. So A is 100 and B is 200. Sum is 300. So it will print sum is 300 and control comes from here. Sorry, not here. From here, control comes back to the new line. Next I'm saying Darshan and Ingle. Control goes over here. While going, it takes Darshan and Ingle. 100 is Darshan, 200 is Ingle. Internally, it will get Darshan Ingle. Sum is Darshan Ingle. Control comes from here to the new line. This is how the flow is moving. I can also do one thing. I can create a function called as multiply. I can do this. Now pay attention. This is the last one. Now what happens? How is this different? I'm giving a call to multiply of 10 comma 20. Control goes here, takes 10 and 20. 10 is here, 20 is here. What is going to happen? C is equal to 10 into 20, 200. Return is a keyword in Python. This will return. You know where will return go? Return will say, I will send this wherever the call came from. The call came from this underlined part. So this return, this time we are not printing. We are telling this function to execute and the return is going to return the result over here. And result is saving the number 200. And then I say print this. So we are getting the result back. So why do we do this? Because whenever you have a function, right? The job of the function is to just do as directed. What is its job? The job is mainly to multiply two numbers. Okay, fan love. After multiplying of the two numbers, why should this person be allowed to print it? His job was just to multiply. It should multiply and give the output. Why are you printing it to everyone? I have received this feedback and this is really good. 4.67 as the trainer CSAT. It's good. But if you see carefully, right? Right. So everything is good. Some people have rated it 4. I don't know for what reason. Uh, then nice session. See here. 33333. LSM rating 4 and trainer rating 3 because I'm very bad at delivering and I'm from the non-programming background and it was difficult for me to understand. This is day one feedback, not today's, yesterday's. It is difficult for me to understand the today's class, I don't even understand where it is going to use further. Then over here, going forward, you see this. Look at this feedback. 3, 3, 2, 2, 4. Now, I just want to say over here one important thing. So, number one, before I end my today's session, just a small thing about it. So, after going through it personally, through every rating and the comment that you have shared after our last session, see, I genuinely appreciate those of you who take the time to respond. To those of you who give 5 on 5 across the content, trainer delivery, platform, and more, thank you. Your support and acknowledgement are never taken for granted, and feedback like nice session or the trainer has a great way of explaining, those words go a long way, right? I mean, they don't just boost my motivation, but they raise the energy of the session as well, because it shows where are we moving. We are moving in the right direction. You might not realize it, but every 5-star feedback is a vote of confidence. It tells me and the team about this program, and that we are doing what we are doing ultimately is working, right? It makes the effort behind the planning, explaining, solving doubts, and pacing the content truly worth it. Now, for those who rated the session on a lower side, like 3 or below, I'd also like to speak with complete honesty and mutual respect. I definitely understand that not everyone comes from the same background. Of course, some of you mentioned being from the non-programming background. I truly empathize with that. I know this content can feel little overwhelming or technical at times, but I want to request you something. See, low ratings without specific actionable suggestions create confusion, not clarity. I don't know whether you found the content hard to understand, or you found it too fast, or you found it too slow, or maybe it is just that it wasn't what you expected. If something did not work for you, talk to me. Ask it in the session. Drop in a question in the chat box. Send me a message. I am here to help you. But if your communication is a 2 or a 3 on the feedback with no context, it blocks the very improvement that you are hoping for in the next class. So your feedback impacts more than just me, because it is viewed at an institutional level by the IITK academic board, by Simplilearn, by the course administrator. Every low score gets logged, analyzed, flagged, even when it's due to a personal struggle or not instructional quality. That's how the system is, right? So I request you to make your feedback powerful and not punitive. I don't expect everyone to blindly rate fives. Absolutely not. But if your rate is low, please share why, so that I can adapt. Was it too technical? Was there a doubt you didn't get a chance to ask? Was the platform unclear? Share it. Let us build the class together. Let's make this small pact today, that if something is difficult, I will raise a hand. If something is difficult, I will drop in a message. If something is difficult, I will speak up. I will pause. I will explain. I will simplify. I will revisit. I promise. So let's not save the frustration after the session and then leave the ratings that don't reflect the real efforts from both the sides. See, we are in the top tier program and I treat every participant with equal level of seriousness. You know that very well. I treat everyone at the same level, but that also means that I expect maturity, respect, openness in how we communicate with each other. So we have to co-create this experience. I am giving you my 100% and I ask you as well to do the same, not just in learning, but also in sharing, being thoughtful, fair, and constructive feedback. That is what will make this journey impactful.
If I'm having a function, def, add, and here I can supply number one, number two. I can also supply more than a number and have any value out. Let's say number three. And what I want to do, I can say that res is equal to number one plus number two plus number three. And then I can print over here that the sum of number one, number two is number three. And then when you have to give a call, you have to copy this call like this. And I'll write it inside this only. ADD of, and number 1, 2, 3 can be replaced by 10, 20, 30. And this add of 10, 20, 30 substitutes the values inside this. And that is how you are having all of these things in place. And this goes inside it. This is how we are getting these things. Now, that was one example. Let us look at few more examples very quickly and finish this off and move on to the main part of the agenda. So, let us say I am considering a retail example. And the retail example over here is I am thinking of calculating the discount. So obviously, when you think of calculating a discount, in fact, before that, I'll just like to modify this user-defined function, and this is without return value. And then I'm creating another user-defined function with a return value. So what is the difference? Let's understand this. So instead of add, I'm calling this as addn. You cannot have two functions with the same name. It is computed. And after that, I say return result. Now, what does return statement do? Return statement returns the value to the caller, which means that if I'm passing 10, 20, 30, here what happens? RES is equal to 10 plus 20 plus 30 because I'm passing that. So, which also means RES equal to 60. So, result is 60. Done. A return RES, which means return 60. So, that means 60 is written from here right back to the caller. So, if I say M is equal to this, and let's say I'm printing M. If I say M is equal to this, and I am printing M, you see I'm RES, and that thing has to be written. So RES is equal to this plus this and return RES, and you see none. Why? Because there is a statement after this. If I comment it out, oh, uh, oh, ADDN, stupid. Okay, and yeah. ADDN now of 10, 20, 30. Now pay attention. 10, 20, 30 go over here. This gives 60. This says return 60. Return 60 means right from here, return. Imagine you are in your office and you get a phone from your home that come back home, there is some emergency. So what do? After this, whatever work you have, right? Let's assume that these are the set of tasks which you are pending in the office. You ignore everything, and right from here, you get a call, return back home. From here only, you leave everything and come back home. That means this is your home because you have given a call from here. So return will return the call. So the return of 60 gives supply 60 over here, and M becomes equal to 60. And therefore, when you say print M this, that means these lines will never execute. This line will not be executed. Similarly with this, because you asked us to return it, so return will return from that point only. Are you all with me? Is that clear? Return will return from that point back. Very, very important. So even if there are 100 statements after it, no, nothing. Right? Super. Then, thank you. Acha, I don't would like to trouble you a lot. Going forward, it's your choice. But whenever I ask you a question, so you can also reply to me in why. I'm okay. Why means yes for me. So because typing 3 characters takes in energy. So why is also fine. Okay, I don't feel offended. But do reply. In fact, more people can also consider replying because I have reduced your burden. Okay. So then I am talking about calculating the discount. So obviously for calculating the discount, we need price and the discount rate, and then discount can be calculated. So I say, here, pay attention. I'm giving a call to calculate discount. So calculate discount 1000, 100, or let me just say, price is equal to float, enter the price, discount will be this, and yeah, this looks good. So we'll be asking the user for the price. Let's say I am giving the price as 1000, and we'll be asking the user enter the percentage discount. So let's say I'm giving 10%. So both of these are accepted. The accepted values go over here. So obviously in this case, it's going to be calculate of 1000 comma 10, and control goes over here. And this will be having price and discount as this. If price is less than 0 or discount is less than 0, sorry, that's not possible. And that means it should say this and return back to the main program. Main program means from here, let's say after this, if I just have a statement, hello world. So this will be coming back and this call would be executed. And if everything is fine, then 1000 minus 10% of 1000, and that will be discounted price and that will be printed. And we give that, and I'm typing 1000 here. And then, so you can see after that this came. But let's say, so what happened is I gave 1000 and then so it computed, this condition failed. So here it computed and 10% of 1000 is this. So discounted price is what is being printed, as you can see here. And then after that, control comes back and executes this. However, if I am giving the price as 1000 and discount as minus 2%, then what happens? Because this condition is satisfied, it prints this, and then we say return. Return means forget everything, come back.
come back. So return comes back and then this gets printed. So that is the idea of return. And if you don't want to do that, another way you can do this is you can put in else. Right. So that is also another way to do that. So this will also be fine. 1010. You get this. So both of them are valid ways of doing it. You can go ahead with any of the ways. See, observe both the ways. So different programmers have a different style of doing it. Feel free to follow any way, whatever looks convenient to you. Acha. I can think of further modifying this program. How? Let us say I am talking about if the discount percentage is not given, it should be default to 5%. If someone doesn't give discount rate, then 5% discount. How can I do it? Very simple. Put over here equal to 5. So put over here equal to 5. So let us replace this with a simple call. I say calculate discount 1000 comma 10. So when I give 1000 comma 10, price is 1000 and discount is overwritten as 10. And then it checks this condition is false. It goes to the else block and does this job, and therefore you see it. But if I say calculate discount of 1000, because second parameter is not given, it will assume as 5 and you see 950. That means 5% discount. Another important thing, you cannot have, see, this is called as the default parameter, right? So discount is defaulted to 5%. So you cannot have this default parameter before the non-default, right? So I'll just mention the rule for setting the default value. So default values must always be at the end of the function signature. You cannot say I'll write discount equal to 5 first and then price. Python will not understand it. Rule. If the function has default values, then all the parameters after that value should also have defaults. That means, let's say you are having, you are calculating the simple interest. Then, let's say, def calculate simple interest. So simple interest requires what? Principal, rate of interest, and time, right? So it requires principal, rate of interest, and time. Time I want to give default. No, let's say rate I want to give default as 5%. So rate 5% is this. And there is no default to time. It will give an error. It will give an error. So if you are putting a default, it must be at the end, or you give in a default value to this also. So defaults will always come at the end. See, now it works. So here, even if you don't supply this, so 1000, 5 and 1. And that is how you are getting 50, 50, 50, 50. Are you all with me? Did you understand? Defaults must be at the end. Everyone is clear with this? Very nice. Good. Now after this, let us get started with the next topic.
first parameter can't be default. It can be default. Now, what is the problem? First parameter can also be default. What is the rule? What is the rule? Jaideep, read this. What is it saying? If a function has default values, then all parameters after that should also have default. So if you are giving a default value to principal, that is after that rate and time should also have default values. Understanding? Yes. Welcome. Setting default to 5 inside the function definition is not like hard coding. No, because you are basically whenever you supply a value that gets overridden. So that cannot be called as hard coding. It can be called as a fallback condition. Okay, cool. Let's go ahead. Now, what are we looking? Now I want to start with the topic of string, list, tuple. Now listen to me. I have to get started with the topic of string, list, and tuple. Now, what is the agenda for today? The current topic is string, list, tuple, introduction, indexing, slicing. And once these things are over, we get into the functions of it. But the current topic is string, list, and tuple, indexing, slicing, and introduction. Okay. So, and then we start into functions because the way you do indexing and slicing in all of these three are the same. Let's understand it. So, if I have a string like darshaning like. So first of all, how is this string saved? Or let me have it like this so that the more variety I have, the more better I can help you out. A string is saved like this. D R dot D A R S H A N I N G L E. So this is our string variable, and these are the indexes which I explained you last time also. It also maintains negative indexes -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6, -7, -8, -9, -10, -11, -12, -13, -14, -16, -17. Now, first of all, after defining this, when I print S, I get the output as Dr. Darshan English, no doubt about it. And when I say print type of S, I get this. Okay, this is all straightforward and sorted. Now, the next concept which I want to talk about is indexing. And for accessing indexing, the syntax is like this: string name and the index. So these are the indexes, as I told you. So if I say what is there at S of 0, capital D, what is there at S of 6, small r, and so on. So this is what I have already taught you in the previous class. I remember it very well. So print S of 0 should be capital D. If I say print S of 9 should be small a. If I say print S of -1, it should be -1 is small e. If I say print S of -7, so -7 should be small n. If I say print S of -14, what should be S of -14? What should be S of -14? Blank or space. Yes, that's correct. Let us see whether if we are getting it. You see, there is space. When I highlight it, I can see there is a space. So that confirms that, okay, this is what is the thing. Okay. Now that we get this, the next concept which I want to talk about is slicing. So slicing syntax is it will have start index and end index, and it will return the string from start index to end index -1. So I'll tell you what it is. If I want from this to extract darshan, if I want this, which means logically I want to go and take index 4 onwards till index 10. So yes, it's like substring only. I say print in the string, starting index is 4, ending index is 10. 4 and 10. Right? All good. Let us see what do we get as the output. Darsha. So I gave it as 10 and I got it as 9. So remember this, I was very clear in specifying when you give start and end, it will fetch from starting index to the ending index -1. So when you give 4 and 10, it is going from 4 to 10 -1. That means it is going up to 9. All of you understood why did I say start index to end index -1? Always. And this applies everywhere in Python, everywhere, not only to string, to list also, to tuple also. So I will say S of 11 and it should give me this. Acha, so, okay, if you understood, help me believe that you have understood. Can you let me know how I can get out Dr. D? Give me the start and give me this entire thing. S, what and what? Dr. D is what I want as the output. Very good. You have to go from 0 up to 5 so that it takes up to 4. That's correct. So print S of 0:5 so that it goes up to 4. Dr. D has come out. Someone said 4. It cannot be 4. If I give 4, then it will take up to 3. It's written over here. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Don't take the things lightly. They are very, very important. One more I would like to say, but I also want to add on one thing that if in this case you are giving the indexes as
0 and 5. In the same way, even if you give minus 17 and minus 12, that also works. So, print s of minus 17 to minus 12. This will also give you Dr. D. Minus 17, minus 12. Minus 12, not plus 12, minus 12. Dr. D. All right. So you get these things as well. Okay, shared it. In the same way, so basically, what I want to say is if I want Dr. D, then my start index can be given as 0 or minus 17. So if I say print s of 0 as the start index and end index as minus 12, that is also fine. This will also give Dr. D. And if I say start index is given as minus 17 and end index is given as 5, then also I will get Dr. D. So please pay attention. 0 and 5, 0, minus 12. Minus 17, minus 13, minus 17, 4. Anything can be given because ultimately they are the same. Are you all clear? Anything can be given because ultimately they are the same. Okay, very good. Then, thank you for confirming. I also want to tell you that if someone doesn't give the start index, it is considered as 0. So, if I say S of colon 5. So S of colon 5 means by default, this is considered as S of 0 colon 5, which will give me Dr. D. If I don't specify start index, it is 0. So this will also give Dr. D. In the same way, if end index is not specified, it will go till the last. If end index is not specified, it will go till the last. So I would say that if I say 4 colon, 4 colon, then it will go and go everything from 4 till the last, not end index minus 1 till the last. So entire darshan English has come because I said you have to go from 4 and I didn't specify the end index. So when you don't specify the end index, it will go till the last. And one last. If both are not given, it should give me the entire string because if start index is not given, it is 0. If end index is not given, it goes up to last. Then in that case, it should ideally return the complete string. See, Dr. Darshan English, entire string is being returned. Are you all with me? Okay. Just help me out to extract Darshan I. What should I give as the start and the end index in terms of forward indexing, no negative indexing? 4 and 13. Okay, that's correct. 4 and 13 will give me Darshan I. And yes, I have got it. Now, think about it. Listen to me very carefully. Don't type anything into the chat. Now, what am I thinking is I want to pick up D. Then I am planning to go 2 steps, pick up R. Then I'm planning to go 2 steps, pick up H. Then I'm planning to go 2 steps, pick up N. Then I'm planning to go to 2 steps, pick up I. Then I plan to go 2 steps, but nothing is there, so I stop. So I want to extract D, R, H, I. I can do that. I can say 4, comma 13 colon 2. Have a look at the output. D, R, H, and I. So over here, what I want to talk about is the syntax, start index, end index, and step size. So start index, end index, and the step size. So go from 14 to 13, that means ideally 14 to 13 minus 1 with a step size of 2. With a step size of 2. Let me first ask you, did you all understand? The step size funda, is that clear to everyone? Two steps, right? Okay. Now, if it is clear, let me put in some challenge. What do you think 14, 13, 2 should do? You have to look into this box at a step size of 3. You need not answer first. You should answer correctly. That is important. Take your time. But I don't want even a single person to go wrong. Before you type, confirm your answer in your mind. But yeah, very nice. Looks like everyone got it. So is it DSN, 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 DSN? Yes. Congratulations, and I am really very happy over here. Good. Achha. Now, we all know that if I don't give the start and end index, it gives me the complete string Dr. Darshan Ingle. But in this, after I that do, if I do -1, see, if you just write this much, I know it gets me the complete string. If I write, forget -1, if I write +1, that means I am asking it to go from the start index, which is by default 0, end index, which is the last character of the string, with a step size of 1. So, yes, full name is written. Full name is written. And the full name is also written when I don't give this. So can I assume that the default step size is 1 because both of them are giving Dr. Darshan Ingle? Default step size is 1. Assume all good? Very good. What I want to tell you is if you put in -1 over here, then you will get the reverse. It goes from the last to the first. It goes from last to first. And now one thing I will explain after this. So when I say -2, then what will happen? It will take up E, 1 step, 2 step G, 1 step, 2 step I, 1 step, 2 step N, 1 step, 2 step H, 1 step, 2 step R, 1, 2 G, 1, 2 this, and so this will be written in the reverse order. Check it out. E G I N H R E G I N H R D dot D D dot D. Are you all clear with this concept? Now we have completed string indexing, string, list, tuple, indexing, and slicing. Okay. We have completed now string, list, and tuple, indexing, and slicing. Now you might be like, but Darshan, you didn't cover so far list and tuple. Ideally, we covered because things don't change. I'll show you how. Let us say Pay attention now. I say, we know that this is a string. You also know how do you create a list. I have taught to you while I explained you the concept of loops. Yes or no? Yes, square bracket and all those things. Yes. So I want to say, if I say S is equal to list of S, so this function will be converting it to a list. So see, same content, but as a list. Same content, but as a list. I can actually print in the type of it. So a string can be converted to a list. Are you all with me? Line number 5, 6, 7 clear to all of you? Yes. I purposely kept the name as S only because now also the diagram for this S is same. The diagram for the S is same. So if the figure is same, then I go back and I say that right from indexing till slicing, copy everything. I'm copying everything. Highlighted portion I'm copying. And then I paste. You will see the same outputs, but in the form of a list. Like for example, let us copy these outputs just for our reference. And compare. DAEN space. DAEN space. Then it was Darshan, Dr. D, how many times? Almost 6 times. Then it was Darshan, Dr. Dot D 6 times. The format is different because this is list, but contents are the same and code is the same. Are you realizing this? Content received is same and code is also the same. Come down, see over here, right? Oh, sorry, here. Darshan Ingle, Dr. Darshan Ingle, Darshan I, DRHNI. See, Darshan Ingle, Dr. Darshan Ingle, Darshan I, DRHNI. And then DSN, Dr. Darshan Ingle, Dr. Darshan Ingle, reverse and step size of 2. DSN, Dr. Darshan Ingle, again Dr. Darshan Ingle in reverse, and that is in step size of 2. Are you all following that the code for indexing and slicing is same for list and tuple? List and string. Yes, that's the reason I covered this concept parallelly. Okay. Now, Control V. What will I do is I want to convert it to a tuple. We discussed a tuple also last time. So tuple will be storing the things like this. You know, na? We discussed tuple also during the loops. Am I correct? Tuple was discussed. Round brackets. Yes. So now you will be getting the same output as the list. The only difference would be what? Can you guess for me what will be the only difference in the formatting of the output? Nah, Pritam, you're awesome. Yes. No ordering, round brackets. That's it. Everywhere in this yellow box, wherever you see a square bracket, now that would be a round bracket. That's it. square bracket by round bracket. And see, square bracket everywhere replaced by a round bracket. Okay. Now, did we discuss the property of mutability and immutability in the earlier class? I don't think so. We did? Arey wow, very good. Very nice. So, string is immutable. Rajesh, wait. I will take care of everything. Don't worry. I have that going on in my mind. So, string is immutable. So you cannot change the value. So immutable, that means you cannot change the value of a string. So if I say S is equal to Dr. Darshan English, and if I say I want to change S of 0 to Dr. Darshan English to Mr. Darshan English. So I say S of 0 must be made as M. Print S. It doesn't allow. So string is immutable. List is mutable. So if I have a list of grocery items, I print it, I check the type of it, and I say grocery item 0, I want to modify as curd. So it was milk, bread, egg, and butter. And I say, please make grocery of 0, which is milk, as curd, and it does allow. So list is mutable. Whereas tuple is again immutable. So here if I try to change it, it will give an error. Tuple does not allow it. You cannot make it as curd. Okay. Now, obviously, some important point, exactly what Rajesh pointed out a couple of minutes back. I want to tell you string is immutable, list is mutable, tuple is this. Fourth one, in my experience, you will be using list most of the time. I would say almost 95 to 98% of the time you will be using list only. Tuples are very rarely used, almost 2 to 4% of the times. As we understand that since tuple is immutable, it can be used in the scenarios where you want to protect the data from being modified. Like, for example, tuple can be used to store the coordinates. You are sending someone your live location on WhatsApp. So location cannot change, right? So if I say I am over here, my coordinates are unique. So such things. Can anything on planet Earth ever change? Will the location coordinates for your home ever change? If that changes, then you are not getting your Amazon order appropriately. If that changes, you are not going to get your Swiggy, Zomato, Zepto, Blinkit orders. So tuples are used in those cases. You can also expect the tuple to be used for storing the color coordinates. We know that how is a color formed? Red, green, and blue combination. So these combinations are unique. Latitude, longitude coordinates. They are used to store date, month, year, hour, month, time. Tuples are also very popularly used to store the passport number, which consists of country code and passport number. Your phone number, which will not change, or let's say instead of phone number, let me say Aadhaar card number, your PAN number. Tuples are also used to store the date of birth, date of joining. Tuples are also used to store the date of death. Only in the scenarios where nothing is ever going to change, you use tuple. When you are doing programming, obviously you are here to change the values. Then only you will be able to do some calculations. Therefore, I say most of the times you will be using list only. But in some other cases, tuple as I listed below. Is that clear to everyone, including Rajesh? How does slicing work in tuple? Please pay attention, man. Here only we understood now how slicing works. Are you referring to slicing is changing the content? Are we changing the content over here? Are you changing the content in slicing? No. So what is the worry factor? You are just extracting it. I said tuples contents cannot be changed. Property is preserved. Perfect. Chalo. Now we understand these things. Let's proceed ahead. Can we change the slicing operation? Change the return type of previous slicing is a tuple or list only. I didn't get your question. It's silent. I didn't get your question. Return type of previous slicing is a tuple or a list only. So what do you want? Huh? I think you raise your hand, Shanu. Let me talk to you. What's going on in your mind? Raise your hand. I'll give you the access to speak. Quickly, quickly, quickly.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Shanu, please tell me.
My question is like, for example, let's say from a string, I extract out some values using the first slicing operation, right?
Just a
Now,
moment. Let me get to that topic here. Huh. Okay. Let's say you extracted. Then,
right, and from the return string from the output string of that
this is-
operation, yeah,
okay. Let's.
yeah. Let's say now again to that same function, like in continuation, if I put another bracket with the slicing operation again,
Hmm.
so is that a valid syntax?
Yeah, it's a valid syntax. Let me demonstrate. That's a good one. Stay connected. Don't go on mute. So let us say I'm creating a list. List having values 1, 2, or let's say 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and I say print L, so it's going to be the. Now, you are saying that first of all, let's make it as a tuple first of all, right? So I'll say T is equal to 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and I'm printing the tuple. Now, if in case I'm replacing this by another tuple, let's call the content of this tuple as Darshan and Ingle. So we all know that at index location 0, 1, 2, 3. Darshan Ingle is there at index location 3. So if I say T of 3, T of 3 is Darshan Ingle. Now your question is further, if you want Darshan out, then in this output, Darshan is at index 0 because the return is a tuple and Ingle is at 1. That can be done further by saying T30 and for Ingle you can say T31. Now in fact see in Darshan is a string now. So inside the string, where is character A? It is at index 1. So if I come and say further square bracket 1, you see it is giving me A. So you can do any level of sub-indexing. Right? That was your question, right?
Right. Yeah. Good answer. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you.
that was a good point. You're welcome. All of you understood this? A tuple containing a tuple. A tuple can also contain a list. A list can also contain a tuple and vice versa. You can play around with that combinations. You can play around with that combinations. Okay. Right. Let me go ahead now. Now, what is the topic? Now, that's what I said. You have to play around with that combination. If a list is modified, then is the tuple. Try it. You have a computer, you have an interpreter. I know that this question is going to come. Therefore, I previously only quoted. You play around with that combination and check it out. Okay. Yes. So, upcoming topics. I would say immediate upcoming topics. Functions of string. It's already in the plan. Then functions of list and functions of tuple. That's the upcoming, immediate upcoming topics, functions of list, string, and tuple. So let us get into each of this now. Let us get started with this. The first function over here, very simple, a very, very simple function. We'll try to cover each of this function with respect to some industry example. Upper function. Upper function in a string is used to convert anything. But you know, the first important thing, right? So if you're talking about function of string, if you look into the syntax, all the functions of the string are given as string dot function name. All the functions are written as the string name dot the function name. So now, if I'm talking about the function upper, what does it do? It converts all the characters in the string to the uppercase. So I'm considering over here the example of a banking scenario. So we see in banking, customer names are stored in the uppercase in the database. Let us look at it. So customer name is John Doe. If I want to convert this to an uppercase, the name of the string customer name dot the name of the function upper, and that's what you get as the output. Have a look at this code. Are you all clear with the syntactical structure of the function? Every function, be it list, tuple, string, everything is the name of the string dot that. Right? Yes. So now I'll be completing 2 to 3 functions and then I'll ask you whether it's clear to you or not. The second one is the lower function. As usual, it will be converting the things to the lower case. So in e-commerce, the user emails are usually stored in the lower case to avoid duplication. So some people type email ID in all capital case, but you store all of them into lower case. And have a look at this function and let me know if you followed it. Yes. Email ID John Doe, email dot lower and converts it to the lower case. Very nice. Then the next function is title, which makes every word's first character capital. So in a travel booking, passenger names are auto-formatted in the sense if someone writes his name as Mr. John Smith, if you give it, apply a title function, passenger name dot title, it becomes Mr. John Smith. Every word's first character is capitalized. Simple. Then strip is for removing the leading and the trailing spaces. That means if there are any extra spaces at the start or at the end, we are removing it. In supply chain, vendor names can be cleaned this way. For example, you have a vendor name, Global Supplies Limited. There are spaces before and after. If you say vendor dot strip, it is not having any extra spaces. Straightforward. All the function names in Python are easy to understand even when you look at the name of it. Okay. Then replace. See, this is the syntax. What is the old and what is the new? Replace something by something. So this will be replacing the old substring by the new substring. In the sense, in healthcare billing, we can replace the outdated hospital names. For example, you have the hospital name City Hospital Private Limited. I say replace. Private Limited has now become Private Limited. You see the difference, PVT and private. And so just showing you with the help of as much real-time example as possible so that you are able to understand the usage of it. The next is split. Whoa. You all are thinking, huh? Very nice. Very nice. Good one. I liked it. You are correct. Very interesting observation. I was going to explain it to you later, but I'm happy someone figured it out. So if I have a string like Darshan, so I'll print S. And I will also print address of S. Not address of S, I'll print S only. Right. Now, tell me quickly, what will be S of 0? S of 0? Yes. S of 0 is going to be capital T, correct. Tell me quickly, what would be S of 1 colon S of 1 colon? Arshan. Yes. You start from 1 and you go till the last character. Start from 1 and you go till the last character. Okay. So do I get it? Of course I will get it. Okay. Tell me, what is S of 0 plus S of 1 colon? Darshan, concatenating. Very nice. Very nice. Am I getting it? Okay. So if I copy this and then what will be the output of line number 7 now? Harshan, okay, that's correct as well. No doubt it's incorrect. So what am I doing now is S is equal to this. And I say print S. Now, as Ramani and others said that strings are immutable, so this should ideally give an error because you cannot overwrite in this. But it worked. It worked. But strings are immutable. Let us confirm whether it really worked. I'm looking for the address of S and address of S. Do you see the address has changed? So it has moved to a different memory location. Now, what is saved at this address? This address, the older Darshan is saved, but no one is pointing to it. Earlier, S was pointing to this memory address. Now, S is pointing to this memory address. And the earlier memory address is orphan, and Python's garbage collector will collect it. That happens automatically. So strings are still immutable only. Is that clear to everyone? Very nice, Sanket. Good. Nice. That was a good observation, by the way. Okay. Then I say, we get into the split function, where split is mainly used for splitting a string into a list of words. So you will find this very popularly used while in NLP problems. Right now, in logistics, you parse the warehouse codes separated by the commas. So see, these are the warehouse codes. Delhi 01, Mumbai 02, Bangalore 03. So there are so many things. I'm going to split them by comma. And you can get this. And that is how you get this. And split on comma. And if you don't give anything to split, let's say, if I say, print Darshan English dot split. So if I don't give any parameter, just like here I gave the comma, if I don't give anything, by default, it splits over a space. So by default, it splits by space. Make a note of this also. Now, after splitting, did you check the data type? What is the data type? What is the output data type? List, right? So what we do in text pre-processing is you take a string, you divide it into words, and then you process on that words. And after the processing is done, you again convert it back to a string. I repeat, you take a string, convert it to a list, do the processing. Let's say I don't want 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, or whatever I want or don't want, I do that. And once that processing is done, you convert it back to the list. And for converting it back to the list, we have the next function, which is called a join. So this will be joining the list into a string again. And while joining, I can choose the separator of my choice. So here in retail, I can combine product tags for websites to display. Now have a look at this. I have a list, new arrival, organic, discount. I say this looks tricky. It's not. I say that, hey, please use this space bar space, this one, for joining all the items in the tags. You see this? I'll show you one more example. Wait, I say print join Darshan Ingle, join Darshan Ingle with a space. It gets converted to a list. Join Dr. Darshan Ingle with a space. In this same example, if I say join Dr. Darshan Ingle with nothing. So you see this. In the same example, if I say join Dr. Darshan Ingle with a comma, Dr. comma Darshan comma. If I say join Darshan Ingle with star star, Dr. star star Darshan star star. Did you understand this? Very nice. Super good. Thank you for confirming. The next one is substring. Is the output? Ah, yes, it is a string now. Whenever you see something like this, it's a string. It's a string. So I will also print the type of taglines, right? So tagline is this. Let's print the type of it. You see, it's a string. Okay. Then I was talking about substring. What is this substring? It returns the first position where the substring occurs. And if it is not found, it will return -1. In cybersecurity, you can actually check if suspicious keyword is there in the email. So there is an email content, your account login was successful. So you want to check in the email content find, and what you want to find account. If it finds it, it will tell the position of A. If it finds account, it will tell the position of A. So what is the position of A? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then A is at 5.
And you see, it tells us that. The next is count of substring, which is responsible for counting how many times a particular word came in the substring. So imagine in social media analytics, you want to find how many times sales is mentioned. Big sale, mega sale, flash sale, sale, post, dot lower. What is the advantage? If someone has written sale capital and small as well, then so first everything will be converted to lower, and after converting to lower, I'm using the count function and I'm saying that wherever how many times is the word sale coming. So what will happen is, imagine if it is written like this. So sale is actually coming three times, one time, two time, three time. So when I convert it to lower, all these things will be converted to the lower case. And then when you're looking for sale, everything would be caught and then it get the output as this. Did you understand how I use one function after the other in a single line, which is allowed? You need not do it in two different lines. Are you all clear with this? It is allowed to use. You can use any number of functions one after other, any number of functions. Very good. Starts with is just going to check if the string is starting with the prefix. For example, what do Indian telephone numbers start with? Mobile number. Indian mobile number starts with, yes, 91. So that's exactly where this function can be helpful. There is a mobile number 91, or you can write plus 91. So I'm checking, is the mobile starting with 91? If yes, I will say true. Simple. You can put plus 91 also, nothing wrong. If you have ever submitted a resume for a job, what is the format in which you submit the resume on any portal? Word file? PDF file. I was expecting that PDF file. That is exactly where the next function comes into picture. We call it as the ends with. So in job portals, resumes must end with the PDF. File name is equal to darshan resume.pdf. File name dot ends with dot PDF. Is it ending with dot PDF? Just to check the format. Next function is each digit. Each digit. Acha, tell me, are there any digits inside this? Any digits inside this? No. Each digit will give me false. Now, are there any digits inside this? No. Each digit will give me false. Now, are there any digits? So each digit will give me true. Itna hi hai. That's it. So it returns true if all the characters are numbers. So what I explained you was false. What I explained you was false. If every character is a number, as in, I'll give you an example.
You get an OTP. Is an OTP ever having alphabets? No, right? That can be considered as one example, validating the OTP by a customer. So some OTP is given. I will just check, is it digit? And done. Similarly, give me 10 seconds. Sorry. Then I was saying, the next one is alpha. It will check if it has only and only alphabets. No nonsense, only alphabets are allowed. Nothing other than that is allowed. So in university applications, you check if the name field contains only letters. Student name is Darshan. Valid name, student name dot is alpha, and print the valid name. True. So is it only alphabet? So obviously, I will show you that if I say print Darshan English, this is also only and only names, correct? So the output of this will be true. Yes or no? Quickly confirm. It is only and only alphabet. So the output of this will be true as expected. Are we getting it as true? What is the reason for not true? Space. Space is not a alphabet. I just wanted to show you that. Now that you have understood it, let us confirm if I do that without space. Does that work? It does work, right? So that was a quick understanding. The next function is capitalize. Capitalize will only make the first letter of the thing capital. If you remember what was title doing, title function, every word's first alphabet was made as capital. Every word. Here, entire sentence will be considered and only the first character of that sentence would be made as capital. Like in hospital CRM, correctly patient name formatting is required. I have Darshan Ingle is our patient. So Darshan Ingle is our patient. Only D capital. Only the first. Title was making D capital, I capital, here I capital, here O capital, and here P capital. And here in this case, you understand the difference. Only the entire string's first character is capital. The next is length function. It will return the length of the string. Now, ideally, this is not a string function. It is a generic function. I would say this is a general Python function, not specific to the string. So I can actually show you that. So if I say print length of Dr. Darshan Ingle, it says 70. Thank you very much for reminding me. you are saving my time. If I say length of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or a tuple, we do get it. Okay. To conclude this topic, why are string functions important in the industry? Number one, it is used in the data cleaning, and that is because 90% of the real world data needs formatting. It is also used in data validation, like forms in e-commerce or banking need proper string checking. It is also useful for parsing. So dynamic report generation and dashboards, they also require string manipulation, and it also requires system integration. So when you get into the Gemini and all those things, you have the API keys, databases, all of these have to be formatted using this user experience. Properly formatting strings improve the user experience. They are useful in data analysis, text and NLP, migrating data between the systems, storing data in an efficient way, encryption of the data, compression of the data. So these are the main things where we are going to work with. Now we are getting started with all the list functions available. So the first function of list, which I have to cover for you, is the append function. Whenever you want to add only one item at the end of the list, append function is useful. What did I say? Single item at the end of the list, not more than one item. So in e-commerce, when a customer adds an item to the shopping cart, of course, he can add more than one, but I am talking with respect to one. So he already has laptop and mouse. At a time, he can add only one item. Quantity can change, but item would be same. So let's say I want to buy a watch. So I can add a watch at the same time. Maybe 2, 3 quantity, but watch product would be there. So cart dot append. Syntax remains the same. List name dot function name, and that is what you have. And when, let's say, you want to add more than one items at the end, then you get into the extend function. So when I say more than one item at the end, you can actually add in a list at the end of the existing list. That can be helpful in the inventory management system when the stock arise for multiple items. So consider that's the current inventory A and B. In this inventory, I want to add new stock. Now, what is new stock? Item C and D. So A and B already exist. Ahead of this, I want to add item C and D. Is that updated? You can see over here very well. There. Now, these all things are useful when you want to add it at the end. Append for one item, extend for multiple item, but if you want to insert at a specific index, then you have the insert function. It says, give me the index and give me the item to be inserted. I will do that. Like in a logistic route, a priority delivery address at the second stop has to be inserted. I have the route warehouse, stop 1, stop 2. I'm saying that, hey, at index 1 means this is 0, this is 1. So here I want priority customer to be inserted. So the risk thing will shift to the right. And you see priority customer came at index 1. After this, comes the remove element. So remove element, I want to remove occurrence. But see, let's say I am saying remove an element. So let's say I'm talking about a movie booking system. In movie ticket booking system, if a movie gets cancelled, then it has to be removed from the list. So movies are A, B, and C, let's say. Movies dot remove movie B. But you need to also understand that if you have a list 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, and 34, 30, 32, 30, and if I print L, and if I say L dot remove and I again print L. See, this 30 is out, but the other two 30 still exist. That's what I wanted to say. It is removing the first occurrence. Now you may be like Darshan. Want to remove all the I want to remove all the occurrences of it, Darshan. How can I do it? Loop. Use a loop and get it removed. Use a loop and get it removed. Only the most common functions are available. So removes the first occurrence. Pop is also responsible for removing, but the behavior is different. It says that if no index, then I will remove the last item. What I mean by that is, let's look at this example. In banking, whenever you are processing the last transaction from the queue, let's say I made a transfer of 1 lakh to someone else via NEFT. So it goes to the bank. In the same way, 10 different people made this request. So there are 10 different transactions. So we want all of this to be executed by the bank one by one. So bank will be removing 1, confirming, removing 2, confirming, removing 3, confirming, and that will go on and on. So in such cases, your pop function can be helpful. You have transaction 1, transaction 2, transaction 3. If I don't pass anything, by default, it removes the last item. T3 is out. Have a look at the code. Index. Index of element. It is used to get the index of a particular element. So technically, I say it will return the index of the first occurrence of the element. So if I'm searching for Darshan in a particular list, the moment Darshan is found for the first time, that index is out. So consider, for example, in airline booking system, you are interested in finding the seat number which is assigned to a particular passenger. Consider we have the following seats: John, Maria, Ahmed. I want to find Maria is sitting at which index. So she's sitting at index 1. This is 0, this is 1.
I can use the index function. We'll get this. Count is exactly same like before, nothing new. I can pass in the element to be counted and it will count how many times has the element repeated. So I can consider a real-time example like in warehouse. I can check how many products are reported. I can check how many products are reported. So in the sense, imagine the status. Okay, damaged, okay, damaged, okay. On this statuses, I'm saying count how many times the damage has been reported. Based on that, I can take an action against the delivery boy, right? So which delivery boy has the maximum damage history and so on and so forth is the sort function. Sort function. Sorting, yeah, it is sorting only. Sorting the list is the duty of the sort function. But in which order? By default, ascending only. By default, it will sort it in the ascending order, like in the stock trading apps. I want the names of the companies to be alphabetically so that the searching becomes easy. So I say company names are Amazon, Google, Apple. They are not alphabetically correct. I say companies dot sort, and then after that you see Amazon, Apple, Google, and there is a parameter over here, reverse equal to true, which will be sorting in the descending order. Please answer Rajesh's question. That's why I asked it. I don't think so. Issue should be there, but is everything perfect from my side? Sound is clear. Okay. Try rejoining Rajesh then. Yes, thank you all. Okay. Sorting function. So you can see sort will sort alphabetically. In fact, here also, if I say reverse is false. So anyways, we understand reverse is equal to false is by default only. So no difference in the output. See here, this and this, absolutely same output. Because by default, reverse is false only. The next is, what if you wish to actually reverse a list? Yes, so when I say reverse a list, I'm actually reversing. I'm not talking about sorting. So I want to consider the example of supply chain tracking where I want to reverse the route from delivery back to the warehouse. Maybe the product has to be returned, so I have to reverse the route. So the earlier was something like this: warehouse to stop wall to stop to customer. Now I say route dot reverse and straightforward. The next function is called as copy, which is used to actually create a copy. So when you want to create a copy function will be helpful. Like for example, you want to back up the records. So what will you do in hospital management system? You want to back up the original thing before you are updating the records. That's where I have the list of patients. I'm creating a backup by saying patients.copy into this, and then I can change the older one if I wish to. After this, we updated that record. Okay, that part is done. The next is the clear function. So clear will do what? Whatever items are there in the list, it will simply clear it off. So the list will become an empty list. For example, you go to McDonald's, order fries. Someone goes to McDonald's, order something. Someone goes to something and that gets displayed on the TV. As and when the orders are served, it becomes less and less and less. A time will come when all the orders are served. It doesn't happen with McDonald's, but sometime it will happen with someone. That will be the case. Ruchi, that won't be the same. If you try it, you will see the same address. Python does memory optimization.
So both of them point to the same object. So copy will actually do that. All these orders are served. So I say cart dot clear, and you see it becomes an empty list. End of the list functions, straightforward. Now I say, why are list functions important in the industry? Number one is the real time updates. And when I say real time updates, if you look into any of the data structure like shopping carts, transaction queues, all of them need live updates using the list functions. It is also useful for efficient data handling. So if you consider the stock list, inventories, user selections, all of these are managed using the list items. It is also used for user experience so that you have a smooth adding, removing, and sorting, which improves the usability. And of course, system automation, where I can say data pipelines are used for batch processing. Data analysis is also one such thing. Data storage is another thing. Migrating the data, encrypting the data, compressing the data, and visualizing the data. These all are the things which are very useful from the industry perspective. That gets it to the end of the list functions. Important, easy, straightforward. Then, now we get into the tuple functions. Tuples are immutable, so there are no functions of tuple. At least till 8 months back, there were no functions. Now they recently added only 2 functions. First, quick reminder, a tuple is like a list, but is immutable, cannot be changed. Tuples are used when the data must not change. So there are 2 to 3 functions of tuple only, and they are also not changing the contents of the tuple. Consider count. It works exactly same like list. No difference at all. So if I consider, let's say the example of healthcare, how many times a medicine code appears in the prescription? So I have medicine codes. I say medicine codes dot count A12, 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 3 times. That's it. Have we changed the contents of the tuple? No. Then next function which exists is you supply the element and it will tell what is the index of that element. So in flight booking, finding the seat position or the seat category position can be considered as one such example. So let's say following are the seat types. I'm saying that, hey, seat type dot index of business. So business people have the seat type of type 2. That is what we have. That is what we have. Then after this, we can also one more function. Anything else? No, I mean that's it. Uh, okay. You can just think of, these are not actually tuple functions, but I'm just kind of stitching them. So I'll just mention it over here very clearly that these are not tuple functions. but they work commonly with tuple. The first one is the length function. Length of this, 3 items are there, so 30. Max 30, min 10, sum 60, sorted. Sorted doesn't work good, so let's say sorted of all of these are self-understood. All of these are self-understood. Understood or not? These all functions, right? Yes. In the same way, I can also say, just for namesake, you can also use this function with the list, because these are generic functions. These are generic functions. They can be used with the list as well. Now the next topic. Now the next topic. What is the next topic? The next topic is set. So what are set? First of all, sets are not defined using double quotes, not defined using square brackets. They are not defined using curly brackets, but they are defined using the, sorry, not round bracket. They are defined using the curly brackets. They are defined using curly brackets or using the set function. S is equal to, I say 98, 23, this. It can also have an item like my name. Okay. Now the thing is, when I say print S, look at the output. I want to talk about over here. The first important thing what I want to say is sets are unordered. Unordered means right now you see the order 98, 23, so on and so forth till 42. It's not the same order. Okay, so if I say what is the item at index 0, it is 98, maybe not, but it is definitely 432 right now. So I say print s of 0. And you see over here, you will get an error. So I want to say over here that sets are unindexed as well. They are unordered. That is, there is no ordering. You saw it got mixed up, and they are unindexed. The best way to think of set is by recalling your chapter of Venn diagrams. If you do you recall this? This is the intersection. This is the union. This is A minus B. This is B minus A, and so on. Do you recall this? We have studied this during the school days. So that is what is sets. Sets is exactly that. The first set function which I want to talk about is the add. If you want to add one item into the set, I'm not saying adding it at the end. Just like in list, you are having the dash function to add an item to the end. What was the name of the function in the list to add one single item at the end? Very nice. Very, very nice. It was append. But sets are unordered. So whenever you add any item, it can get added anywhere. It can get added anywhere. Let's consider an e-commerce platform where a newly signed customer email ID has to be added to the mailing list. You can add it anywhere. So I have John and Maria. Ahmad has also joined. So I say subscriber dot add. You see the brace bracket first? Add this. Now, order is not necessarily the same. You see Maria, John and Ahmad. So order can be anything. But addition is done. And if you want to add more than one values, in Python, if you wanted to add more than one values towards the end, what was the name of the function? Extend. Very nice, Pritham. Good. I'm happy to hear so many comments and see so many comments. Good, good, good. Yes, it is extend. Here, if you got to do the same thing in set, it is update. Now you may be like, but Darshan sir, how do you remember it? Well, with time, you will be able to remember it. It's not really difficult. And if you visit the documentation, you'll find them all. Loyalty customers, customer 1 and 2. New customers, customer 3 and 4. Loyalty customers, I want to add 3 and 4 to the list of loyalty customers. This is what you see. Then, if you wish to remove an element, then you can use the remove function, but it will give you the error if the element is not found. So in manufacturing, you want to remove a defective machine from the active machine list. I have machine 1, 2, 3 in the set. M2 has to be removed. So machines dot remove M2. All these functions are very straightforward. You have the next function, which is discard. It will remove the specific element, and if the item is not found, it will not give an error like remove. It will not give us an error like remove. So if you consider the cloud storage, you can remove an expired user session safely. And even if that session does not exist, that won't give an error. Imagine there are 3 sessions going on. Sessions dot discard session 2. Sessions dot discard session 4. Now session 2 is there, that will be removed. Session 4 is not there. Does that give any error? Absolutely not. No errors. Absolutely no errors. So based on your use case, you can think of using it. Pop. What does pop do? It removes and returns a random element over here. Now, why not an element at a specific index? Because it is unindexed. No, there is no first in, last out, Manu. It is unordered now. It is unordered, Manu. So how will it do that? Anything can be anywhere. You're getting my point. What are you asking? What are you asking? I think even if you're asking, I think I answered your question. It is first in, last out. No, it is all shuffled. It is unordered. It is unindexed. So there is no order. अरे there is no order भैया, order नहीं है. Order कैसे होगा? तब से तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं. It is unordered. हाँ, unordered. So unfortunately, you still look into this, and this is the order that we defined. That's not there. If I asked it for S of 0, it is giving an error. That is also not there. So it's gone. No more questions, right? I hope all clear. Manu? So it's useless as we don't have it. Huh. I can say that also. So we don't use it a lot in our journey of data science or AI/ML, except for the places where we want unique values, because sets don't store duplicates. If I have a set, let's say I'll do it here only. Unordered, and they don't allow duplicate values. So they're very useful for storing user ID. So let's say, for example, how many times I have written 42? You see, only one time 42 is saved, no duplicates. So this is where it is very helpful. Else, not really too much. Clear? Yes. What error you want to see? I think looking at the output, we clearly understand that there are no errors. So you need not even ask me that. You can see there are no errors. Right now? We can clearly see there are no errors. Right? Yes. No error. No error. Yes. If you add a duplicate as well, no error. It will just that it will say that, okay, added, but it will save unique values only. How do we add an element in the set? Rajesh, why do you ask such questions at times? How do you add an element in the set? What was this? The very first function? Mm-hmm. Got it, no? Okay. Cool. Acha, okay, you're referring. Cool, cool, cool. Sometimes I lose the context. Chalo, let's go ahead. So pop can be used for removing an item from the set. So in job scheduling, we can pop any worker for an urgent task. Like I have available worker 1, 2, 3, and I quickly have some workers dot pop. So what will do it will randomly pop up one of the worker. Worker 1 is out and worker 2 and 3 are on hold. But it can come in any order, not necessarily the first one. It can be this or this also. It depends. It purely depends. Then, if you wish to clear all the elements of the set, then you can use the clear function exactly same like a clear function of list. Like in the event management, clear the guest check-in records after the event. So I have guessed 1, 2, 3. All of them are checked in. So I say dot clear. When I say dot clear, the set becomes an empty set. First one. Do you understand this operation? Go through it. Set A, set B, and this A union B. Mm. A union B, right? We understand this very well. So the first function which I want to talk about is the union that will actually return me the union, and of course there will be no duplicates. Where can this be helpful? Is in the banking. We have to combine customers from two different product lines, but we don't want any duplicates. So I have saving customer named as Alice and Bob, credit customer named as Bob and Charlie. So Bob is duplicate. It should not be duplicated because I say saving customer dot union credit customer. That's it. Saving customer dot this. And you see over here how this goes. The next one is intersection. And we all understand that intersection is going to give us the common items. Let me say, rather than talking about university example, let's consider in marketing. I had to find the customers who attended both webinar A and webinar B. So users who attended webinar A are user 1, 2, and 3. Users who attended webinar B are 2, 3, and 4. So webinar A dot intersection webinar B. Common one, I guess, is user 2 and 3 have attended both. So that should be the output, and that's what we get. Do you understand this set difference? Oh, wait. I think I took the incorrect image. Do you understand this set difference? When I say C minus D, when I say C minus D, so from this C, entire D is subtracted. So when D is subtracted, F is out, G is out. A and A are also out because they are a part of D also. Though they are part of C, but they are part of D also. And I have been asked to remove D. So B, C, D should be the output. And when I say D minus C, from this D, C has to be subtracted. So if C has to be out, then B, C, D, A and E will be out. F, G should be the output. Do you understand this Venn diagram? Yes. So let me go to this concept implementation difference. So I say in insurance, finding the customers who purchased health insurance but not vehicle insurance can be one such scenario. So just a moment. Yes, if you understand this, the customers who got health insurances are John, Mary, Peter. Vehicle insurances are Mary and Steve. I want to find out the customers who have only health insurance. Only health insurance. So health difference vehicle. So from this you subtract this, and yes, Mary will be out and John and Peter will be the output. Do you all understand this? Do you all understand this? Easy, right? Same figure which I showed you. Very nice. Very good. Thank you. The next is symmetric difference. By the way, are we going in the right way, or we are going fast, or it's all comfortable to everyone? Is the speed good? All of you, please confirm. Because these are very simple and straightforward. That is the reason I'm not typing it as well, because typing would take lot of time and we will end up investing our precious time in that. Very good. Thank you very much for confirming. Now, I'm talking about symmetric difference, which will be returning the unique to each set. For example, in HR system, if I want to find out the employees who shifted their departments, like if you see in over here, Emma, Sophia, and Liam belong to old department, and Liam, Olivia, and Ava belong to the new department. So when I say symmetric difference, you get everything except the intersection. So what is the intersection? Emia, Sophia, Liam. Liam is the intersection. So Liam should not come. Emma, Sophia, Olivia, Ava. So basically, everything other than intersection is coming. Everything other than intersection is coming. Are you all understanding this? Symmetric difference is everything other than the intersection. Very good. And that completes the sets. So why are sets useful in the industry? Number one is the data deduplication. That is, customer list supplier data often contains duplicates that must be removed. So sets are good for that, not completely useless. Fast membership testing, so they can be used quickly to check if the element exists. That is much faster than list if you do it. Then the third one is the set operations, where union, intersection, and difference can help in analytics and fraud detection. And the fourth one is the data integrity. So you cannot add anything anywhere because they are unique in nature. Yes, I think the rest all would be forcefully giving. So that is what is set. Then after that, we have to get into the dictionary. How to do membership testing in set? Sorry, be very specific. What exactly you want to do in membership testing? So you can always do that, right? So if I say over here, maybe, no, 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 no. If you want to do membership testing, whether a particular item is there in the set, then either you can convert it to the list. Nana, you can convert it to the list. So there is nothing like that. So what one can do is, if you want to do membership testing, then you can say print darshan in str of s, or maybe instead of str, convert it to the list and then check is a dictionary. It's like a set only. You will again see over here brace brackets, but there will be a brace bracket with a key and value pairs. So like set, obviously the behavior is different, but one thing is for sure, there will be key and value pairs. I'll give you an example. If you take a list, I know that in this list, if I say print L of 0, L of 1, L of 2, L of 3, L of 4. These are nothing but the values 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's what you have. How do you create a dictionary similar to this? D is equal to brace bracket at key 0, number is 10. So I have exactly imitated the list over here. So now again, if I say D of 0, D of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, the output is exactly like a list. So basically, what is the advantage of me in creating a dictionary? Well, the advantage is in dictionary, you can change this. So I can have a key like this. I can have a key like this. I can even have a key like this. I can even have a key like this. So now when I do that, D of 0 does not exist because what exists for printing 10 is this. So here basically in list, you cannot select, the indexes, whereas in dictionary, you have the option to select the indexes. That is how dictionary is different from a list. So therefore, I say dictionary is also called as an associative array since the keys are chosen by the user. Unlike list where you don't have the facility to choose it. So obviously now the question arises with respect to mutability. So when you talk about keys, they are immutable, whereas values are mutable. When you talk about the data types, keys can consist of any data type like this. I would still recommend not to use tuple. And values can be of any data type like this. So let us create a dictionary. So if I say D is equal to this, it will create an empty dictionary. I can also create an empty dictionary by using the dict function. So you can see empty dictionary. Still, this is recommended up. So, okay. If I have to create a dictionary considering this, so I say x is equal to brace bracket. Integer can be there with another integer. Float can be there with some number. String can be there with this. Integer can be there with a list as well. Then this can be a tuple also. It can be a set also, and it can be another dictionary as well. So if you say this, these all things are possible. Now, that was just a quick idea to explain you. I also want to tell you one more thing, that let's say if you are having a dictionary, I usually prefer to write it like this. Student dict. So I get some meaningful data. Name, age, physics marks, chemistry, mathematics, English, Hindi, etc. Okay. So let's say I have a dictionary like this. Finished. Now, obviously, when I say print dictionary, this will be printed, no doubt about it. Now, what I wanted to show you is, let us say I got how many marks in the English? I got only 10 marks in the English, and I was being asked to reappear for the paper. I reappeared, and English, this time I got 71 marks. Now the thing is, English 10 exists, English 71 exists. What will happen when I do that? Two keys cannot be same. What will it do is the value 10 to be saved or 71 to be saved, it will save the latest one. Look for English. It is saving the latest value. Empty set using the set function, that also I told you earlier, no? Set function, just like dictionary, you have the dict function, here you have the set function. That's why I said, whenever you want to create any empty set or empty dictionary, don't use this syntax. I told you clearly this is recommended. So same way for set. These were just properties of the dictionary. But now we are actually coming on to the functions of the dictionary. So that will be more useful. So I say Python dictionary functions with relevant industry examples. So now the first is the get function. I give a key and I get the value. I give a key and I get the value. For example, consider in a banking app to safely retrieve the customer's phone number. So, as you can see, can you hear the background voice? No. Wow. Mac is really good with respect to this then. The train was honking for almost 10 seconds. And it was annoying for me at least. But I'm glad it didn't come to you. I have a railway car shed on my backside of the house. Okay, so I have customer name, customer data, name John Doe, email this. I want to find out his phone number. Customer.get phone, not available. Therefore, you get this. If it is not available, you get none. On the other hand, obviously, if I say that, let us get his email ID. Then you get it over here. So you give the key and you get the value. By the way, you can also get this You can also get this if I use the indexing way. See, both are valid. Both are valid. So if I say get email, I get his email. Or I can use the indexing by putting in this and I still get it. Then the next function is the keys, which will be helpful for getting all the keys of the dictionary. So you have a dictionary and you want to get all the keys of it. You use the keys function. Let's understand with the help of an example. See, I have product, name, t-shirt, price, this and this. If I want name, price and this, then I can directly say product dot keys. And you see, I'm getting everything. Don't worry about this data type. If you don't like this data type, then you can definitely consider typecasting this to a list. Then you can definitely consider typecasting this to a list. But you need not. Just say dot keys and you get the output. Similarly, when you say dot values, if you want only the values, t-shirt, 499 and M, imagine the dictionary is big, consisting of thousands of values. That's where the values will be helpful. So in sales reporting, let's say you want to list all the figures in the sense, consider this. January sales is 1000, February 1500, March is 1200. I want only the values of the sales 1000, 1500 and 1200. Use the values function. If you want key and value both. Now you may say I will print the dictionary. Of course, yes, but you also have an items function which can be helpful in printing the key and value pair in the form of a tuple. What I mean by that is I have employee 101, 102, 103. And if I say employees dot items, look at the output. First record, second record, third record. The advantage of this is because it is in the form of dict items, I can always say that for item in this, print item. So I can iterate through this one by one. In fact, because we know that there are two things over here, and over here, I can also say that for key, comma, value in this, print key and value doesn't work, right? Because you will have to give employee info. See, key, let's say key value, key value, key value. So that is the main reason behind it. You can iterate over the things. Are you all with me or you're finding it difficult? These are very straightforward examples, but just in case I'm confirming, everyone is understanding it or am I going fast? Do let me know if you think I'm going fast because these are straight for everything is dot function name, dot function name. And they are very obvious to understand as well. This one, okay, I'll explain it. So Gopi, I was saying here, first of all, when I say employees dot items, what do you see? This is item 1, item 2, item 3. So when I say for item in employee info, which is nothing but this, first time item will be taking this value. Next time item would be taking this value. Third time item would be taking this value. That is what happened over here. Now, because there are two things inside each, 1 and 2, here also 1 and 2, here also 1 and 2. So you can supply two parameters and say that print the first parameter and then print the second parameter. The name can be anything, Gopi. I gave key and value. It can be key and v, it can be I and j. And that's how you get it printed. Straightforward. Do you get it now? Perfect. Very nice. Yes, feel free to ask questions. Any relevant questions are most welcome. The next is update. Just like you have an extend function of Python to add more than one items, you have a dictionary and you want to add some more items to the dictionary, you do have the update function in place. So let's say I have item A, that is stock A, stock B, following stocks are there, item A, item B. Then item B is 20. Now you'll be like, item B already exists. New stock is this. So it will update this 30 with 20 if I do that. And item C 40 does not even exist. So have a look at it. Item A 50. Item B 30. But then when you say stock dot update with new stock is having item B with 20. Therefore that 30 got replaced as 20. Item C 40 was not there. It got added. Simple. Now we have the pop. What does pop do? It removes the specified key and returns its value, and it will throw an error if the key is not found. It will return an error if the key, by any chance, is not found. So, let's consider the example of logistics. I want to remove a package which is delivered. So, package 01 shipped, package 2 in transit, package 3 delivered. Because it is delivered, I say pop package 3. So you can see delivered status is updated without that item. And that's it. The next function is pop item. It will remove and return the last inserted pair. Whatever is the last inserted pair, it will remove and return that. Like for example, if you talk about a help desk system, you close the most recent ticket. So let's say your ticket 1 open. Oh, so ticket 100 open, 101 open, 102 resolved. So obviously you're going from top to bottom. And because this is resolved, when I say pop item, it will be popping it. And 102 will be removed. And this is what you see. Clear function exactly same like the list. Removes all the items. Items means key value pair both. Empties it, yes. Like in a food delivery app, you can clear the cart after the order placement. Pizza burger was there, cart dot clear, and it is clear. You do have a copy function as well. Concept remains the same. Backup the patient record before updating. Patient name Alice, room 203. Patient dot copy. And that's addresses are different, right? So that's what I can actually print for you. Right now, it's not important. I'll discuss that later. Shallow copy and deep copy. Right now, it's not important. See, the addresses are different. Why does it show none if we assign variable to the stock, update and print it? Can you give me an example? Share me your example, then I'll tell you. I didn't understand your question, Sandesh. Share me an example, then I'll justify it. Meanwhile, the last function is the set default. It gets the value or sets the default. What I mean by that is this will return the value of the key, and if the value is not found, it will add the key with the default value. I want to say that in the payment system, we always want to ensure that the transaction always has a status. So in case if I say transaction.set default status pending. So what will happen in that case? You can see over here, amount is 500. Status is being set as pending. So the default status, if it is not present, I will set it as pending. And if it is present, we'll not do anything. After that, I think the remaining topics we can do it later. What is this? And what was your question? Why does it show none if we assign variable to stock dot update and print it? Because you have written L1 is equal to existing dot extend. You need not write L1 is equal to L1 will be none only. Existing dot extend is going to extend the existing with the new one. You cannot save it to L1. You have to save it to L1. Then on the new line, you say L1 is equal to existing dot copy. L1 is equal to existing dot copy. That's how you will have to write it. So you cannot save it this way. It will be a two-step process because extend does not return anything. And you have written L1 is equal to existing dot extend. It does not return anything, and therefore you are getting the output as none. That's the challenge. So I was saying we started with the user-defined function. Add function, you pass parameters, it will work. And when you put a return, anything below that doesn't get executed. That was one thing. Then after that, we started with the string list and tuple indexing slicing, where indexing is done using string name of index and slicing is start index, end index, where it goes from start index to end index -1. Screen is shared, Jaideep.
Others is, can you see my screen? Could you please confirm? Yes. Jaideep, please rejoin. Yeah, so it goes from start index to end index. And you also see the third choice, which is the step size. And everything is same with string list and tuple. Then we get started with the function part, right? So string functions we covered, and all of these functions were called using string name dot function name. That's for upper. This will convert to lower. This will make every word in the sentence first character as capital. This is for stripping the extra spaces to the left and right. This will take the string and replace PVT by private limited. This will split on comma, and by default, if you don't supply anything, it splits on a space. This is for finding the first occurrence. If not found, return -1. This is for counting the occurrence of a word. This is for starting with. As for ending with, check whether string consists of only digits. This is for alphabets. Capitalize will make entire sentence only first character of first word as capital. Adding one item in the list, you have append. Adding multiple items in the list, you have extend. Then insert says at what index which element to insert. Only one item can be inserted at a time. If you want to insert more than one, loop it up. Remove says what element has to be removed. Remove function does not return anything. Therefore, I didn't say movies is equal to movies dot remove. But this pop function, I have said it removes and returns. See, that is important. Removes and returns. So it pop function removes and it returns the value. Therefore, I'm holding it inside last transaction. Index is fine. Count is fine. Sorting, by default, it sorts in the ascending order. And this is sorting in the descending order. Reverse is going to sort it in the reverse order. So whatever it is, it will make it reversed. Copy function will be creating a copy, and so the addresses are different. Tuple has very less function because you cannot change the contents of it. So as you can see, count, it's a generic function for counting. It is not changing the tuple. Finding the index of the item, and that's it. Two functions are only there. Then in sets mainly are used for obtaining the unique values in a particular column. Other than that, practically there are no great applications of the set. Only this, these are the most important applications of set. That's one thing I would say. We can wait a minute. I just okay. So that was one point. And the next thing I was saying after this over here, remove is fine for removing an item. Discard is for discarding an item. Is there a way to add multiple entries in the dictionary apart from looping and adding? No. What are you saying? We added na update function. Manu. Please revise and come. Don't come blindly for the session. Update function can add multiple items. Your duty is as same as mine. So before you come for the session, it's everyone's job to revise whatever is taught, not to rely on darshan. Okay, I am not here
to I have no problem in taking it, but see, it is as a student, it is your duty as well not to rely 100% on the teacher. In fact, I always say that a teacher's job is only 20%. 80% is your job, right? I always say that. That's a fact. The one who does that uh, gets the maximum benefit of it. We will be having it later. See here, what are you doing? You are having items and you are updating it. And are using GitHub Copilot. Now, see, don't ask all questions which are not related to Python. Huh? I'm a magician. I can do anything. Come back to the topic. Okay, so here, pop for removing. Clear is for making it empty. Then some more functions were there like union for finding out combined things, intersection, difference. This was a task. Dictionary, right? Key value pair, I told you, and also told you that when you talk about the key value pair, keys are immutable, values are mutable, can be changed. And thereafter, get function for getting the value by supplying the key. If you want all the keys, use the keys function. All the values, you can use the values function over here. Items for getting the items. Manu. Oh, Manu. See here. Stock. Item A and B. New stock. Item B and C. So you are adding multiple items without a loop with the help of update function. Update the dictionary with another dictionary, right? So I am not taunting you. Hey, in a way, I am actually taunting, but I am just trying to make you realize, not only you, everyone, anyone could have asked this question. You practiced it. That's awesome. If you missed it, then that's fine. You know, that I understand, because when there are so many things and missing out one thing, yes, that's completely fine. Great. Then you are on the right path. Then I have absolute no complaints. Pop function for popping. Pop item for removing and returning the last inserted key value pair. Clear is for clearing. Copy is for copying. Set default. This function is used many a times in the machine learning. So that's an important thing for all of us. That's important. And that is where we finish it off. Now, our agenda for the day is everything, right? So we have many things to be covered in our. This is okay. Closing it. And for now, I'm giving it as the name lastday.ipynb. And as and when we go ahead, we can rename this file. So the first topic that I am starting right now is list comprehension. I'm not discussing the agenda because agenda on a brief side
Agenda on a brief side is covering exception handling, object-oriented programming, multi-threading, and your capstone, and some small topics like list comprehension, dictionary comprehension, star ARGS, and star KWARGS. See, ideally, as an instructor in any of the course, I am not liable to cover each and every topic because, see, given the time and given the capacity to digest in a time span of 16 hours, it is practically not possible to cover each and everything. But yes, the most important things can be covered. So that is what I'm ideally expected to cover. I am covering each and everything in too much detail for you. So, I just want you to acknowledge this thing also. And today also I aim to do the same thing. But see, I am just trying to tell you that it's not an easy job to cover each and every concept. The concepts which I'm covering right now also, they are not uh, completely, I would say, part of this, right? So it is completely okay even if I am not covering it. Yeah, of course, but we would definitely cover it. I'm just telling you how the things to go. Okay. My laptop is hungry. Give me a few seconds. List comprehension. So what is precisely list comprehension? Let me add. What is list comprehension? Whenever you want to create a list in one line, we call it as list comprehension. So the advantage of list comprehension is you can quickly write fast code when you are doing your data science stuff. And you won't find its use immediately right now, but it is something which is very commonly used in data cleaning when you use the pandas and all. When you start with machine learning, deep learning, computer vision, all these things, you will be studying it over that time. It's very, very simple. I would like to get into the syntax. This is how a list is created as per list comprehension. So, what we do whenever a list comprehension has to be studied, remember, I'm not spending more than 5 to 10 minutes on this concept. Whenever a list comprehension has to be studied, the first portion, which is this part, you can ignore it and start reading from here. For item in iterable, insert that item. So it's like for item in iterable, then it comes here, insert that item. For item in iterable, insert that item. For item in iterable, insert that item. For item in iterable, insert that item. And that's how you create a list. Like for example, if I say L is equal to, so I say expression, first thing you ignore, for item in range of 2 to 51. So what happened? For item in range 2 to 51, 2 to 51 will generate initially 2, 2 is inserted. Then it will generate 3, 3 is inserted. 4, 5, 6, right up to 50. Very, very simple. Let me reduce the value. So let's say, let me make it till 16 only so that you can see it. So always start reading from here and put in the value. Start reading from here, put in the value. Are you understanding the structure?
That's just a quick way of creating it. If you have a complicated logic, then it should not be used. If it's a small logic, then you can use it. Right? Yes. Let us add something to it. If I say for I in range 2 to 26, then we know that this will be going from 2 to 25. But if I want to save if item mod 2 equal to 0, it will only save even number. So what has it done? How do you identify a number is even number or odd number? You take any number and divide by 2. If the remainder is 0, it's an even number. So what happens is, as I told you, always ignore the first part. You ignore this. Start reading from here left to right. For item in range 2 to 26. So item will be 2 initially. It will check, is 2 modulo 2 equal to 0? Yes. If yes, put that value. You see that. Next, for item in range, it will be 3. Is 3 modulo 2 equal to 0? No. Don't put that value. For item in range, it will generate 4. Is 4 modulo 2 equal to 0? Yes. Put that value. And so on and so forth. Simple. Is that simple? Have you all understood? Just start reading left to right, ignore the first one. And if the condition is satisfied, then only add it. Yes, always remember, if you have a complex logic, then don't use it. For simple logic, it does make sense, not for complex logic. Right? Amitosh, thoda sa wait karo, right? I think you are going on the wrong track. I have not completed with the topic. Always wait for me to complete with the topic before posing odd questions. Maybe if it doesn't get covered, then at the end you should ask, right? Yes. So just now we started the topic. No, this is so wrong. Okay. Next one. I say if the item modulo 2 is equal to 0, can I say that item, I'm converting it to string because what I want to save is item is even. So for every condition satisfied, for 2 it is saying item is even, 4 it is saying item is even, but I actually wanted to save 2, right? So I say item is even and it gives error. Why? Because item is a number and is even is a string. Item is a number and is even is a string. So what I do is I will convert this to string. 2 is even, 4 is even, 6 is even, and so on. So I had to do that little bit of jugaad to get it done. Right? Are you all with me as well? Again, you understood this? How I said 2 is even, 4 is even, then you can adjust the spaces and everything. That's okay. Right? Yes. Now, what I want to save is if I am generating all the values like this, then I want to save 2 is even, 3 is odd, 4 is even, 5 is odd, 6 is even, 7 is odd, and so on. So, here, if this, else this, and this will give an error, by the way, because this is not the syntax. This is not the syntax. Now, you may find it completely odd, but the only way of doing it is cutting this highlighted portion. You like it or you don't like it. You have to follow this because at least when I studied it for the first time, I did not like it at all. But this is the only way you can do it by putting this here. So the syntax is the for loop shifts at the end. Syntax, you cannot control over it.
So it generates the number 2. Then it will come over here. It will check, is 2 modulo 2 equal to 0? Yes, I will do this. Next time it will generate the number 3. It will come over here and check, is 3 modulo 2 equal to 0? No, I will save this. And so on and so forth. Have a look at the code. And once you understand, please confirm me. There is no other way to write it. You can try it out and confirm yourself, but this is the only way this code can be written. This is the one and only way you can write this code. Okay. Meanwhile, you are replying. Actually, simultaneously, I'm also adding the briefs. So, okay. Yesterday's resources added. Can you use a while in place of it? So it can be, no, you cannot use it. Okay, that is again not possible. And without else, we cannot add it in the front. Yes, you cannot. This is the only syntax. This is the only syntax. How much ever you ask me this or that, nothing will work. 100% guarantee. Coming to the topic. I said no, Mansoor. I already said no, you cannot use while. See, if you, I mean, this is the only way to create it. Let me give you the, this is the syntax to have a condition. Like for example, I think, like for example, consider over here that in a customer loyalty program, you select only the customers who are having the, yes, you are only considering the customers who have made the purchases above 1,000. So how do you do that? So you have the following purchases. For purchase in purchases, if the purchase is above 1,000, then only save the purchase. That can be another example. And if you are considering if else, then also in that case, as you see, for item in iterable, if condition is true, do this, else do this. So that is one thing. Let's take an example quickly. In loan application system, we want to label the customers as high value if the credit is above 700, else regular customer. So I have a list of customers. I say for score in credit score 1 by 1, if it's above 700, say high value, else you can say regular. And it works the same way. There is also nesting possible over here. I mean, if you want, you can go for nesting as well, but it's not recommended and it is not required as well. So we are not getting into that topic. This much is more than sufficient for achieving anything. Okay. Then, just like list comprehension, you also have dictionary comprehension. So the question is, what is dictionary comprehension? Why will I change the definition? One line shortcut of creating a dictionary. One line way, one liner way of creating a dictionary. So let us look at the syntax for this. So as you can see, it's not different, right? For item in iterable, earlier we had expression. Now I have key and value, both. So let us quickly go through it. I think the syntax is easy to understand. Am I correct? Syntax is same as for
It's just that a dictionary will be added. Are you all aligned with me on this syntax? Because the code is also going to be similar, right? Yes, that's perfect. Now, these all are small topics, but they are important in machine learning, deep learning stuff. In fact, right till Gen AI, you will find this using somewhere. Multi-threading and all these topics are not used, but we have it in our curriculum. But these are the ones which are actually getting used. So they are important. Therefore, I don't want to skip them. So consider this example. In a retail company, I want to generate a price catalog where the product names are in lowercase and the price is discounted by 10%. So have a look at it. This is so powerful. I have shirt 1000 where shirts is having S capital, pants 1500 P capital, shoes 2500. So if I have to iterate through each of this, what will I say? For key comma value in items. For key comma value in items. What I say, how do you save back the key? Save back the key in lowercase. So what will happen is, just for an example, it will be like for shirt comma 1000. For shirt comma 1000 in product dot items. So shirt is going to be the key, 1000 is going to be the value. What am I saying? Save the shirt in lowercase, and on this 1000 you multiply by 0.9, so 10% discount is applied, and that is what is going to happen for pants and the shoes as well. So lower function is the lower function of string, because shirt is a string and dot lower is what we studied yesterday. Did you understand this practical use case? Right, multiple things are added, but that's just a way to do that. For this comma this, so one by one it will pick up the items and it will save shirts in lowercase and 10% discount on that, pants in lowercase, 10% discount on this, and so on. Understood everyone? Yes or no? Perfect. Okay. So let's proceed ahead. The next is if condition. How do you have a if condition over here? Same like list. For item in iterable, if condition, save the key value pair. So here, let us consider an example. In banking, I want to create a a dictionary of customers with credit score above 700 only, minimum 700. So John is not having above 700, Maria is having, David is having, Sophia is not having. So Maria and David should be in the output. So one thing is for sure that I will have to go through items one by one. So you see over here, for key comma value in items. So the key is name, value is score. I say if the value, which is the score, is greater than 700, then only save that key value pair. Finish. For key value in items, if the value is above 700, then only save that key value pair. Understood? I know I'm troubling you, but acknowledgement is important. All of you with me? Yes, because it should not happen that after I go and someone says that, can you explain this? Very similar, right? Very nice. Very nice. And then, perfect. Good. You can also have this with the if else. You see the for shifted at the end, just like if, sorry, just like the list. If condition is positive, save the key value pair. else do this. So let's consider an example. I say in the HR, you label employees as being eligible for promotion or not eligible for promotion. Based on experience. So what am I saying? For name, comma, experience in employee.items, that means it will go through Alice, Bob, then Bob, Alice 5, Job, Bob 2, Charlie 7, and so on. What am I saying? Is the experience of Alice greater than 5, greater than equal to 5? If yes, save eligible for promotion, else save not eligible. And in this way, it happened for all. You can go through it and confirm if you have understood or not. It's same like list. Same like list comprehension. Absolutely nothing new over here. So we should be good with it. Anna, I told you it's easy. Everyone with me? Yes, Aditya, you have a question. I see your hand raised. Or that was by mistake. No problem. Cool. Thank you, all of you. Great. Where is this experience variable declared? Oh, it's Python. No? It's dynamically typed language. We have never declared anything in Python so far, Manu. We have never declared. So is the case over here. In fact, yesterday also, if you recall, if I am having a dictionary like this, and if I say for K, comma V in employees.items, print K and V. Are we declaring anywhere K and V? No. है ना? Same thing. Right? Chalo. ठीक है. Hashtag Manu. Saving it. Let's go ahead. The next topic is, this is also something which is useful in ML, DL and all those things. What is star ARGS and star KWARGS? Have you seen such topics in your video module? Arcs and KW arcs? Yes. Right? This is always a confusion for the people, right? Yes, argument and the keyword argument. It is there, Jaideep. You might have missed it, but it is always there. I know that very well. Anyways, now you can understand from here as well. So star arcs allows to create a function to accept any number of arguments. So it's like at your home, if one guest is coming, that is also okay. And if 10 are coming, that is also okay. 5 are coming, that is also okay. Because you always have extra food available in your home. So that is not a problem at all. So star ARGS is like a function which can have any number of values. It can accept any number of values. And KWARGS is to have a function that allows any number of keyword arguments. Now, where will this be useful? Let's try to understand with the example that will make more sense. So I am starting with star ARGS. When you look into the example, you'll understand what I exactly mean by this. So first and foremost,
The syntax says define a function. And you just every time, you can replace this by anything. It just, ARGS means it need not be always ARGS. You can replace by anything. But one star ahead of that makes that variable capable of accepting any number of values. Confused? Don't worry. So what I mean by that, let us try to understand with the help of an example. In a restaurant billing system, add prices of unknown number of order of items, right? So do you all agree that every customer will give order of different count? That means I can go to the restaurant, me and my wife are going, I order a pav bhaji and a masala dosa. You go to the restaurant, on a different table, you are ordering sandwich and a tea. Someone else goes to the restaurant, he is ordering sandwich, pizza, burger, juice, and maybe fries. So two of us order two items, that person orders 7 8 items, someone else may order 5 items. We don't know how many number of items are going to come, and I should not say that, okay sir, you can only order 2 items or you can only order 4 items. Anything less than 4 is not allowed, anything more than 4 is not allowed. It's not like that. We want it to be flexible. So I want to add the prices of unknown number of order of items. How do I do that? See over here. I have created a calculate bill function. And here I have written star prices. Okay. So first of all, let me make a simple version of this function. Right. So let's say print prices. Now, if you see, what am I doing? To the calculate bill, how many values am I passing? Tell me, how many values am I passing? 4, right? These 4 values, yes, that's perfect. These 4 values will be captured into this, and I'm printing it. While printing, no star is required. Okay. So these 4 values are getting captured and I am printing it. So this is what is happening. Right. And then I'm giving a call once again to this. And this time I am sending more than 4 items. Still they get printed. I am giving this time only 2 items. Are you understanding that because of this star, this prices can accept any number of parameters? Are you getting the concept? Because of star, it can accept any number of parameters. That is the catch. That is the catch. You will need it in machine learning later on. Now, if you understand it, then you should be able to self-understand this function. I'm passing over here 4 values. They get into this. Some function will be finding the total of this. This plus this. And total function would be returning 800, and that is what is printed. If I again do it, this time passing only 3 items, it will still work. I think that is also possible. No, that's not a problem at all. Python, it's very agile. Why will it not work? If you say I'm passing a string and integer, then we are doing nonsense. Because a string and integer cannot be added. Integer and float can be added. Clear, Rajesh? Yes, perfect. The next is KWARGS. So what is KWARGS? It's for handling variable length. That means unequal length. So is it same like this? Yes. Acha, one more thing. Yeah. One more thing here. This is for keyword argument. That was only for argument. See, these are the argument. Argument, argument, argument. Now this, the only difference is this is for keyword arguments. That's the syntax. Def function name star star KWARGS. It can accept multiple keyword arguments and pack them into a dictionary. What I mean by that is, let's try to understand it with the help of an example. I say, in HR onboarding system, you have to capture employee data where the fields can vary. Since same employees might have middle name and some employees might have not. So have a look over here. The only difference is this is used for dictionary, that was used for tuple. I am giving a call to create employee profile, name, age, department, city, given that goes into details. And because it is key value pair, I'm going through the items and I'm printing the key value. In fact, you can see over here that this time I am passing 1, 2, 3, 4, and this time I'm passing only 2. And that's it. That was for tuple. This is for dictionary. That's the only difference between ARGS and star star KWARGS. Rest all things remain the same. Just like we studied list comprehension, dictionary comprehension, this is like that. Clear? Very nice. Let me use both of them together now. Now that we are doing so many things, let us use both of them together. Star ARGS and star star KWARGS, both of them at the same time, accepting both positional and multiple keyword arguments in the same function. So I say in a hotel booking system, I want to accept fixed charges like room rent, food charges, etc. And optional services like spa, late checkout, dynamical. Now I am going to give this example to you to self-understand.
I want you to self-understand this. Are you able to understand? Just acknowledge me. I don't think that will be possible, Sanket. Just try it on your system. I didn't completely understand your question, but try it on the system. Hmm. Everyone, if you understand this, just reply me with a yes. If you have any question, then you can ask me. Star ARGS is for tuple. Star star KWARGS is for a dictionary. Very nice, sir. I mean, we so we see star charges handles the fixed amount and stars are KWARGS. Does this some important rules? The order must always be positional arguments followed by star, followed by keyword arguments, followed by KWARGS. If you change it, you will get an error. So first all normal, then star, then this, then this. You cannot change the order, then be prepared for the error. So that's very, very important thing. Okay. You will never use all of them together, but just helping you to understand it. Now, we get into the next topic. Lambda function. So what are lambda functions? They are one-line functions. Let me give you a very simple example. If I have a function like SQR, which is going to take a number and return me number into number. So this is what we have. So when you are giving a call to SQR of 5 and you're doing over here, and then we are sending 5 into 5, then that 25 is returned over here. And this is a program which everyone understands. Let me tell you that over here, NO is nothing but called as the argument. And let me also tell you over here, NO into NO is called as the expression. Remember these two terminologies. This is argument and this is expression. Argument, expression, argument, expression, argument, expression. Understood? Understood, because now I'm going to replace this by lambda. Yes. So what is the syntax for lambda then? So lambda function syntax is lambda argument and expression. Okay, if that is the syntax, let me copy it. See, I'm copying this up. Z is equal to something. That's what I did, right? So Z is equal to this. What is my argument? NO. What is my expression? NO into NO. Done. So how do I give a call? And done. Lambda function, so simple. Best explanation of it is here. We are going to see more examples, but do you see this? When you say z of phi, what happens? This number phi goes here. This number phi goes here. And then what happens to that is phi into phi. And the result is saved into z, which is written. Simple. Phi into phi happens and the result is saved into z, which is written. Did you all follow? Same thing getting converted to lambda functions. Up-down comparison. Straightforward. Again, they are used only for simple logic. If you say, Darshan, I have a logic which is complex, then you go for user-defined function. These are quick creations. These are all for quick creations. See, I ran it 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. Okay. Okay, one more example. In sales, calculating the tax as 18% on any price quickly. So I say, I have created a lambda function which will accept price and multiply it by 1.18. 1.18 means what? 18% GST added. So if my bill is 1 lakh, 1 lakh into 1.18 will be 1,18,000. So 18% GST added. So if I'm giving 1,000, it should return me 1,180. 18% GST added. Simple. So you pass this value which goes here and in return it gives me this. Okay. Now, after this, we get into the topic of exception handling. Have you studied exception handling before? Have you studied exception handling before in your modules? Yes. Right? Very good. So exception is what? You didn't study in the module, Nishant. You're talking about Java, latest information. Why are you not supplying us with the latest information? Module you didn't watch or what? Or you did? No. Okay. Please watch it. Please watch it. Because it is an assumption that people watch the videos and come for the session. Because I don't assume that, but yes, I mean, from the Simplilearn side, it's an assumption. So if there is some other instructor, he may expect you to watch the video. And because of that, your understanding level may get hampered if that is an expectation. Yeah. Cool. So, what is an exception? Exception is a error which happened during runtime. What I want, hi, that's just 10 seconds. I think because that's the change of topic. See, what are these 3 operations? 9 upon 2 gives me 4.5. 9 upon 2 gives me the quotient and 9 modulo 2 gives me the remainder. Yes or no? Are you clear with the output of line number 7, 8, 9? One gives quotient, one gives remainder, right? Yes. Perfect. So let us get started with this. I may need to. Here we are. Now, let us get started with a very, very basic program. So I say, if I say dividend is equal to, in fact, I'm not going to ask it. I'll better write it, right? So if I say, no, I'll have to write it only. Int input, enter the dividend. Divisor is equal to int input, enter the divisor. And then I am saying over here, the quotient is dividend upon divisor and the remainder is dividend modulo divisor. Then I will like to print the quotient and print the remainder. So when I actually run this program, what exactly happens? It is asking me for the inputs. Let's say if I'm giving 9 and 2. What happens? I'll also print that so that you have it. Okay. So in this case, when I'm giving 9 and 2 over here, number 9 is accepted, converted to integer. Number 2 is accepted, converted to integer. 9 upon 2, that gives me 4. 9 modulo 2, that gives me 1. And this is printed. Everything is good. Okay. Then over here, this program, if I'm running, and let's say if I'm giving the first input as 9 and the second input as 0, gives you an error. Because when you give this as 9 and this as 0, on this line, what is the main operation that you do? 9 upon 0. So 9 when divided by 0 is just not possible. It leads to infinity or undefined, and hence this line, which was running all perfect, gave an error. So this error came at runtime. It was not there, but all of a sudden it came. In fact, if I'm running it once again, I'm giving the first input as 9 and the second input as Darshan. So what happened is you gave 9 over here, accepted, converted to integer. You gave Darshan over here, but when you try to convert it to integer, that's where it failed. This line only did throw the error, value error. Right? So these are the errors which are getting generated at runtime. And the errors which get generated at runtime, they are called as exceptions. Are you all clear with the definition of exception? You go to the ATM and you say that I want to withdraw amount, and all of a sudden you see the program displaying something like this red on the screen. As a customer, you will be worried. So we need to handle it properly. So overall in this program, the lines which can cause error are these 4. Am I correct? The lines in this red box are the only ones which are likely to cause error, like this line and this line can cause value error, and this line and this line can cause zero division error. All of you agree to this? All of you agree? Line number 1 and 2 are causing zero division error. Sorry, value error, and line number 3 and 4 are causing value error. Right. So it is the time to handle them. How do you handle this is with the help of a try catch exception. So I say, therefore, to avoid the program to crash, we use exception handling, which is using a try except block. How does that happen? So the syntax is try. And what am I going to give over here? I'll just make a note of this. We know that this line may give error. 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 And these are safe lines. Safe lines. So here as well, in the try block, whatever lines you think may give error will come. And followed by except exception type, and you handle the error. Else safe line, safe lines. That's the syntax. Basically, we will copy the same program and try to fit in over here. This is the same program. What they say, all the lines which are capable of giving the error, we will put it in the try except block. So these are the lines which can give error. I'm cutting it for now. And inside the try block, I am putting it and except. Now pay attention. Now, if you see, what am I actually doing in over here? I am saying, whenever you run this program, it always runs from top to bottom. Okay. Number 9 goes over here into dividend. Number 2 goes into divisor. So what happens when number 9 is inputted? You take this number 9, accept it, convert it to integer. All perfect. You take this number 2, accepted, convert it to integer. Then on this line, you come and say 9 upon 2, all perfect. On this line, 9 upon 2, all perfect. And because everything is perfect, this is skipped. Because everything is perfect, this is skipped, and this part will be executed. 9241. So basically, the except block is not executed if there is no mistake. If some mistake happens, then only that gets executed. So if any mistake happens, over here, then this will be executed and this will be skipped. I repeat, if everything is good here, then this is skipped, and this is executed. And if something is wrong here, then this is executed and this is skipped. Are you understanding what I said in this flow? What will execute in which scenario? Right? Any mistake happens except block. Now we are going to discuss this in more detail. This is just the start of it, but that was just to give you an idea. Okay, very good. So now let us try to give this. So what I did over here is I gave 9 and 0. So when 9 is given, 9 is accepted, converted to integer. When 0 is given, 0 is accepted, converted to integer. 9 upon 0 is where this line is like, oops, that's a clear case of 0 division error. This line spits that error and it goes to exception. It says that, can you catch me? This exception class can handle any exception, because this is the father of all the exception classes. We are going to discuss this in detail, but this is like a trump card. He can handle any exception. So it comes over here, says something is wrong, as you can see, and because of that, this is skipped. What is wrong is not clear, but that's a problem. In fact, even when I am giving over here 9 and darshan. So when you give 9, it got converted to an integer, all good. When you give darshan and when you try to convert it to an integer, that's the problem. So this line says value error. It goes out immediately. Can you catch it? I told you exception class can catch anything. It catches that. And because this is catched, this is skipped. But now the thing is, I'm not understanding what is wrong. So can I be more specific? Yes, you can be more specific. How? I can say 0 division error. Now pay attention. When I consider giving 9 and 0, this line gave an error. It came out, it says, can you catch me? He says, yes. Division by 0 is not allowed, which is printed. This is skipped. But if I go and I type darshan, so darshan is accepted, okay. But the moment you try to convert darshan to this, it's a clear case of value error. It goes out and comes over here. Can you catch me? This guy says, get lost. I cannot catch you. Exception class could do that, but it is specific 0 division error. It says, no, I cannot catch you. So it looks for anything else to catch me. Nothing is there. So you get that red part. Do you understand why it gave this red ink again? Because 0 division error is very specific to 0 division error only, nothing else. Right? Yes. Okay. So what can we do is I can add value error and this. Now listen to me, what I did. Listen to me very, very carefully. Darshan accepted. Darshan converted to integer. You save that to dividend. But wait a minute, can darshan be converted to an integer? The answer is no. So from here, it gave a call. It says, sorry, I cannot catch you. Can you catch me? It says yes. Because this is catched, this is printed, and because this is printed, the next block is skipped and else block is also skipped, and that is what you get as the output. Now we know that in this program, at least from our knowledge, we understood that this program can give zero division error or value error. But there are some other errors also which may come. There are some other errors which may come. So I have added this as a bodyguard, the safe fallback. If by mistake any other error comes, खुदा ना खास्ता कुछ आ जाए, so this will take care of it. So what is file handling? Python supports handling the files. You know how much is this practically important? Practically, file handling is only required to read the API keys. It is only required to read the TXT files. If you are talking about reading a CSV file or something, then this file handling is not going to help you out at all. So we are talking about all the basic file handling functions, very basic, like reading a TXT file, writing something to the TXT file, or appending something to the TXT file. And the main reason for file handling is we want to store the data permanently into the system. We want to store the data permanently into the system, right? So let us consider a very, very basic example. I am having two numbers accepted from the user. First is 10, second is 20, and I am saying total is equal to number 1 plus number 2. And I run it. So I'm giving 10 as the first input, 20 as the okay. What happened? Oh, it's connecting to the kernel, sorry. 10, 20, and it says sum of 10 and 20 is 30. My thing is, I want to save this content to the file. I want to save this content to a file. So how do I actually save any content to a file? File means it will be saved into my hard disk. It will be saved into my hard disk. So what will I do is I will say I want to open a file. Right now you can see there is no file available over here. So I want to open a file. Let's call it as t1.txt. Now, with respect to that, this open function says that if the file is not present, I will create the file. But when? Well, it says that if file is not present and if you are using the W mode for opening the file, it will create a new file. How do I do it? F is equal to, you can give any name to this object. F is equal to open. The name of the file is t1.txt, which does not exist. Open it in the write mode. You can open it in the A mode, which is append, R mode, which is read. I am opening it in the write mode. And once I open it in the write mode, I am going to say that I want to write something to it. Let's say for now, I say f dot write hello world, f dot write by world, f dot write. This is a text file, and then I close the file. You see that file got created, and these are the contents. If I execute it once again, and let's say after this I put \n, which means a new line, \n, and \n, and I run it again. So now you see it went on a new line. Hello world, \n, by world, \n, and this third line, \n. So every time it is rewriting the content Every time it is rewriting the content. Yes, it will overwrite the content. Then after this, let's say I want to read the contents of this file. So for reading the content, you use the read R mode. So over here, it is used for reading the content. So R mode is for reading. So I will say I want to go ahead with this. F is equal to open t1.txt in the read mode. After reading, there are various ways I can do it. The first one is I can use the read function to read the entire file. So I say print f.read and then I close the file. So the contents of this txt file, they are saved in my hard disk. It has read. Then after that, over here, I also have the read line method, which will just read one single line. So if I open the file, then I say f.read line and then close. Only first line is being read. You can see over here. Only first line is read. Now, if you want to read multiple lines, then you can keep on using this read line again and again. There are only 3 lines. So if I do that, it's perfect. But what if I say, read the 4th line? What if I say, read the 5th line? Nothing is there in the file, right? So it is reading an empty line. You can see you have only 3 lines, 4th and 5th are not there. If I go and add over here, hola, manually, and I close it. Now when I read it, I'll be getting the 4th line as hola and 5th line as blank. So you can play around with this. Now, just like I added over here, I can append more content over here as well. So I said A is for append mode. So that file is already there. Up to hola, everything is there. I say this is a new line and I'm just saying this is another new line and I say f.close. Now, is that file line written? Writing and closing. Let's check it out. See, because I didn't give a backslash and it got written over in here only. Because I think I have taken it. I'm just trying to. Someone answer Sandeep's question. No, Aditya. No. What Parul said is correct. It will be overwritten. It will be overwritten. It will be overwritten. I'll show you. Right now, okay, fine. See here, right now, this is the content, right? Now I'm opening this t1.txt in the write mode. F is equal to open and I say t1.txt in the write mode. Okay. And then I am writing over here f.write. Hi Parul. F.write. Hi Darshan. F.write. Hi Shubham. And close the file. Now let's go over here. See, the older content is gone. If you are opening it in the write mode, If already exists, the file is opened in the append mode. Otherwise, it is open. No, absolutely not. If the file already exists, then you can read it. If the file doesn't exist and if you try to open it in the write mode or append mode, it will be created. Getting that? It will be created. Only read mode says the file must exist. Only read mode says the file must exist. Yes, that's perfect, Sandeep. Are you all clear with this concept? अरे यहाँ पे क्या किया था? I said the same thing, na? Right now, Ramani. If the file already exists and if you want to open it in the write mode, what did we do over here, Ramani? T1.txt, did I create it? No, right? It already existed. I opened it in the write mode. And I opened it in the append mode. What it did earlier, it appended the content. However, when you try to open it in the write mode, it overwrites the content. We saw the same thing right now. Are you confused?
Sir, my question is, if the file already exists, I don't want to create in a write mode, which will actually overwrite. I want to create in a open append mode. How do I do that?
Ramani, that's the thing I explained.
No, I got it. If you are giving the file name with append mode and it is appending, but I don't know whether this file is already exists, right? So I want to check whether it is already exists in the file system. Then only I create in append mode. Otherwise, I'll create in write mode, which will create it.
You only tell me what will be your approach. Let's say if I don't tell, then how will you approach this problem on a logical level? With your knowledge, you should be able to guess it. Guess it. Guess it. It's okay. Right?
So, so I'll open as a read mode and handle exception that file does not exist. Then only go for create, or am I wrong?
I think you can be even more simple. You can use a if-else condition, right? By iterating through the folder and checking whether the file name already exists. And as you said, right, if it is giving you an exception, then you go to the else part where you are reading the file in the append mode, right? That
Got
can be a good option. So basically, all the earlier knowledge can be used in over here. Got the thing?
Got it. Thank you.
Usually, see, we are not the true developers who are going to work on lot of file handling. Mainly this file handling will be useful for us while reading the API keys or something. So we will hardly have one or two files. So these challenges are something which we will never face ideally. But
Okay.
yes, your thought process is correct, but we will never face it. Okay? Good.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you all for helping Ramani, helping me. Let's go ahead. Most welcome, Ramani. Can we also cover, I can cover for you machine learning also in today's class. I can also cover deep learning, but it is not a part of the outline, Ruchi. Right? So, first of all, I am trying my level best to cover the content along with the project. Inside that, we cannot add in more topics for the day. There's already an extra class. I hope you remember. Right? So we will not cover out of the syllabus topics, but in the advanced part of Python, you will be by default learning it. So I would say wait for the right time. Okay. Perfect. Now there are three file attributes I want to discuss over here. Closed. Closed will tell me whether the file is closed or not. Right now, if I am asking about t1.txt, is the file closed or not? For checking that, see, this is not called as the file is open. This is what I have done manually. with respect to the f object, is the file closed? Well, the latest code that we executed was this entire code block, of which the fifth line says the file is closed. So is the file closed now? It should return me true. But when I open it, and then I am asking that is the file closed, it should return me false. So I am actually going to do the same thing over here. Have a look at it. You'll very simple code, nothing great and not very much required as well. What am I doing is opening the file in the read mode. Then this is the, when I say f dot name, it will tell me the name of the file which is currently open. t1.txt. F dot mode, it is open in which mode? R mode. F dot close, is the file closed? Nah, it's open right now, so it says false. Then I say f dot close, that means the file is closed. Then I again print f dot close, so it should return me true because the file is closed. Super simple. There is no f dot save. Arey Amit yaar, why are you behind the unnecessary things? When you say f dot close, it automatically saves it. F dot close means whatever changes you have done, save the file and then exit. See, ideally, it's quite obvious, huh? You are not the first developer on the planet Earth. Someone, when developed it, has obviously thought about it, right? I mean, writing something to the file and exiting without saving would be absurd. So these all things are by default taken care in the backend. So when I say f dot close, it is auto saved, and that is the reason we are able to see it. Oh yes, I can understand your pain. C++, right? Hmm. You have to do everything. Yes, yes, yes. I get it. I get it. You have to do everything in C. So Python is so much automated now. In fact, I used to face similar problems earlier, but now it has become way, way more simple. Interim saving of the file without closing. Not required. Not required, because this code, how much time does it take to run, Ramani? If you are having 1,000 lines of code to be written, how much time do you take to really run the code? Not even a second. So as such, there is no need of interim close. However, there, I don't say that something like this cannot be programmed. I can definitely make it happen. Either there will be some way of saving it, or there will be some way of caching it, or there may be some third-party library which is available for doing it, but not too much relevant to our current session. Hence, we are not getting into it. But there would be definitely some way of doing it. Right? Do we have finally in exception handling? You only tell me. You are testing my knowledge, or you are asking me, I don't understand. Do we have finally in exception handling? You have gone through the modules, right? So you only tell me. Okay, you missed that in the module. No problem. Let me answer that for you then. We do have finally, and I forgot taking that topic. I forgot taking that topic. That's a mistake from my part. Let me quickly go up and include that. So what is finally? Well, have a look over here. Finally is helpful whenever you are planning to close a file. For example, let's say you're working on Microsoft Word and doing some activity. On your desktop, all of a sudden power failure happens. Your entire work which is saved goes off. Or you are writing something into a txt file. Your computer's memory gets full due to some reason, and your file is not saved, or rather it is all data which you saved is lost. So finally will help me that, hey, whatever it be, while closing the file, I don't want to, no, once you are done working with the file, I don't want the file to be open. It should be closed. Or let's say when the user withdraws the ATM card forcefully as well, his screen, whichever it's showing, right, that should immediately go off. Either he has a peaceful exit or he pulls away his card. The UI should refresh and it should be available to the next user. It should not happen that that UI stays and someone else can do transaction on his account. So all such codes we put into finally, because this block will always execute irrespective of the exception being raised or not. Irrespective of the exception being raised or not. I'll show you. So I'm running it. I put 9 and 2. 9 divided by 2, all valid numbers. Quotient is 4, remainder is 1, but we got the output from the finally block. I run it again. A 0 division error. 9 and 0. 0 division was called and finally block is also printed. I run it. I say 9 and Darshan. Value error. Value error is called. Finally block is called. So finally block is something which will always be called regardless of whether an exception is raised or not. Object-oriented programming is a paradigm where real-world problems such as objects are there, and each object has its own properties and methods. Let's understand this with the help of a simple example. So what I say over here is, consider a scenario where I say there is a college called as IIT and I want to apply to that college. For application, it asks three things on his admission form: name and the marks scored by the student in physics, chemistry, and biology. So what I do, I go to this college, I request for the application form. They gave me the form. I write my name, I write my physics marks, I write my chemistry marks, I write my mathematics marks, and I submit the form. And after the form is submitted, I am done. Now, after me, someone else goes and they say that, sorry, we had one form, we gave it to Darshan, he filled it. Now we don't have any form. Can you actually behave like this? Answer is no. So what should the college ideally do? The college should ideally create a photocopy of this form while giving it to me. And let's call this photocopy as photocopy 1, which will be having the same content: name, physics, chemistry, mathematics. So I will go and write my name over here, my marks over here. So when some other student goes and says, I also want to apply to this college, another photocopy is created. In this way, n number of students say, I want to apply to this college, another photocopy is being created. So advantage of this scenario is every student's data is stored in a single box. If I do it with respect to a list, then what will happen is you would have a name of uh, name list, right? Let's assume this. Then you would have there physics marks list. Then you would have their chemistry marks list. Then you would have their mathematics mark list. So now if I have to access Darshan's entire record, then I will have to print this way. Correct. But it is there, the data is saved across multiple lists. And therefore, I don't see any great connection in between them. However, in this approach, the data related to Darshan will be saved into one box, so the access time is also lesser. Because here you are accessing every 0th item, then every first item, and so on. So in this case, a better way to do this is to use a class. Do you understand why are we going for the concept of classes and objects? Because the earlier approach of list is not good in this case. Your data is scattered across multiple things. Are you all able to get it? Right? Yes, that's very, very important. Very, very important. How do you create a class? Very, very simple. I say class followed by the name of the class. So for me, the name of the class is IIT. Okay. Inside that, I am saying name, physics marks. Right now, initializing it to 0 because you have to give something. And then that class is created. Right. So what I did is create a class IIT. Then now I would like to create an object of the class. The first object name is called as P1. So how do I create P1 is equal to the name of the class, open bracket, close bracket. P1 is equal to IIT. And then if I have to fill in my details into this P1 dot name, P1 dot this, P1 dot this, P1 dot this. So I say P1 dot name, P1 dot marks, P1 dot this, P1 dot this. You want to create one more object P2, you can give it like this, Parul. Now, let's say if you want to print the details of P1 object. So, print the details of P1 object. Then you will say print F. Name this. So if you see carefully, yeah. Name P1 name. Physics P1 physics and so on. Name Darshan physics chemistry marks. Name Parul physics chemistry maths. Have a close look at the structure. You should have a very close look at the structure. And after that, when you understand it, you can just reply with a yes in the chat. Code and diagram. Have a look at both. I also want to create a function which is called as total marks. Every function that you define inside this class will always have a self parameter. Now, why is that required? That's a later part of the story. But if you don't write it, you will get an error. I will show you that. So I will create a method which is called as total marks, and I will say return physics plus chemistry plus mathematics. So now if I have to give a call to this total marks, P1 dot total marks should ideally do the total of this. That's what I have asked it to. So P1 dot total marks. Did it do? It didn't. It didn't. Because when you are saying P1 dot total marks, control goes over here. It says add PCM, but we need to tell it whose PCM to be added, because this is a class. This is a class whose PCM to be added. So I will have to tell it that P1, you have to add your own physics, chemistry, and mathematics marks. You have to add your own physics, chemistry, and mathematics marks and not anyone else. How? By putting in a self over here. So you will write everything like this. Now, if you see P1 dot total marks, and when I run this, see 270, 100 plus 90 plus 93, 270. Okay, I think I didn't give 93. It was expected to be 93. That's okay. That's not a big thing. 283. So it is compulsory that you use the self over here, because if you don't use self, it will never understand. Whenever even I'm giving P1 dot total marks, it will not understand whose physics, chemistry, and maths marks to be added. So self is like a strong notation. You have to write it. And now that we have written it, I will calculate one more percentage also. Let's calculate. So I say def calculate percentage, which is self dot total marks, giving a call to above, which will be returning me the total marks, divided by 300 into 100. And for calculating the percentage, you can see what am I doing? Percentage is P1 dot calculate percentage. So P1 is giving a call to its method calculate percentage, which will go over here. And I say that P1 refer to your own values. So I say P1 give a call to your own total marks method. And here I say this total marks method will be calculating or instructing P1 that add your self physics, chemistry, and mathematics marks. And that value is returned over here, which is 283. And it will return me 283 upon 300 into 100, which came out as 94% as my score, and so on. Constructors in Python are the special functions which are used for initializing a class. So they are used for initializing a class. So, constructor. It's a special method which is called when the object is created. It is used to initialize this, and it is called using double underscore in it, and that too automatically. What I mean by that, let us understand it one by one. Let us create a very basic class called as ABC. Inside that, I am just creating a constructor, and the only way you can create a constructor is by double underscore init double underscore open bracket close bracket and printing that constructor is called. I am also having one more method called as greet, which says hello world. So there are two methods. One is a normal method, just like get total or calculate percentage, and another is a constructor method, which is called as init, and we have this. if I have to create the object of the class, I can say O1 is equal to ABC. Now, when I say O1 is equal to ABC, ideally, nothing should happen. It is just the two methods. And I forgot the self over here. See, when I say O1 is equal to ABC, the moment I create the object of the class, the first thing which gets called, even without me actually calling it, is the constructor. So it is automatically called when the object is created. It is a special method that is called when the object is created. It always takes the first parameter as self, and it can take any number of parameters that we'll see it in some time. But you saw over here. But if I have to give a call to greet, then I will have to write o1.greet. So this is automatically called, and here you have to actually give a call to that method. Okay, that's one thing. Constructor with parameters as well. So if you see over here, def init self, and that's the main parameter name. I say self.name is equal to name, constructor call. And here I'm saying print self.name. Let us create an object of the class. Now, if you run it, it says there is no constructor which takes 0 parameter, because here it takes 1 parameter. Self, you ignore it. But when you say O1 is equal to ABC Darshan, Darshan is passed here. Internally, the internal object, you can give it a different name also, but usually we keep it the same. That is being saved as this name, whatever is the darshan which is being passed, and it will be saying constructor call, because by default I have put it so that we come to know that okay, the call has gone here. And because it is initialized, now when I say o1.greet, I say hello and self.name. So what is the initialized name? Darshan, right? So that's the reason it prints hello Darshan. That is the reason it prints hello Darshan. So now that we have this, let us try to create some good examples out of it. So I am creating a class called as logistics vehicle. It is going to have a constructor which will be taking the vehicle's ID, vehicle type, and vehicle capacity. As you can see, ID, type, and capacity are initialized internally. I'll just print that okay, constructor is being called. Then after that, I'm creating one more method which is called as show vehicle details, which is just responsible for displaying the vehicle ID, vehicle type, and the vehicle capacity. So now that we have created this, it's time for us to create an object of the vehicle class. So while creating the object, you will have to pass three things: vehicle ID, vehicle type, and capacity. So I'm passing the vehicle ID 1, 2, 3. Vehicle type is a truck, capacity is 10. And then I show the details, which will print the same things. Vehicle type 2, which is the ID, vehicle type, and the capacity of it. And similarly, one more object called as bike, and you can see over here, building a system for online store where you want to create customer accounts. So I'm creating a class, customer name and email are initialized, and there is a cart also which is created, which is an empty list. Then what happens is when I give a call, Alice and email, initialize Alice card is empty. Then when I say customer dot add to cart laptop, customer one. So Alice is giving a call, putting laptop over here, and to the cart of Alice, laptop is added, and it will print laptop added to her cart. Then she's also adding mouse. And when I say show cart, laptop and mouse should come. Same goes for Bob, who only added a phone. That's again a very simple and straightforward example. In the same way, if I'm considering bank account management system, you can see over here account holder and the balance both are initialized. If I say I want to deposit 1,000 rupees and my older balance is 500, so I say my current balance will be equal to current balance plus 1,000. If I have 2,000 in my account and I want to withdraw 1,000, so it will check whether the amount 1,000, if it is greater than the balance, insufficient balance. Else, subtract that amount and they say the amount withdrawn. And get balance is like you just ask it for the balance. So you can see when I'm passing Alice and 500, Alice and balance becomes 500 for Alice. So it should say that account created for Alice with balance 500. Has it said? Yes. Then I say Alice dot deposit 200. Control goes over here, passes 200. Self dot balance will be equal to self dot balance plus 200, which is 1200. So it should print the new balance is 1200. So it was 500, right? Not 1,000, sorry. Then 500 plus 200 will be 700. And then for withdrawing 100 from 700, so you go over here, this is 100. You check whether it's 100 greater than the 700, low. Balance will be balance minus 100 and withdraw amount, right? So withdrawn amount. And the same way get balance, it's going to return me 600. I see some of you have questions with respect to the older example. Let me also get into this. So here, what I'll do is, see this show card method is there. Let us give it a call the moment we create an object. So I say customer one dot show cart. So the moment Alice object is created, her cart is empty, right? So let me run it. So you can see Alice cart contains empty list, nothing is there. And then, well, Alice is adding laptop. I'm again giving a call to show cart. So you can see when Alice added laptop, I'm showing the cart and you can see earlier the cart contained nothing and now the cart contains laptop. Then Alice added a mouse and then a show cart. So mouse was added and this is the content of the list. Right? So you can see this. So those of you had questions with respect to the earlier program, with respect to the contents of the cart, are they clear to is that clear now? What is brace bracket and this? Where is that? Here. I don't know. I copied the code. Anyone knows what is this? I don't know. Anyone knows what is this? Did we study something like this? Okay, let me ask you. I'm just kidding. Did we study something like this before? Can you help me recollect which topic was it? Then I'll explain. Format string, yes. Join is a yes. Function of string, correct. So, just to help you recall, Amitoj, if you are having, let's say, a list of grocery items, and if I say print space, so I want to join all the items in the list of grocery items by a space. So all these items over here, Amitoj, are connected by a space. In the, sorry, in the same way, if I say please connected by comma space, then they are connected by this. In the same way, if I say please connected by space Amitoj space, they are connected like this. I hope you recollect, we did that in the string functions, right? So that's the same thing which I applied here. Join the contents of the cart, because cart is a list, right? And we have used it. Why there are no members in the class, customer, other? You can add it. See, just because I didn't add it doesn't mean that you can't add it. If you recall the IIT class, over there we added members. You see it, right? So it is not mandatory that every time I will add it. If you want, you can add it. Here it was not needed, so I didn't add it. See, if you are declaring it inside the class, but let's say outside the constructor, then you call it as a class variable. And class variable are shared by all the objects. But if it is inside the constructor, then you call it as an instance variable, and that is only unique to that object. So the class variable is created when the class is loaded, and it's only one time. Whereas the instance variable can be created every time object is created. So many times it can be created. The class variable, changes to the class variable affect all the instances. Whereas here it will only affect that instance. So one is a class variable and one is an instance variable. Right, so I can also show you one example. If you see over here, this is the class variable and this is an instance variable. So when I'm creating an object of this, instance variable is getting initialized. Class variable is common. So S1 dot name and S2 dot name, they will be Bob and Alice. But if I say S1 dot school name, be it for Alice or be it for Bob, the school name is the same, ABC. If I say S1 dot name is equal to Alice, so that means student one name is changing. And student dot school name is equal to XYZ. This is going to change everything for everyone. So after this, when I say S1 dot name and this and S1 dot school name, you see. So basically what I want to say is the class variable is shared and the instance variable is unique to that class. Object is created that can that be closed or removed after the need for the object is done? That can be possible for anything in Python. Let's say now S1 object is ready. If I say I want to print ID of S1, it's there. In the same way, if I say m is equal to this, print of id done, you want to delete that s1 from the memory, you can do that. Now s1 does not exist. In the same way, you want to delete variable also from the memory, you can do that. M also does not exist. Now I think we are getting into being an expert in object-oriented programming, which is not required in any of the future sessions. So I think we are investing a huge amount of time in discussing all the developer level logic and may end up investing a lot of time in this. But these all things are never required, right? I mean to say, as a developer, at least, as a data scientist, you don't need it. As a developer, maybe you need to understand all of these things. If I update S1 school name, will it update S2 school name? We actually saw the same thing. We did see over here that the school name was changed, and after that, for S1 and S2, it was continuously XYZ and not ABC. So that was already being verified. If you can just check this code once, this is where we did it. Changes for everyone, it's mentioned as well. Understood or not? I'm waiting for your reply. Time is very precious. Please revert. Thank you. No, not everyone. I mean, I was only asking to Ramani because he asked that question. Cool. So yes, I mean, delete keyword can be used to delete anything from the memory. The next thing, what we get into is the encapsulation. Encapsulation is the process of bundling together data, which is the variables and the methods that operate on that data. So let us understand this. No, that is also the same. That is also the same. You can even do it that way. Ultimately, see, S1 dot school name or student dot school name, they are referring to the same instance variable. S1 is not storing a specific copy of it. So it will be universal. Right, okay. Then I say encapsulation. Let's understand what is encapsulation. Now here, I am creating a class employee. Inside that, I am, please observe in over here very carefully. There is a constructor which accepts the name and salary. Name is saved, salary is saved, but do you see over here double underscore? That is little new thing that we need to understand. Whenever you see a double underscore, we are storing it as a private variable. These detailed notes are written over here. I'm not reading out that, I'm explaining you the code. So when I say salary, self dot underscore underscore salary is equal to salary, this is what we do. And then give a call to the show details. And when you give a call, I'm saying name and salary. Now, you know what? You see this, right? And there is a private method also defined. Private means it is private to the class. How do I make you understand that this is a private method? Ideally, I am not expecting a private method right now. Let's say, let's say I am just getting rid of it. Let it be just show details. Okay. And then I am planning to create an object of the class employee1 Darshan 10,000. The moment I do that, and if I say, look over here, if I say print emp1 dot name, so the thing is, what should be the output of emp1 dot name? Because I have initialized it to Darshan and 10,000. When I say emp1 dot name, what should be the output? Ah, right. That's correct. It should be Darshan only. And I get it. But friends, instead of emp1 dot name, if I say emp1 dot salary, it will say not accessible. If I say emp1 dot salary, it says not accessible. You may be like, try removing this double underscore. I will do that. It still says it is not accessible. Someone please answer Alka's question. Why it is not accessible? Why is this not accessible? Because it is private. Private members are not accessible uh, outside the class. Right? Private members are not accessible outside the class. Very good, everyone. It's clear to Alka. Thank you for that. So if you want to access the private variable, it has to be, for example, if you have to access your home, you should have the key to it. In the same way, that key is the method. If I give a call to show details, then it will work. emp1.show details. And now I'll comment out this line. See, my salary is out. So because show detail has the access to it, but it is not accessible outside. So you have to always consider it giving the call from inside like this. That is what is called as encapsulation, bundling the data and the methods together. The next thing. The next thing is polymorphism. So poly means many, morph means forms. It is the property of the object to take multiple forms. Like for example, if I say 100 plus 200, what is the answer to this? 300. That's correct as well. And if I say 100 plus 200, but both of them are string this time, what will be the output to this? Yes, it will be 100200. So I can say over here, plus operator is working as addition, and here the plus operator is working as concatenation. So you see the same operator plus is behaving differently in different scenarios. That is exactly what I said. Poly means many, morph means forms. So many forms. Poly means many, morph means form. So this is many forms. So is this polymorphism? Well, partially if you ask, yes. but we have to study this in classes and objects. This was a very basic example of it. Then here, let us create a class called as warehouse. Inside that, I am having a method called as location. And print, I say location of the warehouse is Mumbai. I'm creating one more class called as retail store. And here I'm saying the location of the warehouse is Pune. Now see what am I doing? This is important and interesting. I am just creating a normal method. It is not a method inside the class. This one class, two classes done. Now I'm creating a normal method which is called as print location, which will do this. Now understand this. I'll explain you. Let's understand this. This code. You create an object of warehouse. Then this doesn't get executed because this is not a constructor. You create an object of retail store. This doesn't get initialized because this is not an object of the constructor. But when I say print location of WH, that means the object which has this location method, which is about Mumbai, gets passed over here. And then when I say object dot location, that means it is as good as saying what is the object passed WH. WH which is passed over here. That means I'm saying WH dot location, which will say that location is Mumbai. When I say print location of RS, that means RS is passed here. So it is like obj dot location is RS dot location, which is location is Pune. And that is why you give this output. So we call this as being polymorphic because the same object is taking multiple forms. So I say polymorphism means many forms. The same method can behave differently on the object calling it. This is what we see. The next is, okay, let me first ask you, are you all clear with this program? Polymorphism, again, not required ever. Honestly speaking, you will never require it in your data science machine learning. It's just a small concept, which is not a useless one, definitely useful, but not in data science world. All this concept, as far as the object oriented is programming is created, you just need to know how do you create an object of a class. Other than that, no extra things are required, not even the constructors. And then after that, function overloading supported in this. Again, it's a futuristic question. I will park it at the moment. But the answer to your question is yes. As far as I understand, function overloading comes when you are using the concept of inheritance. Correct? Oh, yes, that's correct. My bad. Sorry, that is overriding. So yeah, I think that I can demonstrate to you right now only. That goes in the overriding, correct? So if I say I'm creating a class for function overloading. So let us say we are having a class called as math operations. No. Mm, yeah, let's say math operations only. Okay. So now, as you can see over here, I have two methods with the same name. Add, which takes two parameters and returns the total. Add, which takes three parameters and returns the method. And now I create the object of the class. Now the thing is, if I am giving a call to this add of 1020 here, it does not accept this because this method add was later replaced by another version of add, which is responsible for accepting three values. And that is the reason this is giving an error. But if you write a method which gives three values, this will work. So function is overloaded. There are a lot of awesome rules if you look at this overloading in the core languages. But here the idea is very simple. You have to just ensure that the number of parameters are different. And whatever is defined later, that is considered. Like for example, if I cut this, then in this case, this gives an error because this was an older method and this is overloaded by this. So now what will work is this and this won't work. But if you give this, it should give you the output. So whenever there are two methods with the same name, the latest one is considered.
So that brings us to the end of this session. We have set the foundation and understood what this course is all about. In the next session, we'll start applying Python step by step to real data science and machine learning problems. Thank you for learning with us, Simplilearn. Keep learning and keep growing.